So that fault is on you,
But like
not me.
I'm saying, what I'm saying is that like that phrase in and of itself did not feel like banter to me, because I don't take.
That's not my problem, is it?
Oh my God.
I mean, wait. So
Be stronger, my advice, or don't play.
Oh my God.
Like, what did you think the response should have been?
Are these people supposed to be friends? What? This is some like crazy. So if I message someone and I say like, oh my God, I just got kicked out of my house. My parents hate me. I feel so lonely. It's like, wow, that's really bad. I feel bad for you. And it's like, yeah, I'm such a loser. I don't think anybody's ever going to show me their tits. I'm never going to see them ever. And it's like, wow, yeah, that's rough. And he's like, yeah. We're pretty close though, right? Like, just like I'm never going to see boobs otherwise, right? Like, when you pair an ask with a tragedy, the goal is the person will feel bad enough for you through the tragedy that it feels like the ask, like your support of them is contingent on you like coming through on the ask.
I don't want to stop doing D&D.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Right, like I'm gonna kill myself if you guys come out. Blah blah blah. I just want to do D&D. Right, I'm not gonna do anything bad anymore. Please. Like, oh my God, it's like everything is here, like all the pieces. Right. This type of manipulation from somebody that's really cold, by the way, is also really powerful when you get them to cry, because now you feel like you're seeing us. There's like so many reasons why it works is like manipulation. Now you feel like you're seeing a special side of them. They're being vulnerable, which they never are. There's like so much that. Oh my God, this guy is just reviewing the Arcadum Me Too allegations. Recently, there were a lot of girls in the community banned and evicted from his servers. I was one of them. What? I, for one, was also booted out of the collective group with the music team I had assembled and led all work together. The reason I was given by him to being kicked is because apparently his long-term girlfriend saw the private messages between him and me, and she also saw several others. To put into context why this matters, I'll explain. I'm not going to air out all of his personal business that he told me, but rather just the details that matter in the situation and affected myself and also many others, as I recently found out just how many girls he has been doing these same things to. Some of these encounters in VR chat and voice calls that I do not have a recording of, some of these are encounters in VR chat and voice calls that I do not have a recording of. I also want to blur names I wasn't given permission for. Arcadum and I had been friends for a year already at this point. 2 years around the start of Callous Row Season 1, we started to get closer. Arcadum opened up to me about something really bad that happened in his relationship. He would ask for my support and would ask me to get on VR chat with him to listen and help. I wanted to help him. I wanted to be there for him in this shitty time. He would break down crying almost every single time. Things were okay, and we had a genuine, I felt, talks about what's going on, or what he's going through. Things started to shift a bit when he suggested I comfort him in more ways than just words. Okay, I want to be very, very, very careful in saying that I don't know if this is true or not, because I don't know. I just don't know. But as we read through these, we'll kind of get a feel. We'll get a feel for it as we read more and more of these messages. Usually when we do these, I take it an opportunity to kind of like talk about good practices for flirting and understanding other people talking to you and all this shit, okay? If you have somebody that is ever trying to pair a tragedy with an ask, generally that person, it's usually a huge red flag, and it's a form of manipulation. Now, they might not realize that. They might not be doing it consciously, but those types of people, you should always be careful for. So, for instance, if I message somebody and I have a tragedy paired with an ask, usually my goal is I know that they're less likely to say no to the ask given the extent of the tragedy. So if I message someone and I say like, oh my God, I just got kicked out of my house. My parents hate me. I feel so lonely. It's like, wow, that's really bad. I feel bad for you. And it's like, yeah, I'm such a loser. I don't think anybody's ever going to show me their tits. I'm never going to see them ever. And it's like, wow, yeah, that's rough. And he's like, yeah. We're pretty close though, right? Like, just like I'm never going to see boobs otherwise, right? Like when you pair an ask with a tragedy, the goal is the person will feel bad enough for you through the tragedy that it feels like the ask, like your support of them is contingent on you like coming through on the ask. Be careful for stuff like that. Yeah. He would say how he wasn't desirable, how he feels like less of a man, how sad and lonely he is. Eventually, it started leading to, I'm really sad, is it alright if I hug you, and similar comments, which led to flirting, and then more, him commenting, wait, hug her like in VR chat? I'm sorry, but okay. Which led to flirting, and then more, him commenting on my character's boobs and stuff, and could he touch them? Oh no. Sometimes I would say it was okay. I found out that if I was hesitant at all, he'd get really weird about it. He'd blame himself and wonder what was wrong with him. I didn't hold that at all against him at the time because he was really, truly going through a hard time. Oh, so that too. Like, can I please do this thing? And it's like, no. And then you become like self-destructive, or you like start becoming like pitying. Like, oh, fuck. You don't want me to touch your boobs probably because I'm a creep, because I'm a loser, because you don't like me, because something's wrong with me, right? And it's like, okay, fine, you can do it, right? I don't mean to say all that, right? Problem is, eventually it meant if I were to get on VR chat to comfort him, it would almost definitely lead to him asking me if I could make him feel better in a sexual way. I told him he's going through a lot and he needs to settle his feelings and everything before reaching out in this way because he's hurt and vulnerable, and this is him rebounding. One day I mentioned off the bat I don't want anything sexual, that I just want to chill with him. It spiraled immediately into him being in disbelief, wondering why I'd even say that. He even went to a friend to complain and be upset that I would ever think that. That it hurt him that I would assume that he's trying to get out of me. That's what he's trying to get out of me. Unfortunately, this set the tone for our future interactions.
Thank you, Steven!
Yeah.
After a long time of listening to him and comforting him, it started getting to the point where he'd randomly ask me to make him feel better or help him find sexual release. It most always came in two forms. Either he was very down and had a bad day and was requesting I make him feel better, or he was confidently asking me after a good day if I wanted to because he was feeling himself. It never felt right, and he would constantly ask me to help him relax or feel good all the time. He would say he understood, but then immediately the next day or a couple days after, he would ask again. I said yes sometimes because I would just get tired of dealing with the constant asking. I was afraid he'd drop our friendship. I was afraid of him. You're not afraid of him. What? I mean, don't pretend that you're like worried for your life if you're not like in physical danger. It's an insult to the people that actually are, and it makes you look deranged. But sorry. Although I do agree, she's probably worried that he's not going to be friends with her anymore. Sure. Every time he would say he was sorry and ask if I really wanted it. This proves he knew he was harassing me. He would say it didn't seem like I was into it. I wish I just told him no bluntly instead of engaging, but it just didn't feel easy for me to confront him on it. I did not want to do stuff, and I told him I wasn't feeling it several times. He would always say okay and that he understood, but he would just keep asking at later times, checking to see if I wanted to. He most always apologized after making me feel really weird. I got tired of the random requests to do sexual stuff. It was exhausting always having to explain. You notice in the screenshots below that I tried to change the subject a lot. That's how I handled it. It wasn't the best, but confronting him felt impossible. He would often make advances towards me while he was streaming. One piece of advice I will give you, you got to be more confrontational, guys. If somebody is making you uncomfortable over and over and over and over and over again, you like at some point you need to have some like self-respect, and you need to put your foot down for some boundaries. Like, hey, this isn't gonna happen. Like, this isn't okay. Yeah, you need to be able to do that, guys. That's important. It's really, really important. If you don't respect your own boundaries, nobody else will respect your boundaries. Don't get fucked that way. 3, 4, 5. We have 5 screenshots. I'm gonna try to fall asleep again. My eyes have been tired for hours. Haha, I'm glad. Smiley face. Kelli Siren. Arcadum. Before you try again...
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Why are all of these messages edited? Before you try again, we could try it together. Huh? Before you try to fall asleep again, we could fap. It would help me relax. I was just saying, hey, if I'm gonna start streaming at 4, I need to try to sleep. Haha. Alrighty, then no big deal. Just thought I would ask and see maybe if it would help you as well. I just know you would get me there really good, and I want to sleep too. I am sorry I pushed too hard. I'm extremely sleepy. I got you. I'll leave you be. Sleep well, Kelli. Thanks. You're the best, Kelli. I feel kind of guilty. I'm really sorry if I made things weird. I hope you get good sleep. Why'd you change what you typed? Haha. I felt guilty, I guess. Oh, so these are probably way more sexually charged. She says, I mean, you might as well delete it if that's the case. It's just us in the DMs, and I know what you said, XD. I don't want to make you feel bad, Arcadum. Arcadum says, I'll change it back. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh. I do not wish to be dishonest or weird with you in any way. Kelli says, I'm not going to lie. I feel a tad weird that you changed what you said, but it's not a big deal. I'm really tired. I've been trying hard to sleep so I can work on shit. Maybe I should just focus on working my vid today and do RP and stream earlier tomorrow. Arcadum said, I don't know why I did it, to be honest. I just thought maybe It would make things better, I guess. Please forgive me for that. I just thought it would help. Oh my God. Sometimes if you make it pass at somebody and it doesn't work, then just like say like, oh, okay, cool. Like, my bad, I misread. And then you like move on from it. Don't do this like extended like guilt trip. You're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. Like, chill. Let's see. That was on August 31st of 2020. The next logs are from September 2nd, 2020. Arcadum, been thinking about you all night, winky face. Kelly, me, why? Haha. You've got a lot of people watching. Damn it, I woke up too early, haha. Arcadum, you're the only one I want. Kelly, heh, you silly. Arcadum, heh. Kelly, how long have people been talking on your Discord? How long have people been on your Discord talking? Arcadum, a while, like an hour or so. You like my flirting? Kelly, haha, you're confident lately and I like that. I'm glad you're feeling yourself. When's your vacation again? Okay, so like, I am not autistic.
Autism Steve.
No.
Yeah.
If Hi. If a girl likes you when you're flirting with them, it's gonna be like trying to hug a dog. Okay? When you go into a room and you look at the dog and you go, doggy, the dog runs to you and he engages with you. Okay? If you're flirting with a girl and it's more like you're trying to catch a chicken or hug a cat, where every time you try to grab them, they like, whoof, they move just a little bit, and you're like, oh, you furry little monster, I'm gonna get you. And every time you try to grab them, they move a little bit, they're not into it, okay? So let's this is something I like to do if I'm flirting, like reverse the roles and see how you would respond. So let's say, for instance, you're really into this guy or girl, and they message you, and they go, been thinking about you all night. There's like 5 different things that we could respond with there if we were interested. Like, oh, really? What are you thinking about? Or like, oh, me too. Or there's like a million ways that we could respond. But this answer of like, me, why? Haha, you've got a lot of people watching. Damn it, I woke up too early. That's kind of like an evasive answer. Now, the why, haha, might make it sound like they're being a little bit like flirty, like a little hard to get, maybe. So like, you can push again. You're the only one I want, is what he says next, which is a push. And Kelly responds, heh, you silly. Now, that's also like a little bit evasive, but maybe flirty. And then Arcadium responds, heh. But then Kelly changes topic. How long have people been on your Discord talking? So it seems like she's not interested. Arcadium again, a while, like an hour or so. Do you like my flirting? Tries to refocus again. And then Kelly says, haha, you're confident lately, and I like that. I'm glad you're feeling yourself. When's your vacation again? So it's now Kelly is like, I think girls don't understand this a lot, and I think girls don't understand this a lot. If a guy is really desperate, no, hold on, people don't understand this because this applies to girls and guys. If people are very desperate for you and you like drop a little itty bitty string, however small it is, people will jump ship to try to catch it. People will constantly, and like. This is why you have to be like super clear and super firm in order to get people to like fuck off, because if there's any indecision or weakness on your part, they view that as like a chink in the armor, and they're just gonna keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it until they think they can break you. Like that's how that's how people view these interactions oftentimes, because they're not thinking like, okay, is this person enthusiastically into me? They're thinking like, if I go just a little bit further, I think I can break them down. Even if they're not really thinking of it that way, that's like a little bit toxic. They're not like 100% thinking it that way. That's how people treat these situations. Sorry. So Kelly says, haha, you're confident lately and I like that. I'm glad you're feeling yourself. When's your vacation again? Arcadum says, so you don't like me flirting with you? It starts tomorrow. Well, you didn't really return it and seem to be avoiding it. So I was just asking, and it seems like you're trying to change the subject. You said I was confident and you like that. Kelly said, well, this just made it weird is all. Okay, she's like ultra clearly not into this. Like, yikes. Arcadum says, I don't mean to make it weird, but I also want to know if you still want to participate in stuff like that with me, and if we are that close still. I'm not trying to make it weird. You've been giving me some vibes that, oh, I see. Well, I suppose I have my answer then. No worries. And then Kelli says, I mean, I told you I haven't felt sexual lately. Haha. I think 3 different times now. Like, she's just, I know that she's not trying to, but there's like just enough string. There's just enough string where he's like, not feeling sexual lately, right? And then Arcadum says, but not flirty too? Like, oh my God. It's pretty obvious that she's like she's not feeling it. But also, like, I understand she's trying not to just say, like, bro, fuck off. What is wrong with you? But it's like there's like this imperceptible amount of string. She is leading him on and not saying no at the same time. I don't think there's enough here for me to say, like, she's leading him on. I would say more just, like, her evasiveness can be misinterpreted by somebody that is being very selfish as being, like, that she's being playful. I wouldn't say that she's not. I wouldn't say she's leading him on though. The logs continue. He says, but not flirty too? That's what I was trying to do. Now, Arcadum here is being a little disingenuous. You're never just flirting. Chances are, if you're flirting, you're probably trying to escalate it to something else. That's more what's going on. So this is a little bit of a lie. Kelli says, well, when you say you only want me, it makes me feel bad that I'm like this lately, I guess. Oof. Arcadum says, well, I figured you were feeling better from hearing you flirt with others at Lanfear's place. Maybe it's just with me. Uh-oh. Kelli says, aren't you doing stuff with others? Well, I always also really drunk. I think she meant to say, I was also really drunk. I get playful when I'm drunk, haha. But I'll try to figure it out why I felt odd about it lately. But I think it's because it feels forced sometimes. It doesn't feel natural to me. And I'm questioned about what I say and do a lot. I think that, oh man, when you're getting like messages like that, it's time to pump the brakes. Something is like obviously like pretty wrong. Now, especially because I don't know her much. I've read 2 pages of messages from her, but she seems relatively non-confrontational. And for her to come out and kind of say like, not kind of say, but to say like, it feels forced sometimes and it doesn't feel natural to me, like, that's like, oof. Arcadum says, like I was really wanting to have intimacy with you on my birthday and you were having a good time, but when I tried, you didn't seem interested. When I wasn't streaming, that is. Oh, man. And now we're bringing out the birthday. It's my birthday. Oh, no. Oh, we're... That's a good Hassan meme. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. Kelli says, you told me I was too drunk and you would have felt bad? Arcadum said, I did not say that. I asked if you wanted and you said no. Kelli said, I can scroll up, haha. Arcadum said, what? Wait, why would you say that? Arcadum says, what? I meant what we said in voice at the party. Also, how is it forced? Kelli says, oh, I don't even recall that. Arcadum said, like, I don't understand that. Well, you were pretty drunk, so you probably don't remember. In my personal experience, in myself, and then for my secondhand experience talking to other people, for you to get blackout drunk, you have to drink a lot, just as a heads up. If somebody is blackout drunk, they're like collapsed on the fucking floor. They're not like walking around having normal conversations or whatever. Like if you are blackout drunk, it requires an ungodly amount of alcohol. Like you need to be really, really, really drunk to do it. I shouldn't say ungodly, actually. You can get really drunk with a relatively, depending on how much you drink. But just as a heads up for that. But it's a random thing, sorry. Nobody does like 3 or 4 shots and it's like blackout drunk. Like it doesn't, yeah. Oh, or crossfaded. If you start mixing drugs, if you start like smoking and drinking too, maybe you can get there faster. But, well, people in chat are saying that they can have blackouts on little amounts of alcohol. Maybe some people can. I've never met somebody in real life like that. But maybe there are some people that can, I guess. But okay. Someone in YouTube chat said, if you're lightweight enough with no tolerance to alcohol, you can get blackout drunk pretty easily. I've been blackout drunk and still relatively active, only passing out later. Oh, okay. Maybe some people can. Okay, I'll assume maybe some people can then, unless people in chat are making shit up. I've been blackout drunk and still moving around. I don't remember walking to and from place the next day. All right. These are alcohol virgins who don't know what blackout drunk feels like. Maybe, I don't know. But, I mean, if enough people are saying it, then... or, I'm sorry, hold on real quick. When I say blackout drunk, what I'm saying is you drink so much that the next day you don't remember what you've done the prior night. That's what I'm saying. But maybe, okay, maybe for some people, maybe you can drink a lot and still be somewhat functional, but then not remember the next day. It's possible. Okay. All right. Still reading. Oh, Kelly says, because I don't react a certain way all the time I get questioned. I don't know. I told you I've been trying to figure things out. I'll give it a try soon and we can see if it's good. No, but you typed it out to me that I was drunk, so it didn't feel right to try things with me. Why are you having this convo with me while you're streaming? Arcadum says, because I can do two things at once and I want to talk to you that badly. All right, same conversation. I can do two things at once and I want to talk to you that badly. I just want to share how good I feel with you because you make me feel even better, and I was hoping I could help you feel good too and have fun together, that's all. Kelly says, I don't know how much you want me to go into this right now while you're streaming. Arcadum says, well, I would like to have a call with you about it and talk through it. I believe we care about each other enough to do that. Kelly says, I care about you a lot, so I'll let you know my thoughts. I just really don't want to offend you or have you think our friendship is on jeopardy because of how I've been feeling. Oh, man. Arcadum says, all right, then. You want to talk after my stream? I'm going to be ending soon. Kelly says, okay. Were you expecting me to have sex with you on your birthday? Arcadum says, I had no expectations on my birthday for anything. Kelly says, okay, just making sure, because you made it seem like it, so I wanted to clarify. Arcadum says, I never expect you to do anything like that for me at all, and I don't want there to ever be a thought I don't want that to ever be a thought that has any water. Kelly says, that's why I'm asking, because I've felt that for a little while. Arcadum says, oh no, well that isn't the case at all. Kelly says, okay, with a red heart. Arcadum, I'm thankful for anything and everything. The only thing I expect from you is honesty. And then this is a chat log from 2 months earlier, from July of 2020. Arcadum, I was on voice chat dealing with drama and letting people vent to me, but I also saw some old friends, and that was nice. I also got some networking done for Callus Row. Kelly says, thanks, Arcadum. Drama? Oh no. Arcadum says, yeah, I needed to be there for some people, but I helped them through it, so it was nice. I did some good in the world. Kelly says, that's nice of you. I'm just glad I actually hit the path to partner achievement, at least. Arcadum says, you're killing it. I just woke up from a small nap, and man, am I in a mood, let me tell you. Kelly says, I haven't slept yet. I'm tired but feeling weird, haha. Oh no, oh my god, dude. There's no reciprocation at all. Arcadum says, feeling weird? How so? I just woke up hard as a rock, and I'm currently considering fapping myself, but what is up with you? Kelly says, I was stressing because a ton of bots came into my chat and dropped links. Again, no engagement at all. Arcadum, yeah, don't worry about that. It happens. That's my mods and follower mode. That's what mods and follower mode and things like that are for. Kelly says, yeah, I didn't know. I've never had that happen. Arcadum says, that just means you're making it. Arcadum says, yeah, they don't target people who don't have an audience. Think about it. Okay, and that was it for that. Jesus. And then back to the Twitlonger. He even started asking me why when I said I didn't feel like doing sexual acts with him. He did this a few times. In the call, he would ask me if I wanted to do stuff. I'd say I didn't want to. So after, he would always profusely apologize and say he didn't mean what he said. Or this weird instance where he said he didn't mean it. He wanted to see what my reason was. He told me he wanted to see what I'd say to see if he was desirable or not. Okay. This is from November of 2020. Kelly, yeah, what's up? Arcadum. Basically, I'm sorry about earlier, and I felt I put you on the spot. I don't think I actually have any desire to do those things. I just, for some reason, had a problem with why it's really weird. Kelly, question mark, question mark. Arcadum. I could talk about it more when I'm not streaming, I guess. Mostly I'm just sorry. I feel like I added drama where there wasn't any. Kelly. So you didn't have any desire, but you said you did? I'm a little confused, but there's no drama. Arcadum. I think I just wanted to know why, more than anything else. Kelly. Why say that you wanted to do stuff then? I understand, it's just confusing, haha. Arcadum. And you told me, which makes me feel better to know. I mean, if I had wanted to, then it would be possible it's more of a being desirable thing. I'm sorry if I'm being confusing. Kelly. So you realized it was more of a confidence boost for you? Arcadum. That makes me sound like a garbage person. Kelly. I don't think you're garbage. Arcadum. Basically, there is more to the conversation I couldn't get to do to my own feelings, I think, but I'm sorry. Kelly. I'm just trying to understand completely. I'm pretty understandable about stuff. Arcadum. While I'm saying that right now, I'm not asking that from you. Okay. Oh, then Kelly says, okay. Arcadum. I'm sorry if I made you think otherwise in my attempt to dance around my actual question. I realize now there might be a misunderstanding. You were not used for a confidence boost. That was never the point. I just don't use people like that. I'm not that kind of person. Kelly. I was just clarifying what you said. That would be possible. It's more of a desirable thing. Being a desirable thing. That's Kelly quoted him. Arcadum. I suppose it was like that, but not in a using way. What are these? This is like asking a girl, like, hey, you wanna fuck? And she's like, no. And you're like, whoa, I didn't mean it like that. It was just kind of like checking to see if you'd want to. Like checking my, wait, why are people typing Quabu Godsony in chat? Oh, because downflicks are spamming. But then you're like, oh, I didn't actually want to fuck. I just wanted to, yeah, like. But, okay. He'd constantly ask if he excites me, if I have feelings, if I find him attractive. I really wish he would post conversation logs of that, but she's saying a lot of it happens in voice chat, so maybe it's harder to have that. I just didn't like that he would put this pressure on me to answer these things, especially considering I knew in detail what he was going through and how he felt. I explained how I said things sometimes because I felt pressure to under the circumstances and didn't want to hurt him. I realized now he was doing the same thing to multiple girls simultaneously. He at one point asked me out and told me his feelings in a call. He told me he loved me. I found out he told so many other girls he loved them at the same time. It was really, see, he needs to be polyamorous. It was really stressful, and I told him I didn't want a relationship before. Turns out he asked other girls, even within the next few days, if they wanted to be romantically involved with him. Naomi was asked out right after he asked me within a few days. He also said he was on a break from his girlfriend. He'd also constantly remind me, all I've ever tried to do is help you. He would say this most times I had the strength to confront him. Oh, man. He wanted me to tell him who I was intimate with, and I didn't want to. There was a day after my stream where someone had shown him personal info of mine. He demanded from my friend that she show him proof that I was speaking to someone. He called me very upset and said that I had lied to him. This was the call he told me that he had loved me for the first time and couldn't believe that he would put that pressure on me and I couldn't believe that he would put that pressure on me after disrespecting me and my privacy so badly that I didn't tell him who I was intimate with. I told him that we are not in a relationship. He does not have the right to know that. I was extremely put off by this conversation and started to feel like he was someone I couldn't really trust anymore. He said he was really sorry and hoped I could forgive him. This led to some of the most shitty parts of our friendship. Man, this is why I'll say this a million times. And I know people get mad at this. Fuck apologies, dude. Who cares? Who cares about apologies? Fuck them. Fuck them. He started going behind my back and confronting any guys he thought I was talking to. If I mentioned hanging with them or not, he would approach the guys, tell them that he had feelings for me, and ask their intentions with me. This is extremely wrong and breached even more of my privacy. People started distancing themselves from me. It really sucked and I lost a lot of friends. A couple of people approached me and let me know what was happening. He would check the VR chat list, see if I was on, and assume that I was with people saying, have fun with so-and-so. Wait, hold on. Okay, reading logs. Arcadum, you see my requests? All right, well, I'll leave you to it. Have fun with lol, man. Oh, man. That's the type of message where if I see a girl say some shit like that to me, my interest goes to 0. Rock bottom. If I'm chatting with somebody, if I'm in a Discord room and some girl's like, hey, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see you're not talking to me. Well, have fun chatting with whatever. I'm like, oof, okay, yep, see you, bitch. Never talking to you again. See you later. Oh my God. That is so unbelievably fucking like jealous and obsessed. Oh my God. But Kelly says, I dozed off for a bit in VR. Lolman wasn't the only one there. I shouldn't have to tell you that, but I will. I watched a movie with Zoran and Lol, and I'm sorry I missed your request. I haven't slept in a long time. I wish I didn't feel the need to have to explain myself all the time. It makes me feel very bad. Oof. This is in January of 2021. She's being way more direct here. Arcadum, who is saying you have to explain yourself? Man, these are fairly manipulative. I'm trying to be like more reserved in my commentary because maybe he can leak logs that show the other side because I don't want to Fedmeister this. But oof, man, it doesn't look good right now. Not looking good for our boy Arcadum. Okay, he's behind in the second quarter. We haven't even gotten to the second half yet, and he's already pretty far behind, but Kelly, you by saying, I'll leave you alone, have fun with insert person here. Arcadum, I think you're reading into that. Why act so defensive? I certainly didn't mean it like that. Really? Kelly, because it came across as accusatory and you deleted it. Why? Arcadum, I didn't delete it. I'm not sure why it isn't there. Kelly, question mark. Arcadum, but I'm not trying to hide anything. And if you just woke up, how would you see it? And when I got on, Zorn wasn't online. Oh man, there's so many so many games being played here. Oh man. Kelli, I didn't just wake up. I saw your messages and I sat here for a while, deciding how to even respond. Arcadum, so you saw my messages but not my invite requests? LOL. Okay. Jesus. Kelli, yes, actually. Are these kinds of friendships or whatever worth keeping? Shouldn't you just let the other party cut off? Yeah, I would like slowly ghost people out like this and do shit like this. This is like this. Oof, that's like that level of possessiveness is way too much. Fuck that. This level of possessiveness on a significant other, I wouldn't be okay with. If I had a girlfriend that did this, I would ghost them and dump them. Like that's like this is way too much. Let's steelman Arcadum's position. I'm trying to think of like what could Kelli have even done to make this like. I really can't see, like with the Pokemon stuff, I could understand. Like cropping some messages. I don't think this is the same though. I think that Kelly's being like pretty straightforward here. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, January 5th, new messages. Kelli, yes, actually. What does steelmanning mean? Have you ever heard of the term straw man?
Oh, yeah, I've heard of straw man.
Yeah,
I'm guessing steel man is just like making like the best argument for them.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Kelli says, yes, actually. Arcadum, you do what you like, Kelli. You don't have to explain yourself to me, but I am also not an idiot. Kelli, then why do this? Arcadum, and I didn't mean anything in any way. I do not even remember deleting it. I might have done it leaning on my phone. The point is, you wouldn't have to be so defensive if there wasn't anything to defend. What? Okay, I don't understand what this deleting thing means. Because she's saying that, like, he deleted a message saying, all right, well, I'll leave you to it. Have fun with lawman. But we see that in the log, so it wasn't deleted. What does that mean? Yes, actually, Arcadum, you do what you like, Kelli. You don't have to explain yourself to me, but also I'm not an idiot. Okay. All right. Okay, so Arcadum, if she took the screenshots, she didn't delete the logs from her end, like an iPhone maybe. Destiny, these aren't iPhone screenshots. They're from Discord. I don't understand how this is working. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense, but whatever. Arcadum, and I didn't mean anything in that way. I do not even remember deleting it. I might have done it leaning on my phone. The point is, you wouldn't have to be defensive if there wasn't anything to defend. That's such a horrible lie. I wish that people would make up better lies when it comes to, like, things that we're mechanically familiar with. Not to, like, rehash old drama, but, like, for instance, when Dylan was talking about how, like, my alarm is broke, like, motherfucker, what? Like, what do you mean your alarm is broke? It's a cell phone. Is the app, like, not working? Did you get a virus? Wait, what? Like, not to poke fun of Dylan right now. Like, when people, like, start talking about, like, things that we know, like, mechanically are not possible, yeah, deleting messages on your phone in Discord is, like, a multi-step click and process. Like, you don't do that accidentally, you know? Kelli said, I couldn't sleep, so I got on. I've been awake for a very long time. I don't want this. I don't. Arcadum, seriously, I didn't mean any of this. Kelli, I'm not being defensive of my actions. Arcadum, I'm sorry to respond in any way that may be mean, but I have done nothing to deserve this reaction. All I've ever done is support you. Did you take your medicine, by the way? Kelli, Arcadum, do you not see where I'm coming from at all? I don't like when you say, have fun with lawman. It makes me feel like you're assuming things about me. Arcadum, I said that because it was accurate. Have fun with him. I would say the same if it was someone else. You were seriously reading into that. What? Kelli, what can you blame me when it deleted somehow? Arcadum, on my honor as a dungeon master, I did not delete that on purpose. Do you want me to leave you alone? I will if that's what you want. Direct confrontation is a good manipulator tactic as well, because oftentimes on direct confrontation, the other person won't, like, actually go through with it. Like, fine, do you want me to stop talking to you forever? Usually the other person isn't going to be like, yes, stop talking to me, right? It's very rare that that'll happen. Kelli, I want to resolve this. I'm also extremely tired, so my patience is not as it usually is. I can't sleep lately. Arcadum, it really pains me that you would think so ill of me. Kelli, stop saying you're not an idiot and always assuming I'm not telling the truth. I really don't like that. I was dozing off in VR and I saw your messages after. I don't like that I have to keep proving myself. How am I supposed to take it when you talk to me like this? Arcadum, that you need to be patient with me. Kelli, it hurts me when you say certain things to me too. Arcadum, I didn't mean it like that. Kelli, why say you aren't an idiot then? Tell me what you meant so we can resolve this. Arcadum, what does resolving it to you look like? Kelli, You're saying you're not meaning what I think you did, so what did you mean? Arcadum, I simply meant what I said. Kelli, I don't like being called a liar, lol. Arcadum, have fun. I didn't call you a liar. And then Kelli screenshots him saying, you do what you like, Kelli. You don't have to explain yourself to me, but I'm also not an idiot. Arcadum, I never said that. This is not me calling you a liar. Kelli, then what is it? Because that sentence made me upset. Okay. Oh my God, we have so many logs here. He had absolutely, okay, back to the twit longer. He had absolutely no shame in this when I confronted him about approaching guys behind my back. He said it was their fault for being weak and not talking to me anymore. He would constantly ask me if he was my closest friend. He didn't like if I was getting close to other guys that weren't him. He explained to me that he did this because I wouldn't tell him who I was seeing, and he had to know. So he asked the guys he thought I was seeing. He called me and lectured me that if I got too close to people too quickly, that he would know for the integrity of his games if I was seeing someone in them, so there wouldn't be drama. I just simply wanted to be friends, and he made our friendship into something so shitty with his constant invasion of my privacy. Here's when I confronted him about it. 3 more. Kelli, I've been told by multiple people that you've messaged them asking their intentions with me, telling them that you love me, and it's caused them to not want to talk to me anymore. So I got my answer on why people backed off, because you have power, Arcadum. Arcadum, what is it they told you exactly? Because this sounds like hyperbole. Kelli, well, there's been multiple people who don't even know about each other. Arcadum, what do you mean don't know about each other? Kelli, and they said you talked to them about how they felt about me, then confess. Multiple people have told me this without knowing that others have been told. Do you get what I'm saying? It's wrong. I'm not happy about it. I'm not saying I don't understand, because I do understand where you're coming from, but it still hurts.
An NPC in like someone else's life.
Arcadum, I have talked to people about how I feel about you, yes, but I never told them to do anything about it, nor in fact that they should. It's not like I tried to shut them off or out. It came up in natural conversations as well. What the fuck? I'm gonna start messaging all of Lily's guy friends. I see the way that you talk to her. I'm gonna start. Do you think I could? Never mind. That's too much. Wait, I was almost gonna make a way too edgy joke. Never mind. Okay, Arcadum. I've talked to people about how I feel. Oh, okay, where is this? Kelli, you don't have to tell them, Arcadum. Arcadum, if they're avoiding you because of that, then I don't know what to say. Kelli, you telling someone that you're into me, they respect you, they are going to distance themselves from me. It wasn't even people I was interested in like that. They still don't want to fuck with that. You're a person of fame and power, and they respect you. You don't have to tell them not to. Arcadum, well, first of all, Kelli, and I know you know that. Arcadum, I am not used to being that, so it's not like I did that intentionally if that is what happened. So at this point, does Kelli work for him, or are they like doing D&D campaigns together, or what? What is the relationship here? I'm curious. Even if they don't have any working relationship, this is all like pretty fucked. She creates music for his D&D stuff. Gotcha. I got this in Twitch Whispers Destiny. Hey, I have a possible relevant link about Arcadum.
Of those watching to make them feel something. Not manipulation is a tool. It's not evil. And we all do it. When you show sympathy to somebody, empathy, you say words that you think will make them feel better. That is manipulation. It's not evil. And I'm not doing it because I'm trying to control people.
Wait, is this Arcadum talking? This is from July 25th, 2019. Oh no. Okay, this guy has like a book smarts understanding of manipulation, okay? Let me explain what manipulation means, okay? I'm sorry, book smarts used this definition of manipulation once, and it actually triggered me. It tilted me off the face of the fucking... It took me like 3 days to recover from how triggered I was when he used this definition of manipulation. Manipulating somebody is making them believe something, oftentimes under false pretense or for like malicious reasonings. So for instance, let's say that I tell my kid, hey, you really need to eat your vegetables. If you do it, you're going to grow up and be stronger, and like I'll let you play computer games if you eat all your vegetables, okay? That's not manipulation, right? That's like You're trying to get them to do something. You're being like upfront with everything. But let's say that like I have like a pill or medicine in a juice box, and I fill a juice box with some amoxicillin, some antibiotic or whatever, and then I give them a juice box. I say, drink this. It's really good. You'll like it. Well, that's manipulation. I'm trying to get them to drink it. I didn't tell them that there's antibiotics in there. It's right. Now, you can argue that not all manipulation is necessarily bad, maybe. Probably not. But it is deceitful, generally. So manipulation and persuasion are not the same thing. These two things are different. They're fundamentally different. Manipulation is like a type of, it like involves persuasion, but there's another element to it. Yeah.
My job as an entertainer, I have to make people feel things. I have to make them laugh. I have to make them interested. And that's what your job was too, as a DM. And the hope, specifically on manipulation, as you brought it up, is that you would see what I do and emulate it. Because regardless about how people might feel about me personally right now in this tense situation, I am a professional. I made a career out of it. There are things you should copy about what I do, and I've went into detail about them. Such as how to use wordplay to make a player believe that an idea was their own, and that you dissuade them from making a bad decision based off of just their inexperience as a player. How that you can challenge a player's suggestion in a way that makes it feel like you're not telling them that's a dumb idea, but rather giving them a better solution that they will take anyway. Or better yet, to make a player feel even more joy than they might even feel whenever they are victorious. See, these are the things that I do, and I do them well. And I'm not here. Look, if you want to come back, that's your choice. I'm not making anybody do anything. My entire system is based off of volunteered service. And, you know, if I'm honest, that was probably my biggest mistake. I think, other than the Afro thing, which I'll probably always bear that and regret that for a while, but for the rest of my life maybe. But the point is that the thing I should have done at the very beginning was I should have made sure I had the capital to pay everybody. Because a volunteer-based system means that people are naturally fickle, and that they're appreciated.
Okay. Okay, next screenshot. So these are still from October now, October of 2020. Kelli, can I ask why you told the people I was hanging with that? Arcadum. Also, I don't love you anymore like that. So I can make it right and just tell them it's all good. If I have the power to make that happen as you say, then I can make it right as well. Kelli. No, I asked you to please not. Arcadum. Then I won't. I spoke to only 3 people about that. Some may have guessed because I wear my emotions on my sleeve. And it's not like I went asking them to ignore you or claiming you. Kelli. Well, more have told me than 3. Arcadum. Or some dumb shit. Well, then those people are getting it from someone else. Kelli. And not even the you telling them I love you thing. Arcadum, 3 question marks. Kelli, just that you message asking what they are doing when I'm with them. Arcadum, well, I have no idea who that is or what they're talking about. Kelli, and you have done it in front of me several times. You called neither to talk about or right after I told you I was with him. I don't know what that sentence is supposed to mean. Arcadum, and I don't know. And there's so many typos. They are with you. I don't know what this is saying. And I don't know when they are with you. People are in private fucking worlds. Yeah, because that was relevant and he was at the front of my mind. Look, do you want me to leave you alone? I will. Kelli, but you message people you don't talk to usually. Do you see why I think what I do? Then Kelli, no, Arcadum, because I care about you. She's gotten sucked in to the emotional black hole, to the trap. Arcadum, you can think that if you like. I told you the truth. Why am I being linked here? You guys are dumb as fuck. Okay. Kelli, I want this to be worked through. Arcadum, it's up to you whether or not you believe me. How could I possibly know you're with someone when you're always in D&D and in private worlds? I just message people when I remember to, or it becomes relevant. Kelli, well, sometimes it was right after I mentioned them to you. Arcadum, our lives are intertwined quite a bit. Kelli, I know. Arcadum, I did not do anything with the intention of controlling you or your life or anyone around you. I'm not that kind of person. If you think that of me, that is tragic, but it is also false. Kelli, a lot of people admitted that they backed off being friends with me because they didn't want to bother you. Arcadum, well, then they are cowards. Kelli, if a friend told you his feelings for someone, wouldn't you back off? Arcadum, Fuck that, because I didn't ask them to do that. In fact, I specifically have tried to find you friends. Back off how? I would still be that person's friend. Kelli, yeah? Arcadum, unless you mean if they want to be with you. I don't fucking know that. Kelli, I'm not saying that they aren't fucking lame for doing so, because if anything, and then it ends. More confrontations. Oh my god, we have so many logs here. Hold on, wait 1 second. October 12th, 2020. Sometimes I feel like you don't take it until someone else tells you, but that may be a timing coincidence. Kelli, not true at all. Probably the opposite. People don't give me the advice you do anyway, for me to even take it from them. Arcadum. Well, in either case, all I've ever tried to do is help you, but I feel like you're like, how can I say this, used to me. Kelli, no, I'm not used to you. Arcadum, well, it certainly feels that way. Kelli, I don't know what I do to make you think that. Arcadum, it's the little things I notice. Like in VR chat, you sit further away from me. You aren't as close to me as I have observed you are with others. How often you try to actually call me. I can't think of the last time you called me. Over time, you've pushed me away. It's not a big deal, not really, but I'm not going to pretend it hasn't happened. Kelli, the only reason if I've pushed you away at all is because of the privacy issues, and those are things that can be worked through. It just takes me some time, but I still consider you a close friend. And it's worth fixing.
Less than 3.
Arcadum. Look, Kelli, I haven't broken your privacy. Others have. Everything you've told me, I have kept under lock and key. Kelli, I believe
Destiny, you're great, my dude, but I feel like I've outpaced you intellectually.
I know you don't tell my secrets.
Shut the fuck up, Moomin, alright?
Where do these subs come from? What are you guys doing?
Please, for the love of God, cut your hair.
My hair is fine right now.
Thanks,
Shut
smile.
All right. Kelli, you talking to those people, asking their intentions with me, whether it was on purpose or not, affected the way they see and treat me. Some completely stop talking, but most keep their distance. It's something that's out of my control, and it hurts. It cuts off. But something, something I have to, Jesus. Also, something I have to just get over and realize, they must not have cared about me that much in the first place if they not want to talk to me anymore. Arcadum. I owned up to that, but I do not accept that as being an action against you, as I have explained in detail that they decided to do what I specifically told them not to. If they were so weak as to be afraid, then fuck them. Kelli, why'd you tell people you aren't that close? Why'd you tell people that you aren't that close with, though? Arcadum. What makes you think I did? Kelli, because you told me who you told, haha. Arcadum. Yeah, and I knew them. Kelli, and I don't think that you're that close to any of them. Arcadum. What? Kelli, well, you told me who you talked about your feelings with. I didn't even think you knew Shinny, really. I just don't get why you did that is all. Arcadum. Shinny and I are fellow servicemen. We start at a higher level, inherently. What does he mean by that? Tell me he means like military. He doesn't mean like DMs, right? Kelli, but you don't usually talk to him. Arcadum. So? I don't have to talk to someone a lot to be close to them, and we had been friends before. Kelli, it was after I said my interaction with these people that you messaged them. Do you see what that looks like? Arcadum. And quite frankly, you don't get to decide whom I consider myself close with. What is it you think it looks like? I thought we settled this. Kelli, the blank thing in particular, you said, I didn't know you two were that close. Well, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it lately. Arcadum. Well, then obviously it isn't settled. Look, Kelli, I've told you everything. If you don't believe me or if you feel betrayed by me, then so be it. I have fucking proven myself to be your friend. Kelli, do you at least see why I would think that way? Arcadum. Oh, I see why. And it also seems that you do think that, despite our discussion. Kelli, I'm not saying you're a good friend. Arcadum, then what is it you're saying? Stop ducking saying it, or just ducking say it, and stop dancing around it. He must be on mobile. Kelli, how am I dancing around it if I'm being honest with my feelings? Arcadum, you are implying that I tried to manipulate these people, that I tried to prevent them to talk to you, or be with you. At least that's the fucking vibe you're putting out. Kelli, as I said earlier, as I said earlier, I'm not saying you did it on purpose, but you telling them these things made them see me as someone they shouldn't interact with because you have interest in me. It's just a shitty situation any way you look at it. Arcadum. Well, I also don't appreciate taking the blame for their weakness. I did not ask them or intend for them to do that, and here I am, paying the price because I have a shit to fucking ask. Paying the price because I have a shit to fucking ask. Kelli, and I'm allowed to be upset at that situation. Arcadum, I didn't say you weren't allowed. Who the fuck said you weren't allowed to be mad? Kelli, if you're going to talk to me like this, I'm not discussing things with you until another time. Arcadum, the situation is fucked. What do you mean? Kelli, you're being aggressive. I can't handle that right now. Somebody got a tattoo of Arcadum's world? Oh no. You're being aggressive. I can't handle that right now. Arcadum, so I'm not allowed to be upset? Kelli, you put so many words in my mouth, it's crazy. Arcadum, LOL, what? You're the one who implied I said you couldn't be upset. Come on, Kelli, I'm calm and I'm not being aggressive, and I apologize if it seems this way. Kelli, I just said that allowed to be upset this morning. Wait, oh my God, they're typing a lot, sorry. I'm just gonna read this straight down. I just said that allowed to be upset I'm allowed is what she means. I just said that I'm allowed to be upset, meaning that I am upset at the situation and you're in that situation. It was a chain of unfortunate events. Even Kelli is like running interference for him in this conversation, like, oh, it was just unfortunate. Arcadum, all I wanted to do was help you, but I will not accept the blame for other people's weakness. I will not adhere to a false narrative. Kelli, do you not see anything wrong with asking them what their intentions were with me? I just want to know why you ask so I can fully understand. Because as of right now, I honestly don't understand. Arcadum, because I had feelings for you at the time and I wanted to know so that if they did like you and you liked them, I could find some peace because I do not think you would tell me, as you have proven with your past actions that you will lie to me to spare my feelings. I wanted to know and I made it clear to them that they could do what they liked. If they decided that meant that they couldn't talk to you, that is fucking stupid. Kelli, I did not lie to you ever to spare your feelings. This is simply untrue. What I did say is that I don't have to tell you who I'm intimate with, but you asked someone else instead, even though I asked you to respect that. Arcadum, I didn't ask if you were intimate. I asked if they liked you. Kelli, I haven't been romantic with anyone. Arcadum, that's all. Kelli, yeah, but you also said you were into me, so that makes them feel like they can't, you know? It's just how people work. It's a dumb thing, but it's the social game. Arcadum, do you want me to take the blame for that then? Is that the only way to move past this? Kelli, it's not like I'm only blaming you for what happened. It's a chain of events. Arcadum, have you talked to them about it yet? Kelli, I'm fully disheartened that these people don't think enough of me to keep talking to me as friends. Arcadum, in the same manner, do you ever intend to? Kelli, they don't talk to me. Okay, back to the twit longer. He told me I had new favorites. He got mad at me for liking their tweets and not his. It was just so much obsession over me in my life. Arcadum, hey Kelli, I gotta ask you something. This is in December of 2020, December 30th. Arcadum, hey Kelli, I gotta ask you something. Kelli, yeah? Smiley face. Arcadum, are we still close friends? Am I still your closest friend? Kelli, we don't hang out as much as we did, but I always consider you one of my closest friends. You mean a lot to me. Arcadum, why? Did I do something wrong? Kelli, huh? What do you mean? Arcadum, why don't we hang out as much? Why am I not your closest friend? Kelli, it's not just on my end. Arcadum, what do you mean by not just in your end? Kelli, you're always busy. You don't get to hang long when we do hang out anymore, you know? Arcadum, well, I guess that's my answer then. Kelli, you did nothing wrong. I'm always down to hang. Arcadum, nah, you don't need me anymore. The little bits of time I can spare are usually on work stuff with us. Kelli, why would you say something like that? Arcadum, try to imagine this from my perspective. Actually, you know what? You're playing your game, you're having fun, just forget I said anything. I was just thinking about it and it made me feel like garbage. Kelli, what did I do to make you feel like I don't need you? I just don't understand. Arcadum, I don't know why I even tried to start this up. Kelli, well, you brought it up, so let's talk about it. Arcadum, you're distracted and you're having a good time. Kelli, because I definitely don't feel the way you're painting me to feel. Arcadum, and in the end, it's not like it's going to change anything anyway. Kelli, I can't just leave this. It hurts that you don't believe that I care about you. Arcadum, I never said that. Kelli, you said I didn't need you anymore. Arcadum, yeah, you found your new favorite, so obviously you got the companionship from someone else. It's not a bad thing. Kelli, why do I have to have favorites? I don't think that way. I hold on to the people I care about, all of them. I definitely not want to lose you, and I don't know why you're thinking, but I'm not super close to anyone, really. Arcadum, I never said you had to have favorites. Kelli, not any of those people anyway. Arcadum, it's just that you do, or at least you certainly have a focus. Kelli, LOL, what? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. You think I have these favorite new people that I'm really close with, and I don't, and I'm not. They hardly talk to me. Can I ask why you're thinking this? Why do you think I don't need you? Dude, he's so good at, like, roping them. Like, notice how he's got her arguing. He's got her arguing in favor of, like, no, I do need you. I really do need you. I do, right? Like, notice how he's got her, like, playing the other side, and now he's trying to play. Like, he does an attack to make her feel defensive and to, like, reinforce her friendship with him, and then he plays hard to get when the original dynamic was him coming onto her. That's, like, woof, that's, like, really mindfucky, but Arcadum. All right, let me explain my point of view, because it seems you lack the context. We used to be super close. I made you a part of the world. I got you involved with D&D, which introduced you to my other friend groups. I got busy. Now you're more involved with those friend groups that I can be, and they with you. Joining Discords that I didn't get invited to. Who knows what kind of private DM stuff. All kinds of shit. Kelly. Huh? What Discord? Arcadum. The Yeah Discord, or whatever. Kelly. Aren't you in there? Arcadum. I am now. And furthermore, when it comes to Twitter, I drop a tweet and you make no response. One of them drops one and you respond in fucking minutes. Kelly. That's not true, haha. I hardly respond to them ever. Arcadum. The only time you seem to respond to one of my tweets is when it involves you. Kelly. I just saw weighted blankets and I love mine. Arcadum. If you want me to go through their fucking tweets and show you, I will. Kelly. Go for it. Arcadum. I guarantee you respond more to them than me. Anyway, the point is, all these little things pile up. Kelly. I did the thing because I was at a party and they told us to, but I don't respond to their tweets all the time. I hardly do. Destiny, you're adding too much emotions when reading. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, bro, nice caulk. Let me read this a little bit better for you. Arcadum. And I try my best not to get mad about the drinking parties because I know that's something I will never get to do. I try not to be unfair about that one, but I am quite frankly getting tired of feeling punished for my success like this anyway. That's what I meant by favorites. It might not be the most accurate term, but it describes closest to what I am seeing. Is that better? Kelly, but I don't respond to their tweets all the time. I hardly do. Arcadum. And I try my best to not get mad about the drinking parties because I know that's something I will never get to do. I try to. Does he have like an alcoholic problem, or why can't he ever do drinking parties, or is he just doing a pity party thing again? I try not to be unfair about that one, but I'm quite frankly getting tired of feeling punished for my success like this. Anyway, that's what I meant by favorites. It might not be the most accurate term, but it describes closest to what I am seeing. Kelly, I don't hang out with them as much as you are thinking. Wait, Mooten, is that true, or are you just fucking memeing?
No, that was a fucking joke, Domi.
I don't fucking know.
Jesus Christ.
Who knows? Maybe.
Oh my fucking god.
Healthy Gamer GG in Twitch chat. Wait, is that always Dr. K on that account, or could it be somebody else? What time is it in America land? No. Oh, it's producer. Oh, hi, producer. Oh, it's 9:30 a.m. Oh, okay. 7:30 Mountain Time, 8:30 CST. Just give me every time zone, guys. Give me all the American times right now, please. Kelly, I don't hang with them as much as you are thinking. Arcadum. Yeah, I wish I could believe that because I guarantee you it's more than me. Hell, I bet you asked them to hang out, too. Kelly. I just don't like that I speak my mind and tell the truth and you accuse me otherwise. I hardly ever sit in voice calls. I was just feeling really anxious today because of my sister and Momo, and I talked about playing Final Fantasy together. Arcadum. I know that, which is why I tried to bail out of talking about this. You're worried about your sister. I guess I miss being the first one you go to, the one you depend on. It made me feel useful and appreciated. Kelly. Arcadum. Arcadum. But hey, it doesn't matter in the end. Kelly. I care about you very much, and I mean that. I don't really go to people much about problems anymore. I always feel shitty after doing it. Arcadum. I just thought I was a comfort to you. Kelly. You've helped me a lot with a lot of problems, but you have your own problems too, and I don't want to be a burden. I always feel like one after. Arcadum. And it doesn't seem to matter when I tell you I can handle it and that I don't mind, but the point is, you will find someone else to help you, and that's not a bad thing for you. Kelly. I know you can, and I don't have anyone I run to when I have a problem, But if it would make you feel better, I will come to you when I'm down. I'll try to let go of my hatred for myself I've been having. Arcadum. I want you to feel better, even if someone else is the one that makes that happen. I guess the heart of all this is I've gotten lonelier the more successful I've gotten. Kelli. I'm sorry. Arcadum. I have few sources of friendship. Kelli. I've been lonely too, believe it or not, I guess. Arcadum. And when I see that short supply dwindle, or when I feel a shift like that, it's devastating. Especially with, I don't know what this last line is because it's cut off. Especially with Yuki dying. I don't know what that is a reference to, but a dog? Someone said? His cat. Oh. Okay, back to the twit longer. Here are the current events. August 25th of this week, he said he had to call me. He mentioned being forced to block all of the women he's had sexual interactions with because his DMs were seen. He told me that it wasn't his fault, that it was temporary, and that he was doing it to talk to his girlfriend so that he could solve all of this. I distinctly remember him saying on the call, "You don't trust me? There goes my support." Next day, Arcadum says, "Good news. It's about the music team." I was in a call with Arcadum and someone else for emotional support. Arcadum says things are fine, that he's so sorry and he wants to be my friend. He asked me what he could do to prove it to me. He said he wants me back in the music team. Next day, we get in a call with two others, and he says she still wants me to be removed. And can I wait on the sidelines while he tries to convince her otherwise? I told him I'm leaving. As much as I love the music team and want the best for them, he has no respect for anyone but himself. He's made that very apparent with how he's been handling all of this and treated people he claimed to be close to. There are a lot of details I'm leaving out because it involves his girlfriend and others. This is based on my experiences with Arcadum, and I don't feel it's my place to share what he's told me about their relationship during all of this. I cared about him very much, and I had no idea the extent of what he was doing. I had no idea that it was all of these girls with similar vibes, with similar stories. To put things into perspective, they wouldn't even all fit in a group chat. We had to make a Discord server. Oh my God. His GF is a girl he's been engaged to for 8 years? Jesus. I cared about him very much, and I had no idea the extent to what he was doing. I had no idea that it was all of these girls with similar stories. To put things in perspective, they wouldn't even fit into a group chat. We had to make a Discord server. I know everyone loves Verum, including myself, of course. He did pay me a severance package after he kicked me out of everything. I want to be open and honest that he's paid me for my work, but I want absolutely nothing to do with him ever again. The longer I knew him, the more pain and paranoia he brought to my life. I've never wanted to make a public post about such personal info of mine on Twitter, but I feel that he is too problematic and predatory towards women to stay silent. Updates. Arcadum edited our messages. He's trying to make it look like I'm saying something I'm not. Here is proof. The edited messages display the time when he edited in the timestamp. Oh, wow. Thanks, Dr. Heamed. She's showing. So here's a message from August 10th. Arcadum. You pay it back by being happy, if you can. I platonically love you, Kelli. It's really that simple. Edited. Edited August 28th, 2021. He went back and he edited that message 2 years later. Damn. Oh, and then another message down here. I do hope one day that you might take the gamble on me. I have to be honest, I will certainly want to try, but if it never happens, I'll be fine with that too. I love Tiffany still. Edited on August 28th, 2021. Oh, going back 1 year. Okay. Oh, man. So that was one girl. Woo. I don't know how we could, like, yeah, the edits themselves kind of like, you're fucked at that point. Like, I don't know how, I'm trying to think of, like, could any other messages from her, like, even if she was romantic with him at one point, like, she was actually, like, pretty straightforward with most of this. Is she like, how much was she getting paid by Arcadum? I'm just curious. Was this, like, $100 a month thing, or was she, like, how much money does Arcadum make? Wait, how many viewers does he get?
He gets, like, 10K from most of his campaigns.
What?
Yeah, his D&D is absolutely the biggest besides Crit Roll on Twitch.
Wait, what happened? I thought he was like a really small streamer like a year ago.
It might have been like 2 or 3 years ago, but when he started doing like campaigns with like Moon, and then he had his like soda popping campaign with Moon.
He started.
He blew the fuck up. Yeah, he blew
Oh
the
my
fuck up.
god! So this is a big streamer that's going down.
Huge streamer.
Damn. He netted a campaign with Soda, Moon, and Asmongold. I thought they only did like one episode. I didn't know that they actually have like an ongoing campaign.
Wait, you got one with Asmongold? I didn't know that.
Oh wait, he's not with Asmon. All the VR chat memers and a lot of VTubers. He got a Dr. K episode too. He had the Lily Toast, Valkyrie, and Saikuno. He also did a few offline TV campaigns. It was kind of weird towards the girls there too. What do you mean by weird towards the girls? You have proof of that, or? Jeez, yeah. Holy shit. Well, I can link VODs, but kind of the same. Oh, what's wrong? Am I overstepping my bounds? Ooh, woo. It was in character, but in context. Kind of. Wait, link that. Defky. I'm curious. I want to see. Wait, somebody's linking something, a Twitch clip. Hold on.
Because all this Arcadum stuff is coming out, and me and Stephanie drove out fucking 4 hours one way. So 8-hour drive after the fucking Melina and Chance stream when we were supposed to have our date night that day. And when we fucking came to pick him up, we told him to tell us everything. You know, like, what the fuck is going on, dude? We fucking drove all this way. You better tell us everything that's going on. He did not tell us 90% of this stuff that's going on, dude. And it, like the stuff that he did tell me, I was very disgusted and I did not like it. But fuck, dude. Like, it's so much worse than anything that he fucking told me, dude. And the shit that he did tell me, I fucking cried about, dude. I went home and I fucking cried because this was like someone who I had so much respect for, and just knowing that something like this could happen just fucking killed me, man. It really did. This guy is a big reason why I'm with my girlfriend, dude. You know? Because all this Arcadum stuff is coming out.
What is the song?
I was very disgusted and I did not like it. But fuck, dude. Like, it's so much worse than anything that he fucking told me, dude. And the shit that he did tell me, I fucking cried about, dude. I went home and I fucking cried because this was like someone who I had so much respect for, and just knowing that something like this could happen just fucking killed me, man. It really did. This guy is a big reason.
Nobody knows? Fuck you guys. Maybe it's like a VR chat stock song or something. All right. I don't know if I'm going to want to read through all of these, but... Wait, this one has recordings? Or did somebody lie to me? Naomi's does. Yes, there are drive links. The Arcadum Experience. Thank you for coming to read my story, watch my recordings, and hear my support to friends who are also struggling through worse problems with the same person. You all know I keep my nose out of drama as much as possible. This is going to sound like... Jeez, like sexist or bad or something, but like... From first-hand, like, personal experience, you'll be shocked at the number of, like, pretty attractive, like, cool girls that are, like, stuck with toxic fucking men. And I just look at it, and I'm like, why? What is wrong with you? You can get so many other guys. How are you stuck in a toxic relationship? I know so many girls in real life where it's like, you're like an 8 or 9 out of 10. You're fun to be around. You're super cool. Why are you, like, yo-yoing around with this toxic fucking dude? What is wrong with you? It's so crazy. Jesus. Like, I mean, like, Melina's right in the next room, and she's doing it right now. Okay, here we go. From Naomi, The Arcadum Experience. Thank you for coming to read my story, watch my recordings, and hear my support to friends who are also struggling through worse problems with the same person. You all know... Whoops, sorry. You all know I keep my nose out of drama as much as possible. But from what I've seen, some of my dearest friends have been treated so heinously over the past week, and beyond that, the past 2 years, that I cannot stay silent any longer. I'm going to be concise with sharing my perspective alongside the evidence. It's been really hard trying to parse all of this and support the other women while also attending a family member's funeral, and I've been in a perpetual cycle of breaking down and coping. I will do my best here, so forgive me if anything is worded poorly. If there's anything else that needs clarification, I will address it. These are my experiences with Arcadum. On issues, January 19th, 2020, we have 3 screenshots. Here we go. 1. Naomi, so excited. Arcadum, that I just can't hide it. Naomi, I have a loop of these 2 lines for like 2 minutes straight as an alert. You got me on those questions in the last message, though. I'm going to put in a bit of work off stream for something. Arcadum, we will be, yes, and for 2 days total. Naomi, 2 days have passed, or we'll be in Bleak for 2 days. Arcadum, 2 days have passed. Naomi, all right, thank you very much. And then she links a picture, a drawing, I guess she does of her character, maybe. Mask of Shades. Arcadum, hell yeah. Naomi, Liasis is working on the final draft thing, so I'll have art for you tomorrow. Arcadum, feels really good, man. Tomorrow's going to be a good day. Naomi, it so is. Arcadum, I feel like I have so much pressure on me right now. I feel pretty good about it. I just wish I didn't have all this negativity on me. Naomi, negativity? Also, I'm sorry, I'm in a call right now, so I can't super respond well, but I will after. Arcadum, oh, okay, never mind. I hate the way that he talks to people. Oh my God. It is so obsessive. I think people just feel like their options are limited. And maybe for some people that's true. If people are trying to guilt trip you, just stop. Stop talking to them. These people are not main characters, okay? Don't talk to these people. Just ignore them. You're like, oh, okay, never mind. Oh, okay. Fuck. Naomi, feel free to send a message, though. I absolutely will get back to you. Also, I think I'm done with this call soon. All right, I'm free to read and respond. Is the negativity just pressure on yourself and that feeling of not being good enough? Or is it from something or someone external? D:. Oh. Because if you're happy with the pressure on you, it's obviously separate. Because if you're happy with the pressure on you, it obviously is separate that there's negativity on you. Arcadum. Most of the negativity I feel from home, I guess. I feel pretty frustrated most of the time when it's time to rest and relax. Naomi. Oh, heck. Is everything all right with Tiff? Is it family stuff? Arcadum.
What's a tiff?
Good one. Arcadum.
Sorry.
Yeah, things between us haven't been good lately. It's something that's been going on for about a year, pretty much ever since she basically fooled around on me. There's a lot of history in it, and to be honest, I've been struggling with happiness for a while. Sorry, that's a lot to dump on you. Real quick, red alert time, okay? When you are talking to somebody of the opposite sex, it is always unbelievably inappropriate to vent to them about problems about your relationship unless this is a well-established friend that you have a long and clear friendship with, because you are obviously sending unbelievably mixed signals when you do that. So even if it's girls that I'm close to and I hook up with like regularly, I will never tell these girls if like me and Melina are fighting or have a problem. Or if it's like a random girl that I'm talking to, even if we don't have a sexual relationship, I'm never going to tell them about problems with Melina. And I would assume, or I hope, Melina does the same thing with like guys that she's either hooks up with or talks to, that she's not telling like, oh yeah, like I hate that like Steven does these things. When you start doing that to somebody, you are very clearly like trying to like get them to feel like there is an in, and that there might be an opportunity for them to come in and like be better than your significant other or other things like that. Like it is very, 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 very mindfucky to do that, because things will get super fucked like very quickly. That is just a really bad idea. And I would just say like full stop, you should never do that. You just don't do that. You'd never, ever, ever tell somebody of the opposite sex your problems with your partner. That is just such a bad idea. Yeah, if you don't understand that, you're just gonna have to take my word for it. Okay, don't ever do that. Destiny. This was the song, by the way. Oh, it's a Paranoia song. Oh, this is the song. This is but it's only a minute long. But thank you. Anyway, Jesus, back to this. Naomi. No, it's very understandable. It's also the message in Maw. It's also the messages in Maw right now and Brain. I don't know what the fuck that means. Also, dude, the self-pitying predator is like such a funny meme. And it is so effective. And like that idea of like assuming the other person is a decent human being, we want people around us to be happy and we want them to feel like they're loved and cared for. That's a natural human thing. So if I'm talking to a girl and I'm like, it's been like fun, I've enjoyed hanging out with you, but like, you know, man, sometimes my days are just like pretty shit. And they're like, well, wait, what do you mean? And you're like, now you could tell them, but you can even push it further. You're like, no, I don't want to tell you. I don't want to like trouble you with it or anything.
Stop stuffing your
and they're like,
fucking mouth.
Well, no, like that's okay. Like talk to me. And you're like, well, the thing is that like me and my girlfriend have been having lots of problems and I feel really lonely and there's just nobody in my life that can like care for me in that way that I really need. Like I super need that type of like intimacy and attention from somebody. I'm just not getting from my girlfriend. I'm sorry to dump all that on you. Like it's not really fair of me to say that, right? Like well, you do this thing where you're simultaneously baiting and pushing at the same time, and it's like this balance that you play, and the goal is to get the other you're manipulating the other person into like inappropriately crossing boundaries. And it's like such a funny, I shouldn't say funny, it's a really fucked up game to play with somebody, because by the end of this interaction, you can actually get to like a sexual interaction that they have fully pushed on, and that by the end of the conversation, you can be like, I mean, I didn't ask you for anything. I told you the whole time that like, I didn't really think that, you know, it was fair for me to dump this on you, and you know, I was just saying that I was really upset about things. Like, you know, you're the one that decided to do, you know, like you're the one that, you know, kept going and everything, right? Like, oh my God. Does Arcadum think of this consciously though? No. People that like are manipulative of other people people that are manipulative of other people do not like, I don't think they go through and plan out like, okay, I'm going to cast this bait here, but they just kind of like do these things because they know they work.
Okay.
Do normal couples do this sort of thing? It's what the thing is, okay, every salesman learns this tactic, every sociopath knows this tactic, every like narcissist, like something that you learn if you're a manipulative person, or something that you intuitively know, okay? This is really, really important. You should understand this for yourself. Human beings have an intrinsic trust of other human beings. You do. You always do. And if you know that, and if you are fucked in the head, you can very easily take advantage of that. So like telling somebody like, oh, I don't want to dump all this on you because maybe it's not appropriate. Like, you know, well, that person is going to like put aside their own comfort because they want to reach out and help you. They want to go a little bit further and they want to do something to help you. Like that's a super normal human reaction to most things. Salespeople will play on that trust. Like thieves or bank robbers or not bank robbers. I don't know why I said that. Thieves are like scammers. Or like pickpockets and stuff can like play on that trust. Like these are things that like you intrinsically trust other people. That's just like a very natural human thing to do. And in emotionally manipulative situations, that's usually what the manipulator is preying upon. This is one of the reasons why I say this over and over and over again. When people ask me like, do you think like for like Dylan, do you think they're doing this intentionally? It is so incredibly rare that somebody is acting in a malicious, hateful, evil way towards somebody over like the long term. That is very, very rare that people do that. Normally, people are like very warm and trusting of other humans. That's so much the natural human condition. Yeah. Sorry, in YouTube chat, Destiny is projecting here, LOL. You can go and talk to anybody that does anything related to this, and they'll tell you the same thing. Nothing I just said there is mind-blowing or controversial. It's, I'm speaking facts, so sorry. Like, yeah. But, okay. Destiny, you were Arcadum's favorite streamer. You're talking about him just be a wet dream from a warped timeline? No. Where are your numbers, articles? What are the stats? I know this is true. It's kind of like asking me like, can you prove that like if you go to the store you can like buy a loaf of bread or something? Or I don't know. I don't even know how to like. I'm trying to think of examples. There's a whole bunch of like oh man, there used to be like little tricks you could play on people at high school. Like, there's so many examples of this. If you're talking to a friend and you're stopped at a red light and he's like talking to you, like in the middle of a sentence, you can stop and you can be like, oh yeah, so I'm probably gonna, oh, the light is green or whatever. And then keep talking and they'll go without even looking at the light. Like that's like a small meme thing that you can do. You can lead people around while you're talking to them into like random areas, and like people will oftentimes follow you. If you walk around in some area with a lot of confidence, usually people won't stop you. I'm pretty sure a few Twitch cons ago, there were times where me and Devin, when we wanted to get into some place, we would just like, you would just walk confidently, shoulders back, and you just walk into an area and nobody would like stop and question you. Like you could even like walk by security and shit. They're just like, as long as you're like acting like in a pretty like normal manner, like people have like a really big inherent trust of other people. It's like a really natural thing. If you're talking to someone, you can just hand them random shit and they'll usually take it from you. Oh yeah, you can be in the middle of conversation with someone and be like, oh, can you hold this? Oh, a funny thing to do. This isn't nice. I guess it's not the same thing. I remember in high school, you'd walk up to somebody like, oh shit, can you hold this? And you just like put your books on theirs and they would try to hold it all. And then you like book check them and you'd knock everything on the ground. It's like dumb shit like that. Yeah. But, okay. Okay, I'm sorry, back to these logs anyway, yeah. Arcadum. Sorry, that's a lot to dump on you. Naomi. No, it's very understandable. It's also the messages in Maw right now in Brain. That really sucks to hear. It's hard to get through that, and understandably, some people can never fully get over it or forgive it. You definitely do a good job of hiding it, whether that's for stream or not, but it doesn't sound healthy. Have you been communicating well? Arcadum. It's a lot to catch you up on, but essentially, she doesn't want to change or do anything, and yet another year has gone by and she hasn't married me, so I'm pretty distraught by it. Naomi. Are you engaged? I thought you were already married, honestly. Arcadum. Negative. We've been engaged for 8 years. Naomi. Oh, wow, that's a very long time. I'm sure that frustration keeps building, too. Was her fooling around very serious? 7 years into an engagement, doing that, it's pretty shitty. I'm sorry to hear about that. Arcadum. Naomi, 7 years into an engagement, doing that, it's pretty shitty. I'm sorry to hear that. Arcadum. It was ERP in the living world. That may not seem like much, but it broke our rule, and it really hurt me. Naomi. No, if it's boundaries crossed, it's a boundary crossed. Naomi, even people in open relationships have boundaries, like not being with specific people, and you might think, well, if they can sleep with anyone, why is it so bad that they slept with that one person? That's trust you put down, lines of faith and respect, and if that's broken, that's a lot. Arcadum. But yeah, it's like I've just been sad all the time. Naomi. Shit, I was just telling the friend I was in call with about your DMing, linked him our campaign and everything. And one of the things I said was that you've been a DM for so many years, the only two things your heart has room for is D&D and Tiffany. I'm sorry, man. If you ever need to vent, I'm happy to listen. I don't think I could offer much advice, and I especially wouldn't want to give any unsolicited, but at least I could offer an ear. That's a very hard situation to be in. You deserve to be happy, and it sucks to not be on the same wavelength as your SO. Arcadum. Not to mention, she won't take care of her health problems, and even after I keep telling her to, she just won't. Oh my god, dude. The dumping. They're so inappropriate. Naomi. Oh geez, are they serious? Arcadum. Yeah, they are, and it's like we get free healthcare because military, but she just keeps making excuses. Naomi. That's absolutely ridiculous. Does she not value her health at all? Her life? Also, unrelated, small image of an updated Nevi art. Liasis is in the process of sending me an HD version, and then she links a picture. The Black Pantheon creeps in. Man, do you know what you're going to do about all of this? It doesn't sound like a situation you could just leave hanging. It won't solve itself, but solving people problems can be one of the hardest things. Arcadum. I have no other choice. Really. I still care about her, but man, she makes it hard to. Naomi. You always have choices. Some of them are just sad and difficult. Some may require a different approach. All are exhausting in a situation where you really shouldn't be having issues, but should be having happiness and love and support. Arcadum. Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, but right now I'm just trying to get my stream to the point where I can be proud of myself. Naomi. Let me know if there's ever anything I can do, dude. At the very least, you shouldn't have to shoulder the entire burden alone, and I will always promise confidentiality, of course. Oof. In the leaked log. I'm going to get ready to stream right now, but if there's a need, I will make time. And hopefully your crazy, successful stream can be a good source of great confidence, inner strength, and pride. Naomi. And hey, I mean it, all right? I know how hard shit like that can be and how desperate and lonely it can feel. When I was in a situation like that, friends definitely pulled me out of the hole I was in. You are the most hell yeah, brother, pal. And if you gotta talk it out or want company while working on whatever, if I'm awake, it'll happen. Okay, and then this is this is at midnight, so still the same conversation. Oh, hey, before I start, I was going to ask, I plan on starting to go ham on my fitness tomorrow. Season 2, fresh start, fresh workout, and health ethic. Do you want to join my pact? And then 2 hours later, she says, yo, how are you doing today, my friend? Arcadum. Doing okay. D&D starts in 5 minutes. Naomi. Oh, sweet. I'll be there watching 07 Adventure Well. Arcadum. Donkey. Naomi. Hey man, my hands smell like smoke, ashes, and ink, so I wanted to send this over before the campaign because it might be a pain in the ass to read at the moment. What, did she write him a letter? I can't tell. Okay, so that's it for that. So she says beneath this, one day out of nowhere, Arcadum started venting about his domestic issues, normally a fine and normal thing between friends. However, this is the kind of conversation that preceded a lot of what felt like pity baiting and pressuring to engage in lewd behavior with me, and also all of the other girls that are speaking out. More on this below. June 14th is when the next logs come, so like 4 months later. April, May, June. Sorry, 6 months later, because the first one above was January. This is called Pent Up. June 14th, 2020. I'm going to read her description below before I read the logs. Would you try to comfort or support him if he sent you similar messages, or do you have ways to glean whether or not they're using your sympathy for their own gain? I mean, it depends on the type of relationship we have, basically, but... We had been discussing a recent stream Arcadum did when he suddenly started talking about how he's going through relationship problems, feels unattractive, and how he wants to relieve the pressure, how he needs release, and how he still wants to keep him being single out of the public eye. I was very quick to jump into the supportive homie role because I didn't like where this was going. I recommended that he share the fact that he's single with the world if he was so interested in finding a fuck buddy or partner, but of course, to this day, he's still calling his girlfriend his wife. It felt like an attempt to make me pity him to the point of doing something with him. This is what happened with a lot of the other girls, although for some it went further. Read their stories, but it didn't end here for me either. Okay, now we'll read the logs. The first log is just verifying that it's Arcadum, I guess. Okay. Naomi, yeah, it was rare to hear him speak up about some things yesterday, but again, I was only there for like 5 minutes, had a hot date to run to and all. Arcadum, Omega lol. I can't sleep myself, I feel fucking miserable. Naomi, because of what you said, or rather the discussion you participated in? Arcadum, a little of that, but mostly just my relationship problems and going through this break. Naomi, oh shit, we never got to talk about that. I figured that was the problem that was getting you down a little while ago, but you asked to chat. Arcadum, yeah, I'm dealing with so much, I feel like I'm going to crack. Naomi, I remember you saying that there was room for 2 things in your heart, her and D&D. If one of those things is wavering, a huge part of your emotional support system has taken a toll. If you need to take a break, everyone will understand, or lessen your workload. If you're taking on more work than you can reasonably handle to bury yourself in it, it might actually happen. Arcadum, I'm just tired of feeling so alone, to be honest. Couple that with how unattractive I feel because of her lack of interest, and I am just miserable. Oh, man. Naomi, that's so sad. I'm sorry. You shouldn't be feeling alone in a relationship. If you don't mind me asking, what's the current situation? The last time we talked about it, you guys were just working through some bad feelings about her infidelity, and that was quite a while ago. Arcadum, well, she bought drugs from my father, whom I hate, lied to me about it. When I confronted her, she hit me. So that's what I'm dealing with. Naomi, oh no, that's fucking awful, I'm so sorry. Arcadum, yeah, so I feel pretty fucking awful. Naomi, man, are drugs taking up her life right now? Arcadum, she's self-medicating for her bipolar disorder. Naomi, that doesn't seem like a good idea. Arcadum, nope, and now I basically just sit around alone and unwanted in the prime of my goddamn life. I feel so ugly, man. Naomi, that's a really tough one, even more so with the bipolar disorder and taking drugs, but... Arcadum, Jesus, I hate this self-doubt. Naomi, when you have your heart fixed on one person, they don't want you for whatever reason, it's easy to feel a lot of self-doubt and then some. Have you considered parting ways, trying to find someone whose heart and body you connect with, not years ago, but now? Arcadum, well, we are on break, but I doubt anyone would ever want me, man. Naomi, this is such a multifaceted problem, you know? Because if you have a lot of self-doubt, you're probably not putting yourself out there, and a lot of the times the feelings you have about yourself are very visible to others. But if you're primarily interested in women, even if looks your biggest concern, it's really important to note that so many women rated looks pretty damn low on the importance scale.
Take the prime of my life. Please, I beg you.
An emotional connection comes first, and someone that can make them laugh. Arcadum. Yeah. Naomi. So all subjective thoughts aside, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and if you love yourself and carry yourself well, there will be people who you find attractive as hell. Who find you attractive as all hell. Even if you think absolutely nothing of your looks, there are so many people you could potentially connect with. Arcadum. I just want to be able to relax to relieve this constant pressure. Because I feel like I'm being pressed in from all sides. In all honesty, though, I'm still trying to stay positive. The stream is doing well. Naomi. Really, the most important physical things are dressing in clean clothes that suit you, making sure you're clean and groomed, your teeth are clean, etc. Physical hygiene, greater than looks. Because if a person's stanky, it doesn't matter how good they look. Arcadum. The stream is doing well and it's something I've earned. Well, I have nice hair, I think. Naomi. And yes, of course, it's a totally natural human need, and you have a person from whom you come to expect love, support, intimacy, so it's suddenly being taken away at the worst ways, and that's an awful feeling. Arcadum. Yeah, it is. Dude, he's trying to compliment bait so fucking hard. Oh my god. Naomi. And it's wonderful how well the stream is going because you definitely do deserve it. And don't discount all of the quarantining and crises in the past few months. Those take a huge emotional toll on almost anyone, whether we notice or not. There's a lot of human interactions gone down the drain, so then you need it even more from the people you still have close to you. It's like your romantic and physical support batteries are at 0, so you can't expect yourself to be operating at a 100 on this. Makes perfect sense and is extremely reasonable, all of your feelings about it. Arcadum. Yeah, that's true. For the first time ever, I actually went to OnlyFans because someone from VR chat had one, and I was thinking to myself, what it would be like to see companionship, and honestly, I just don't think I could do it. Naomi, how come? Arcadum, I don't know, I just need physical release, but I also need to know the person. See, the anonymity of it is sort of self-defeating, for me at least. Naomi, oh, I thought you were referring to seeking companionship as in looking for a new mate. But yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense, talking about an anonymous connection like that. A lot of people on OnlyFans, most I think, are just digital anyway. Arcadum, well, finding a new mate would be a step further down the line. Right now, I am just so stressed out and lonely that I think I would just need someone to help me get through the day to day. But now that I say it out loud, that seems pathetic and also a little creepy. I don't know. Oh my god. This guy is a masturbator. Holy shit. He's trying so... Oh, Naomi has an OnlyFans, I think. That's why he's mentioning it. Ah.
The robot rape RP guy breathing a sigh of relief today as he's knocked off the top of the creepy Twitch DM list. Pepe Laugh.
True. Naomi, but have you tried considering trying to connect more with anybody in your community? Not viewers, but anyone you consider a friend or someone who could be, anyone you've worked with or played with? I'm sure a lot of people are just so aware that you have TIFF that they wouldn't even consider it, you know? Also, I don't know if you've made the break public knowledge, but a lot of people avoid situations like that too because they still want to respect both people in the break and don't want to get into something that sounds like it'll end when the break is over. It's not pathetic at all or creepy at all. It's both an emotional and physical basic human need. Arcadum. It's not public, no. As for the break ending, I have no idea about that. I didn't want to lie. I didn't want to get backlash on her. As for someone that I know, I have no idea who would even be interested in me. Any woman, that is. I don't feel very valuable as a man right now. Naomi. So there are some important steps that you would need to take to kind of get into the game, you know? Unless you decide to just go out into the real world and try to meet people that are entirely outside of D&D, then it's a non-issue because nobody knows about you or TIFF. But it all depends on how you want to proceed, right? Because if you've been here talking about your devotion to TIFF, not showing interest in others and making it clear basically that you're taken, of course no one is even going to consider whether they'd be interested or not because you're simply unavailable. And most people respect that label, so a lot of people don't let themselves start to form an interest in something. Okay, I don't know if I want to read 12 pages of Naomi fucking relationship advice. Hold on. I'm just gonna speed read through some of this. Jesus. Okay, I'll just start. So she gives a ton more advice. Her advice seems good. No, yeah, I don't want to read 20 pages of relationship advice. Naomi, but it's never an immediate thing. It's a process. Arcadum, honestly, my confidence where it is, I doubt it. Naomi, especially if it's especially if what you want is an emotional connection with someone before anything else. Arcadum. But I get what you're saying. The physical need is a constant burden on me, and I can't relax because of it. Naomi sings, just you and your hand tonight. I don't know what song this is. Arcadum. I guess so, LOL. Kalinka, Kalinka. And then Naomi later on. I don't think there's anything wrong with your genetically passed down looks. You mentioned multiple times that you want to lose weight. If that's something that's keeping you from feeling confident, then it's important to work on that. You'll probably feel physically a lot better too because of the dopamine from working out. Hell, Arnold Schwarzenegger says pumping iron makes him feel like he's coming day and night in an interview. Because if you build up your self-confidence, it'll probably do wonders being able to connect with people in the capacity you decide to. And at the end of the day, if you don't love yourself, yeah, someone else loving you can help, but it'll never be entirely fulfilling. Arcana says, that's true. Thanks for listening, Naomi. Okay, and then just lots more advice. Jesus. Okay. Next section of the Twillonger. VR chat. I unfortunately don't have any evidence of this, as I didn't think my good friend was going to put me in an uncomfortable position like this, up close and personal, and I wasn't streaming a recording. Take this as you will. I'm not putting too much weight on this, but this is my recollection of my experience in VR chat with Arcadum sometime between those conversations. I was in VR chat and Arcadum requested on me. We went over some pleasantries, then he started talking about how pent up and repressed he was feeling. He kept saying that he was so lonely that he's desperate to feel like a man again and asking me if I was lonely, if I was happy. He kept moving closer as he was saying these things. I kept moving away and trying to shift the conversation in an encouraging, friendly direction. Eventually he was like, all right, well, I gotta go. Just wanted to stop by and see what you were doing, I guess. When we hadn't talked about D&D or any of the stuff we used to have normal, friendly conversations about, and then he left. There was a second, I'm sad and horny pity test after the events on June 30th that ended similarly. Confession, June 30th, 2020, 2 weeks after the last conversation. Her explanation. This happens one day after Arcadum asks Kelli Siren out, read her story for more info, and gets rejected. While still publicly with Tiff and actively talking to other women as well, read their stories for info, allegedly he asked at least 2 other people out that same week. In case the context isn't enough, as you can see from the DMs, he asks to call me, and then afterwards, I thank him for telling me about his feelings for me. In this call, he said, I would like to request to formally court you, and so on and so forth. I turned him down because I was interested in someone. A bit down the line, I tell him I'm still there for him. I hope he'll be able to speak up next time he has feelings for someone, and I tell him it won't affect our friendship. This is mostly to show evidence and solidify the timeline. What does Tiff mean? Tiff is the name of somebody, I think. It's the name of his ex or somebody. Or the name of his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend? I don't know what the fuck it is at this point. Fiance. Yeah, I don't. Well, probably ex-fiance at this point, but we'll see.
Can someone explain the what's a TIFF meme? Is it just because Dan fucking said it?
No. So a long time ago, so when I did my canvassing stuff in Omaha, Mike from PA tried to shit on everything I did, and he did like a 3-minute read-up on things related to Omaha, and he was trying to like quiz other people on stuff related to my city. And he did that in a conversation with Voss, where he screamed over and over, what's a div? What's a div? What's a div? To try to see if he knew it, because he probably read what it meant.
Got it.
TIF stands for, I don't remember what the last F, but it stands for like tax incremented financing. I don't know what the last F stands for, but it's something like that. Basically, the idea of a TIF is you, if somebody wants to invest in bad property, didn't he actually get it wrong when he tried to explain it? Probably. He probably doesn't know. But basically, if somebody wants to invest in property, I think that the way that this goes is, let's say I give you $1 million to invest in like blighted or fucked up property, right? When I do that investment, that property is going to massively gain in value, ideally. And when it gains in value, what happens is the amount of taxes that I owe is going to go up on the property. What tax incremented financing does is, let's say I loan you $1 million. When you invest in that property and it increases in valuation, when the taxes go up, the difference that you're paying now in taxes versus before, you can apply that not only to the tax, but that tax will be forgiven and it'll be applied to your loan instead. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got it now. I think we talked about this at dinner once.
Oh, we might have, yeah, because
In Omaha.
yeah. Oh, yeah, because you were in Omaha for one of those. Yeah, because tips are one of the ways that the Omaha mayor was trying to incentivize people. Stafford, I think, was trying to incentivize people into reinvesting in like blighted areas or whatever. Was through tips.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. June 30th, Arcadum. Hey, Naomi. I have something I would like to talk to you about sometime. Naomi, good morning. I just woke up. Can get in a call soon or type now if that's preferred. Arcadum. It's something I would like to set aside a time for. It's pretty important to me and I prefer to call rather than text. Maybe later tonight? Naomi, sure thing. Would you prefer to now? Because I can get to my PC now or plan for pretty much whenever today. Arcadum. Let's shoot for after I wake up. I haven't been to sleep yet. Naomi. Ah, shit. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, let me know when you're up. I'll likely be around or I'll be within a couple, or what? I'll likely be around or I'll be within an hour of home. Arcadum, sounds good to me. Thanks, friend. Naomi, good luck, sleep well. Good luck with the sleep, buddy. Arcadum, 3 hours later. Well, I barely got any sleep. Are you around and available? Naomi, yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, in like 2 minutes. Arcadum, all right, I'm ready whenever you are. Naomi, go for it. Naomi started a call that lasted 4 minutes. Arcadum says, I wish you the best of luck, Naomi. Naomi, thank you, and thanks again for telling me. I wish you the best of luck, too. And then 3 hours later, she says, hey, friend, I just wanted to let you know that I'm still here for you if you want to talk or vent. You're great, and it sucks you aren't feeling great. Sending big hugs and good energy. Arcadum, thanks. I honestly feel really embarrassed still and ashamed, but I'm trying to lift myself up. Yeah, okay. Recording 1, January 11th, 2021. So 6 months later. Oh, man. We've got... Please don't say this is just the minute recording earlier, right? Is this a full-on... Context before the call. January 11th, 2021. Naomi. So you know, Naomi, you're the girl that doesn't get invited back to the parties. That was a little uncalled for, and after a really bad weekend, that shit made me cry. Arcadum. I was just kidding about it. I was just kidding. It was just banter, Naomi. I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. Naomi, some banter can be hurtful. Pee-pee hands. Where are we at? Okay. Naomi, you got what you wanted. Did you not? Sorry, that was Arcadum says, Naomi, you got what you wanted. Did you not? Naomi, bro, what I want is a healthy friendship, and it sounds like you have something to say. Arcadum. If you want to talk, I'll do it on voice, not in text. I don't want my intention to be misconstrued. Naomi, sure thing. Arcadum, give me 5 minutes. Or 2 minutes. Naomi, alrighty, I'll grab some water. Arcadum, I am ready. Naomi started a call that lasted 44 minutes. Here is that call. Oh my God, and she recorded. She recorded. Who is this girl? Who is she? I'm gonna subscribe to. Never mind, that was too much. We're playing the call.
Hello.
Wait, hello? Oh, that sounded a lot like Eris. That was really weird. Do you think? Am I crazy?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Today is not a good day for me. At all.
Yeah, me neither.
Right. So let's get the...
She didn't bite. I wonder if she's aware. Fuck, I want to talk to her. I'm curious if she's aware that he's trying to hook. Because I'll fuck with people that do this. So when somebody says some shit like, never mind, I don't want to talk about it, I'll usually just respond with like, okay. Because they'll always come after with more or whatever. It reminds me of like, not to bring her up again, but when AN would bring up like, when she'd be like, well, Justin would do this. And I'd be like, okay, well, go have fun with Justin. It's so funny though, because people that always drop hints like this will always like, they want you to ask. And if you don't ask, they're going to divulge anyway. That's fucking hilarious.
At all.
Let me go back.
Hi,
Sorry.
how you doing?
Today is not a good day for me at all.
Yeah, me neither.
Right. So let's get this over with. I didn't mean any insult when I said what I said. It was very tame compared to what all the rest of us were doing and talking about.
For sure.
You joined in, and you had every opportunity to see that coming before you joined in of how we were talking.
Actually, so
I just want to, before we get into this recording too much, I just want to give like a, I just want to explain something. When it comes to insulting people, like, it's okay to say, like, it's okay to be like, hey, I didn't mean it that way. Like, I'm sorry that particular thing was so offensive or whatever. Like, I won't hit on that topic anymore. That's kind of like a sort of defensive but okay apology, right? The best is that, like, oh my God, like, I didn't know that was such a soft point for you. Like, I'm sorry, I'll ask in the future. Like, that was my mistake, right? You can be a little bit defensive or whatever about, like, oh, you know, like, I didn't know that would offend you or whatever, but don't like attack the person when you're apologizing. Don't be like, well, hey, you knew what you were coming into. Well, hey, you know, we've joked like that a lot in the past, but like, don't do that. Like, obviously you upset them. Like, why would you fight with them over them being upset? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Don't fight with people over that. That's dumb.
I came in literally when you mentioned Neve, like to the stream.
Then that is not my fault, nor is what happened to you this weekend, nor is what happened to me.
Of course.
Your fault either. But my point is that this is basically how this is going to go down. The way I look at it.
Oh my God.
You joined in. I took a soft shot at you. Very tame. The same thing I would have said to anyone else. And that obviously hurt your feelings. That's not how I meant it. Nobody else there thought that's how that was meant. Nobody listening thought that's how it meant at all.
I mean, in response to that, like one person in the call was like, "Oh, bro," like in that kind of tone, and a few people in chat said it was too far.
Well, okay. First of all, people in chat are going to exasperate everything, and if you're using them as your argument, it's not a good argument. And
okay, Kelly also thought it was too far because I was crying and her and I were hanging out after, and she was asking why I was sad, and I told her that that's what you said, and I understood that it was banter, but that it hurt me, and she understood and.
Well, yeah. Like, what is she supposed to say? What that you're wrong? No, she's going to be supportive to you. Come on.
Okay, dude, I'm just saying that.
Anyway, like I was saying before I was interrupted, Harm.
Wait, does this guy play as real life like he's in a fucking D&D campaign? Holy shit. This is an aggressive conversation.
That's his way of joking and going, bro, like to exasperate it. That's a whole back and forth thing that had been happening the whole time. So here's my problem. That's where I go to relax. I was relaxing and having a great time. You came in and I wanted to include you, which is banter. So when I said, you know, you don't get invited back to the parties, the perfect response would have been the same amount of parties you do, and that would have been fantastic, and I would have loved it because that is how friendship is showed, especially amongst the crowd that I was hanging out with at the time. So now we move on to this point. I will no longer be bantering with you because I have no way of knowing as to whether or not you're going to be able to take it.
Okay, but then here's another question that I have. Here's another question. Wait, is Naomi in one of his D&D campaigns? The answer has to be yes. Okay. Because I was going to say, otherwise, because the Naomi person seems like a really, really cool person. So why the fuck why would she have anything to do with somebody like this? I totally don't understand. But okay. Where was I? But if she's in one of his campaigns, it makes more sense.
Because I have been very, very careful leading up to this point on what you can and can't take, and it seemed like you could. I was wrong. And the only way to ensure that this won't happen again is to not do it with you anymore.
So do you understand kind of what's happened here? So like, let's think about this. I know that she has like a bunch of notes. I don't care about her notes. When we listen to this conversation, so what he's essentially doing is he made her upset, but now he's punishing her for her emotional response. Like, do you see like the insane level of like manipulation? So like, let's say for instance you have a girl who you know is like really into you. I'm not saying that she's that. Let's say that you take this girl out to a party and you go hang out, and while you're at the party, you comment to this girl and you're like, oh my god, like look at that chick's boobs. I wish yours were that big. Or like, look at how sexy that chick is. I bet she's got a fat pussy. I wish you had a fat pussy. And let's say you say things like this, and then she ends up feeling like shit. And then you get home, and then let's say that the girl says like, hey, like when you like make comments like that, compare me to other girls, like that's like the worst thing in the world you can do. Like it makes me feel like dog shit. Now, your response should be like, oh, okay, sorry, I didn't realize that hurts you so much. Like, I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's fucked up. But instead, what he does is like, oh, I didn't think you'd get upset like that. Like, I'm not gonna bring you ever. I'm not taking you anywhere anymore out like that. I'm not gonna let you come with me to any of these parties anymore. Like, you're basically like threatening to axe them off of some types of interactions just because they express like some level of discomfort to you about like something that happened there. Like, Jesus, it's like, this is actually like so manipulative. Ooh, I don't know why. I know people like this who like to guilt and manipulate, or who guilt you manipulatively all the time and try to pin everything as a negative or somehow your fault. Yeah, Jesus.
There you go. That's the solution.
I mean, if that's what you feel is necessary, okay.
That is the solution.
But
I mean,
we've literally been bantering for like a year and a half, and I've never had
which
issues.
which is why I felt comfortable that I could do something, especially something that's soft.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
What
like,
was your intention? That you would message me in the middle of the night after I was laying down saying that was uncalled for and too far? Like,
I wanted to tell you. I wanted to tell you.
Right? That's what you wanted.
Yes, but that doesn't mean
and you
that.
got it. So what else is there to talk about?
That doesn't mean that you need to completely like shut something down. Like it
No. You don't get to decide what it means. I get to decide how I react to it. And the only way to ensure that you are not harmed again is to not include you. It's as simple as that. Like, what did you think was going to happen? That I'd say, you know what, you're right. And then I'd walk on eggshells around you for the rest of the time?
Oh my God. Pete, this guy is bad news. Holy shit. That's a 10,000. We're watching a 10,000 streamer shooting star right now, entering the atmosphere, breaking apart, and burning up right before our very eyes.
Like, I have to send you pre-messages to make sure that what I say is fine, because obviously...
Unironically, I do that to people. I'll usually, if I have somebody new on stream, I will usually like send them a pre-message, be like, hey, I like joke around like pretty viciously. If there's anything that like makes you uncomfortable, like what's like a topic I should stay away from, right? Unironically, yeah, you can do that.
Indrid Cold, $4.99. He rolled a 1 on his persuasion check.
Dude, good meme. No one else has made that joke yet. Nice.
My preordained, no, that's not the right word. My predisposition towards you was incorrect.
All right, if we've had 100 conversations and one of them went awry, that doesn't mean we need to stop having conversations.
True.
That's not what I said.
That is what he said.
I know, but I'm bringing up like...
No, oh man, dude, he gaslights so much. Her logic is sound. That's actually absolutely correct. And now he's trying to like, oh, I didn't say that.
A comparative example, like if you eat 100 burgers and one of them is rotten, you don't stop eating burgers. I'm fine with banter.
Oh my God. She extracts the general logic from his topic, shows him the error using like a direct one-to-one comparison about the conversations, and then applies it to another hypothetical about 100 burgers. She's smart too. Damn, Naomi is trouble. Naomi's trouble for this guy. How is this call gonna go? Oh my God.
I enjoy and appreciate
you
our
stop
banter.
eating burgers from that place. So your example works against you, but that's not the point.
That's not even true. Do you really stop? If you get one bad meal at a place, do you never go back if you've had 100 good ones? Wait, who does that?
The point is that this is what happened. This is the course of events. And I'm not even going to get into the whole you trying to explain to me how to treat people. I'm not even going to get into that.
Well, to be fair, hold on. Let me qualify that. I mean, it would depend on how bad the meal is. Like, there are times when you go to a place and, like, the bread comes out and it isn't warm. Or they, like, undercook or overcook your steak too much. Or something happens. I don't think that you would just never go back to the restaurant. Now, if you went to a place and there was, like, a rat head in your food, you'd probably never go back, right? However, the analogy still 1-to-1 holds, I think, right? Like if you go to a place 100 times and you have like kind of a bad experience one time, like you'll complain, you get a free food, and then you're like, good, right? Now, if you go and you have a horrible experience, or let's say she jumps in a car with Arcadum and he just starts going off and calls her like racial slurs or some shit, then yeah, you would never go back. It just depends on the severity of the offense. So even using that analogy, it would still be analogous. It doesn't break there, right?
That was just patronizing and condescending. The point is that you came into a group.
Wait, what was patronizing? Hold
Your
on.
example works against you, but that's not the point. The point is that this is what happened. This is the course of events, and I'm not even going to get into the whole you trying to explain to me how to treat people. I'm not even going to get into that because that was just patronizing and condescending. The point is that
I feel like
you came into a
Hold on, I have to mute Donos for this call.
In blue. Also, Yi versus Pepe Fitness Olympics when? Please.
What is a shooting star? I think it's a meteorite that's entered the atmosphere and it starts to break up and it glows or whatever, right? On entry.
group that was already established, and which a social paradigm had already been established, and which we were all riffing on each other. Now, because you didn't know that was happening when you walked in, that is not our fault, that is yours. That's number one.
My God.
Reading a situation is the common thing that people need to do when they walk into any situation. Sit rep is a basic setup to understand anything that's happening. Number two, I tried to include you in it because I know that you're a quiet one. So I tried to throw you in there, and I used that opportunity of correction as an opportunity to get you in there, because while it might seem lesser to you to correct me like that, up until that point, that was the object of banter because that correction had just happened. So therefore, when you play the first card, Naomi, that tells me you're ready to play the game. And therefore I countered because that's how banter works. And the counter was very light, incredibly light compared to all the shit that we had been talking. But apparently, due to things that I could not possibly have known about, it was too much for you. So,
and so in
therefore,
response, Arcadum, I wanted to let you know that it was something that specific comment was something that was a little hurtful to me because I didn't want
that
to
was a
hold
little
on to
uncalled
it.
for, and after a really bad weekend, that shit made me cry. And I said, I was kidding. That was just banter, Naomi. I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. And you said, some banter can be hurtful, Pepe Hens. And I said, I will not banter with you anymore. I'm fine with banter in general. How much good shit talking we have done over the past hens. And you're basically saying, nobody, Naomi, nobody likes you. That's not really banter, in my honest opinion. That isn't what I said, which means that at that point, any discourse that we would have over it becomes pointless because you're already believing I said something that I didn't.
Well,
not getting invited back to parties doesn't mean people don't like you. That's not what I said.
I know that you, I'm not saying that I took it as a personal attack of people don't like you. I'm saying that the banter of not getting...
Hold on. Sorry, okay.
No, you specifically said it's more personal. So you did take it as a personal attack. So, what?
No, so what I'm saying, Arcadum, is that I didn't perceive it as like you telling me that nobody likes me, because I understand that like what you were doing was banter, but the phrase like you don't get invited back to parties implies people don't like you enough to invite you back to parties, or something negative results in you not being invited back to parties.
If you take it past banter, it can mean that. So that fault is on you.
But like
not me.
So I'm saying, what I'm saying is that like that phrase in and of itself did not feel like banter to me, because I don't take.
That's not my problem, is it?
Oh my God.
I mean, wait. So
be stronger. My advice, or don't play.
Oh my God.
Like, what did you think the response should have been?
Are these people supposed to be friends? What? This is some like crazy fucking shit. What the fuck?
Like, what did you expect?
From what?
Like
from bringing this up to you?
Yeah. You got your apology. That obviously wasn't enough.
All I wanted was to let you know so that I wouldn't hold on to it, and like it wouldn't keep being like a little sore spot, right?
Yeah, you kept drawing it out though. I said, I was kidding. It was just banter. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. That's it. That's
Great.
what you came for.
And I wanted to let you know.
And then you
that
said some
I
banter
wanted.
can be
I
hurtful
wanted to let you
because
know.
you wanted to fucking
Yeah.
lecture me. That's what you wanted to do, and that's what you tried to do. See, that's the problem. Telling me that you had a bad weekend and I made you cry over some banter, that was resolved the moment I responded with, I was just kidding. It was just banter. I am sorry it hurt your feelings. That is because that was my intention, an understanding that it hurt you, and an admission to fault, in which I took care of all of that in 2 sentences. And then you tried to go into your regular lecturing self, which you've done plenty of times. Some banter can be hurtful, and I just didn't want to deal with it. And then you...
Oh, shit. Wait, is that the real Naomi in my DGG chat? Hi there. You said you wanted to talk to me. I had to wait 10 minutes for the followers chat, but a few people... Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was just, like, speaking out or whatever. But my only question was that, like, what I'm curious about is, because when you're in all of your conversations with him, you can tell that he's, like, trying to hook you in with either, like, a self-pity thing, or he's, like, dropping, like, little baits for you to grab onto, and you walk aside all of those, like, consistently. And I'm curious if you're responding in an intentional way or not. Like, can you see that he's actually doing that and you avoid it? Or are you just not even thinking that, like, would he actually try to do something? That's all I'm just kind of curious about. I was interesting. Because in the very beginning of this conversation, it was just funny because when this convo started, it sounded like it started with another one of those baits where he's like, I've had a horrible weekend. And then you don't respond. And then he's like, okay, let's get into this. Like it even sounded like the beginning. That was my only question. I don't know if I have anything specifically to talk about, but okay, sorry, going back to listening.
Proceeded to try and explain to me in further detail why I was wrong to say it, and I just didn't want to deal with it. I just didn't have the sympathy for it.
You know, normally in friendships, people don't say either, like, deal with the status quo or leave. Like,
I only said that after you brought it up to this point, because if I don't understand what it is that you actually want, I still...
My favorite thing was that when she initially brought this up to him, I don't know if it's because she thinks he's sensitive, she even puts an emote to, like, pad the fucking message, because she's like, you know, even friendly banter can be hurtful, pee-pee hands. Like, she even puts, like, the little emote up to, like, try to get him to pump the brakes a little bit on feeling insanely offended.
People don't. Like, you got your apology, and I meant it, but you kept drawing it out. Okay. So it's obviously you wanted more.
He's super fucking sensitive? No, I wouldn't say this is sensitive. I would say that this is, like, possessive or manipulative. Because sensitive implies that you would say something and then he would get, like, really hurt by it. And then maybe a little defensive. But he's not, like, defensive and hurt by it. He's trying to manipulate it around so that it's her fault, right? Like, sensitive, yeah, I think that sensitive would play out a little differently, where you would be hurt and less on the offensive. Like, whereas this is, like, a very much like, oh, you think that was too much? Well, fuck you, bitch. I'm never bringing you into one of my fucking calls again, right? That feels like way more, it's not like a sensitive thing. It's more of a manipulative thing, I think. Yeah.
Typically, you know, if somebody does something that doesn't have the intention to hurt, but it hurts somebody, they don't, like, say, like, oh, well, that wasn't, like, I making
they don't say what? I didn't mean to do that? Because if I meant to do it, that would mean I wasn't your friend.
No, they don't say shit like nobody else took it that way. They don't say shit like it's your problem that you took it that way. They say they literally just say, like,
I didn't say that until after you tried to explain to me how to talk to people. That was me not having any more of your shit. As I pointed out at the very beginning, what was the first thing I said to you when you said that to me?
Said, I'm sorry it hurt your feelings. I was just kidding. I was
just kidding. It was just banter to explain.
I don't know if this will happen in any of the other DMs, but the funny thing is that as aggressive as he's being here, if she were to say, like, okay, whatever, fuck you, and then hang up, guarantee within 12 hours, he would be DMing her saying, like, listen, I overreacted earlier. I'm sorry, blah, 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 blah. People that act in this type of, like, aggressive way are always doing it because they think that they have you on a string, and they think that they can push and push and push and push, but you're always going to be on the edge of that string and they can always pull you back. But if you ever cut it and you're like, all right, fuck you, bye, they will come crawling back immediately. Like, they always do it. These types of people are always like that. They only are abusive towards you because they know that you're going to stay around for the abuse. And they always try to skirt the line of like, what's too much abuse versus like, like, when do I have to say that I'm sorry to bring people back? You kind of saw it with the last girl, where he'd push really hard at the sexual stuff and she got uncomfortable, and then he'd reel her back in with the like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, blah, 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 like that kind of shit. Like, yeah. It's kind of like how I tell you guys I appreciate you and I love you a lot, but then I ban all of you when I play League of Legends, you know?
In my position, and then I said,
wait, hold on. Sorry, Naomi's typing in the chat. So I've been in a long abusive relationship in the past. I recognize a lot of these behaviors. I've memorized the glossary of abusive terms and all their meanings. I've spent years analyzing my trauma. I know Arcadum's treatment of Kelli at this point. I know his threats, his inability to accept criticism. Ego stroking and placating is the only thing that works for him unless you're in a position of power or evidence over him. I was holding back a lot on that call. Yeah, sure. I believe you, obviously, because you're recording in the beginning, so you know. I'm so happy you recorded this, by the way. Good job. More people need to record shit online, okay? More people need to record shit online. Hell the fuck yeah.
I am sorry it hurt your feelings. That's me taking all the fault for it. I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say any of that other shit until after. And then what is?
It's also the way that he phrased. Now what I'm so curious. I want to talk to Arcadum. I'm actually so curious. I don't think he'd be honest about it. He might be like that 0.1% of people that actually thinks ahead about his manipulation. Because like the way that he's phrasing things is very careful, but also like completely wrong. So for instance, like he says here, like listen to this.
That's me taking all the fault for it.
I take all the fault. I take all the responsibility. If that was true, the person who is at fault is the one who needs to change their behavior. But you're saying that her behavior was the problem and you're going to keep her from going to any future calls. So that implies that it's not your fault. That implies that it's her fault. Because if you're saying that like, oh, you had a problem with that, you're not allowed to come anymore. Now you make it sound like the fault lies on that person. They're the one that needs to change how they're acting because they're the one that needs to be removed from the situation. Not like, oh, I'm going to change my behavior. So you see this like, well, I said I'm sorry. I'm taking responsibility for it. Well, how are you taking responsibility for it? By kicking you out of the fucking group. Wait, what the fuck? Right? That's not, yeah.
I didn't say you were wrong. I didn't say any of that other shit until after. And then what is your response after that? You said some banter can be hurtful. Pepe hands. Well, guess what? That's you trying to say, well, some banter can be hurtful because I know that if I had engaged that correctly, you would, or in the way that you probably wanted to, you would have went into this tirade explaining to me how, and you even tried to do it later after that. And so I just don't have time.
It's also like, I wish there were better words for like crazy, because I call people crazy, or I even say like crazy girls. I wish there were better words for this too, though, because like oftentimes if you're trying to get an edge on somebody in a manipulative way, the best way that you can do that is to make them feel like their feelings are irrational, right? Like you went on a tirade, you were being irrational, you're being crazy, you're being like delusional. Like making somebody feel like their emotional response to something is irrational will undermine how confident they are that they're not the one at fault in a situation, right? If you do something fucked up, they have an emotional response, and you constantly like try to say like you're being unreasonable, you're being crazy, you're being insane, you're out of your mind right now, you're being like, what is wrong with you? Then they'll start to feel like, okay, fuck, maybe I am being too emotional to this. Like maybe my reaction's not fair. Maybe this is something I need to work on, and it's not the other person's issue, right? Like that, yeah, that invoking of like self-doubt is a really good way to never have to take responsibility for your actions and to constantly treat somebody like shit, but then make them think that it's their fault for it, right? This is like the alcoholic that abuses his wife and says it's her fault because she wasn't doing the perfect things when he got home from work, stuff like that. I think you could call this like gaslighting, yeah.
Or sympathy left in my tank to deal with that. So the best way to make sure that you don't get hurt again is to make sure that you don't play the game. I just won't play it with you. There you go. Everyone wins. It's not like our relationship's going to change. That is a presumption on your end. The change will be seamless. You won't notice it. Even with me pointing it out to you, you won't see it because I know how to do it. In fact, if we had never even talked about it to this extent, you wouldn't even have noticed anyway. It's just that in this one instance, my normal sympathy tank that I have was out. And what I meant by be stronger, well, understand that
Did you just
maybe
slam
what
it?
I actually meant by it wasn't the thing that you thought that was meant by it.
The reason why I said that's not banter anymore is because I enjoy banter. All right, it wasn't to start getting into a thing about how like to start getting into a lecture. The reason why I said that's
Oh, also real quick, everybody has a line where you probably shouldn't push this line a lot, and if you lay into it a lot, even the people that like banter the most are probably not going to enjoy it after a while, right? Like, if I was like playing games with Lily and she just like, her jokes over and over again were like, oh, this is why you hate your son. Like, at some point I'd be like, okay, this is starting to feel like a little bit fucked up, all right? Like, maybe you need to pump the brakes a little bit, right? Nobody will enjoy it. And like, and you can even say like with Arcadum, like he's saying like he enjoys banter. I guarantee you that if he was in a call with a bunch of people and they started making jokes over and over again about how he was fat, guarantee you that he would not be on board with that banter. He would get really upset, probably that would be my guess. Now he might say, oh no, people have joked about my weight before, but I guarantee you that if you leaned into it a lot, he would start to get upset about it as well. There are just certain things you just like, you gotta be careful when you joke with people. Even people that are like high on the banter shit, like there are lines that you just don't cross, and you have to be aware of that. And if you do, it happens. Then you apologize. You know, like, oh, sorry, I won't cross that line again. Like, okay, chill, and then you move it back, and you're good.
Not really banter anymore.
That's maybe what I actually meant by it. Wasn't the thing that you thought that was meant by it.
The reason why I said that's not banter anymore is because I enjoy banter. All right, it wasn't to start getting into a thing about how like to start getting into a lecture. The reason why I said that's not really banter in my opinion is because that specific comment hurts me. Most of the time, I love banter. All right. And I didn't feel like it was necessary to be like, okay, we're not gonna banter anymore. Like that part's gone. You know what I mean? Because
because you felt the need to message me and I made you cry and all that. I don't want.
Hold on, what? Tiff tweeted? Wait, can somebody link that? Sorry, hold on. Does anybody have a link? I don't know what her Twitter is. Did they break up? Hold on, let's check. It's got to be a breakup. No way. Is it not? Imagine what they went through and multiply it by 1,000. I'd have to write a novel to tell my side of the story. I kicked him out when I found proof and changed the locks. Every time I read another twit longer, I relive my darkest days. Every time they repeat his lies, it's like he's here gaslighting and manipulating me. None of these girls took the time to get to know me. Now I understand why I felt so alone and unwelcome. Is she blaming the girls or is she blaming him? I think that sounds like she's blaming him, but yeah, rip, okay. Damn, he's fucked. Okay, sorry, back to this.
Specific comment hurts me. Most of the time, I love banter, all right? And I didn't feel like it was necessary to be like, okay, we're not gonna banter anymore. Like that part's gone. You know what I mean? Because
because you felt the need to message me and I made you cry and all that. I don't want to fucking deal with that guilt. And the only way to make sure that you're not hurt, more importantly, but also that I don't take yet another mark to my guilt, then is to just not play the game.
We're way outside of like normal relationship talk, but this is something else that is kind of important. When you're trying to solve problems with a significant other or with a friend, it's often good to externalize that problem as something that is not either one of you and then attack the problem. So like, rather than saying that like, I don't like that you do this, I hate that you do this, it's more like, I don't like the types of conversations we have. Or, like, I think that we have a problem with this thing. Because when you put yourself on the same team and then you like put the problem on the other side, it kind of like it orients you into problem solving together to fix a problem to help your relationship, whether that's like friendly or romantic or whatever. Now obviously that doesn't apply to this because we're way outside of the bounds of that, but it's funny how he's like making this exclusive, like your problem,
but also that I don't take yet another mark to my guilt, then is to just not play the game. Because for the advanced level of empath that I am, taking the year that we have spent together and felt each other out, talked to each other, feeling it out, that I tried to invite you to play the game with me and then I hurt you, means either I'm not nearly as perceptive as I was hoping I was, and therefore I can't be trusted to play, or you can't take it. Both of these things are it's one of those two things. Or the third one is, this was just a shot on you on a bad day, but you're not taking it as a shot on the bad day, so you've taken that off the table.
It's also something to, this guy is like so many, this guy's got like the whole book of manipulation tactics. Another thing that's really good if you're trying to manipulate somebody is to give them two options, and one option involves them attacking themselves and another option involves them attacking you. Most people don't want to come right out and shit on you, right? So let's say that I get into an argument with somebody and then I'm like, okay, well, there's two possibilities here. Either I'm just a brain dead fucking idiot and I don't know like what I can joke about, or you just have like problems being a little bit too sensitive, right? It's highly unlikely that the other person is going to be like, okay, yeah, I guess you're a brain dead fucking idiot. Like more often than not, they'll choose the option that is like self-destructive rather than like offensively destructive. They'll like acquiesce and be like, okay, yeah, maybe, right? Because nobody, like when you present such a dichotomized version like that, where it's either A or B, and A is like super attacking you and B is super attacking them, they'll go for the option that isn't the really aggressive one. That just as like a general rule of thumb. Oh my God. Sorry, this guy he's got all the tricks.
So therefore, the only way to ensure actual resolution, because I'm not gonna.
All right, let's take it as a shot on a bad day, and because of the kind of person that I am, I want to bring up shots even if they're on bad days, because I don't want friendships to be fucked up with people that I care about. All right.
None of this is going to happen like that. Your presumption, what, you're gonna think we're not gonna be friends anymore because of this? No, I just won't play with you like that. That's all. It's like don't invite him to dodgeball. You know, it's like that's all it is.
All right.
I mean, unless you've got a better idea, I'm keen to hear it. That ensures that you're not hurt again.
Fuck. I'm curious if like, cause she almost owned it. She's like, all right. And then he's like, well, hold on, unless you've got something else, right? Because he's never going to walk away. You have to keep in mind that at this point, the goal of you is to mind fuck the other person so that they come back with a solution. Arcadum doesn't want her to be excluded from all the calls. He still wants her there, right? He loves the attention. He needs her back in there, but he doesn't want to accept the responsibility for anything bad that he's done, right? So you can see that like, well, because this conversation is never ending mutually with her being like, okay, I guess you're right. I'm not going to be in the calls anymore, right? Okay, fine. Because then he'll be like, well, unless you've got another, right? He'll always come back to try to do something different, yeah.
Is there any other methodology that you can suggest to me that?
Wait, what is the 17.18% shit? I don't understand what this meme is. Why are people saying this? You'll get there. Oh, I think I know what this is.
That you want.
Sorry, but okay.
You know, it's like that's all it is.
All right.
I mean, unless you've got a better idea, I'm keen to hear it. That ensures that you're not hurt again. Is there?
To be clear, she already did present a better idea. It's just that he just doesn't make those types of jokes. That was it.
Any other methodology that you can suggest to me that guarantees that you won't be hurt again? Hence why I'm taking it. That's the only one I can think of that guarantees it.
I don't know. Aside from just.
You also have to. Oh man, I'm moving more and more into like he is the 1%. To be confronted with a person that's crying and then to like just be this fucking cold is like oof. That's like some crazy shit. Because you have to keep in mind at this point, he hasn't actually like been like attacked or like accused or like fucked at all. Like she's basically just saying like, hey, don't joke about this. And he's like so fucking like cold and detached here. Jesus. I don't think most people could do that. This is like you're getting to inhuman levels of like stoicism here. I don't know. This is really, really, really fucked. Sorry, come back.
Hence why I'm taking it. That's the only one I can think of that guarantees it.
I don't know. Aside from just awareness of like.
How do you interact with people while they're crying? I can't because I am really cold. But I'll tell people that like if you're crying, I can't. I have to leave the room because I can't do it. That's assuming we're having a fight about something. If they're like crying because something else about them, it's easy to like. Usually people, most of the time when people are upset about something they're crying, usually just want like a hug. Like you give them a hug, it's like oh, you know, listen to them if they complain about something. But if I'm like fighting with somebody and they're like getting very emotional or crying, I know personally I can't engage with that in a healthy manner, so I just need to leave the room until like we both like chill out. That's usually like my solution if the other person is okay with it. Yeah.
The kinds of comments that typically attack like things like the difference between something that would actually
there comes
be
the
hurtful
lecture.
to some. No, you're asking.
Here comes the lecture. Damn, this is an ice cold buddy.
Asking me for suggestions, right?
Yeah.
You literally just asked me for a suggestion.
Yeah, he
so
did.
What I'm responding with is my idea, tossing it out there. I'm not trying to lecture you. This is my idea. Like just being aware that there's a difference between being like some and I don't know. We've done so much banter over the past year and a half. There's obviously a difference between that kind of stuff and something like this that is like, because you know people, you know the kinds of things that will hurt people. Like you've said yourself that you know how to dig into people. So understanding that like using the things that actually dig into people when you're bantering is not as fun as the more lighthearted banter that fucking most people love participating in.
That was light. That was maybe it's not to you, but that was light in the intention. And furthermore, I know all that, which is why when you said that it was too much, I said I was sorry.
Look at the replay here, right? Like, I said I was sorry. No, you didn't really apologize. You said you were going to axe them out of all future conversations or banter. You're not really apologizing. But, like, you go back to it. You're like, oh, I said I was sorry. It's like, okay. It's like saying, like, I'm sorry you're such a dumb fuck.
The conversation could have stopped there, and then it would have been fine. But when you proceeded to try and drag it out, I saw you weren't ready to play the game. Simple as that. Because you wanted more than an apology.
He also makes all of these interactions sound so dramatic, right? Like, I knew what was going on. You couldn't handle the game. You weren't ready. You weren't ready for the pants. You weren't ready to be in the Discord room. We were making lighthearted jokes at each other. Like, dude, like, get over yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh my God.
No, dude, all I wanted was an apology. I think that
I apologized to you once, and then I apologized to you again, and then you kept trying to push. And let me explain something to you that I don't think you're getting.
I also like how condescending it. I hope he starts saying her name more. That's another good, like, condescending, like, let me explain something to you, Naomi. Okay, Naomi, right? You like, when you say somebody's name, it's a huge... There's like two reasons you say someone's name, either to be really intimate or to be really condescending, right? Like saying somebody's name is like nice, but it's also like if you're fighting with somebody, like, okay, David, let me tell you what's going on here, right? It's like a super, like, let me explain something to you. Oh my God, holy shit.
Okay.
It's also funny too that he puts himself in this position. When you read like the logs that are dumped, are like she's like a level 10 like maturity person, and it's like, hey, listen, like, sometimes working on yourself can be, like a really positive way to increase the amount of self-love you have. You have to love yourself before others can love you. And he's like, I know, but my balls are just so full. Like, why the fuck are you talking down to fucking anybody? What's wrong with you? Oh my God. All right, sorry.
To you again, and then you kept trying to push. And let me explain something to you that I don't think you're getting. Okay. Full disclosure, 4 cards on the table.
Full cards on the table. He is really obsessed with having like this Yagami light, like, here's all the cards, you're not ready to handle it, and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, they're just Discord calls. Like, chill. You're not like a fucking MI6, like Secret Service 8. Like, what is wrong with you? Nothing is happening here that's that dramatic. These are Discord calls, my dude. Slow down.
To you that I don't think you're getting. Okay. Full disclosure, 4 cards on the table.
yeah.
Are you in an emotional state to handle this? Because I'm not going to hit you when you're down.
Oh my God, he's gonna come out with more criticisms?
No, it depends on what it is.
In that case, I won't tell you.
And he hangs it out there. He hangs it out there because he knows. And I don't know. I'd be, well, he knows she's going to ask. Well, hold on. No, what is it? Because I think the conversation already started like this. Where he was like, I'm not going to tell you. Like, okay, let's talk, right? He hangs these out here so often. Oh.
The only reason I drew this out is because I was confused about you saying I will not banter with you anymore, because I didn't feel like this warranted like needing to stop banter. And
Ooh, okay. So she didn't technically bite, but she's continuing the conversation. How long until he brings it back up again?
that's why I started talking about all that other stuff, because I was like, wait, but this can continue. This can be a one-off thing that is like, so you said sorry, I forgave it, it's fine. And I just wanted to explain why it was outside of the realm of normal banter. Like, okay, this comment I didn't perceive as normal banter. That's why it was outside of the realm of the usual stuff that I'm always fine with. Like, that was my intention. It wasn't my intention to be like,
Well, that explains why Kelli left.
well, her and I were going to hang out anyway, and I messaged her if she still wanted to hang out. I didn't message her talking about your
awesome.
shit.
Pity
Yeah,
party again.
I'm gonna have to deal with that later.
What, I never messaged her like, hey, Arcadum said something and I was sad. What? Or are you talking about something else entirely
He's so dramatic. Oh my god.
unrelated right now? Her and I were going to hang out anyway, and I messaged her.
Did you or did you not talk to her about what I said?
Yeah, but that was after.
Oh, and now I'm gonna pay for that.
What? No, dude, that was way after
If
her
you
and I had
think-
already
if-
started talking. That's not why she left.
Okay, well, here's the thing. You don't know her as well as I do. And if you think for a fact that what you've just done won't have rippling consequences, then you're wrong or naive. So, sorry. Like, now I have additional stress. Now I know I have to deal with that. And please don't message her trying to nip it in the bud, because that will just make it worse.
Her and I hang out all the time. Her and I had a planned hangout. She didn't leave to come talk to me about this. We had plans anyway. I messaged her like, hey, are we still hanging out? Are we still on for tonight? And she was like, I have a headache, but yeah, I'll be there in a minute. That's why she left the group call, because her and I had plans anyway. And
She said she'd come back. That's the part that you're not understanding.
when her and I
And
ended
she-
our call, she was planning on going to bed.
Yeah, and now she's streaming.
By
And
the
you know why she's
time
streaming?
we ended the call,
Okay.
you guys were already done streaming. That's why she didn't come back, because it was over. Her and I talked
Negative.
for a
We
while.
were still in there. We were still in there after I streamed for like an hour and a half. But anyway, I don't.
Wait, how? Okay, hold on. I'm so curious. How old is this guy? "31, 32 in his 30s? Jesus.
I'm not gonna try and argue about the semantics of it, because the point is, I know I have to deal with that now. She's probably gonna fucking take smaller shots at me, and I'm gonna have to deal with that. And I'm just.
Do
God.
you expect friends not to comfort each other? Like,
That's, oh my god, yeah, that's what I meant. Please. That is not what I fucking meant. Do you have any idea what it's like to not even be able to talk your true feelings to somebody because you know it'll fucking destroy them? Like, do you have any idea what that's like? Like,
What?
that's my constant existence. Is I can't tell people what I really think or the truth about something, not the full one, because I know that they can't fucking take it.
why do you have so many harmful thoughts towards your friends then?
It's
like,
not harmful thoughts, they're hard truths.
Oh my god.
And the thing about it is because I'm constantly in a position of providence to people. Those friends of mine are made and sustained through a system of service. So that's the difference.
I mean, do you think that if you didn't do D&D that people wouldn't be friends with you? Like, that's not the case.
Yes. No. I know that's in fact, I can give you a percentage. It is actually, I believe it is 17.8% of the people that I run D&D for will continue to be my friends once the game is done. I have that number for you. I have made that calculation. I have made that calculation 4 separate occasions. The evidence is empirical. So, sorry, but that statement that, do you think they
To get to 17.8%, what would that reduce to? So, like 178 out of 1,000? Like, how many people would you have had to have run games for that to actually be a real calculation? If we say 178 of 1,000, you reduce both by 2, you keep dividing 80. Is it 89 out of 500? At like, is there a common denominator between 89 and 500? '89 is a prime number. So he would have to have run for that to be a true calculation. He would have had to have interacted with 500 individuals, and then only 89 of them remain friends. For that to be like a truly calculated figure. So he's just like he's making shit up. This guy thinks he's okay. This is another thing. Okay, I'm so glad we see this. Okay, I'm gonna be a little cringe here. Okay, I'm being cringe. Okay. I played a lot of dumb games in my early 20s. I was a really manipulative piece of shit person. I 100% admit that. And I might be a little bit either on the spectrum or a little bit cold or whatever. Every single time in my life where I've interacted with another person that's been like, oh yeah, bro, like I'm a sociopath too. Like I'm super cold, right? Every time they do this, the way that they show it is with the most like immature, like relationship baiting game shit, where they think that they're actually like Yagami Light, but in reality, they're like Boy Meets World or something. They're like, the way that they show all of their like weird mind games is in these like really dramatic like online spaces where none of it actually matters, where all of it is just like like I don't know, like it's such a dumb, immature, like bro, like you're not like this stone cold like investigator sociopath. You're just like somebody that's incredibly insecure and you play dumb games online, try to get girls to send you pics of their boobs or feet. Like this is what you're not in the world that you think you are. Like Jesus Christ.
They'll stop being your friends is actually, yes, as much as you might not like it to be. We don't live in a world of what we'd like to be. We live in a world of realities, and that's the reality of it, is that 17.8% of you will not talk to me again.
Wait, 17.
Excuse me, will continue to be my friend. I believe it is 48% of you won't talk to me ever again.
Wait, what about the other percent?
Passing messages, not a real friendship. Now those numbers are probably going to be more bloated onto the passivity due to my position as a streamer. I haven't done the recalculations based off of that yet, but I can tell you unequivocally that the use of D&D in order to make friends has a 17.8% retention rate. That's the tragedy that I live.
Tragedy.
So I don't expect you to understand that. I don't bring it up because it just makes people feel awful. But that's the reality of it.
I mean, is that like for all DMs or for you specifically?
His whole life.
I can't speak for all DMs.
His whole life is
that's
a pity
for me
party.
Specifically, but considering that that's the only measurement that matters is because it's me. I'm not someone else. So yeah. That's me specifically.
Okay, but like, have you thought about why they wouldn't? Aside from the obvious clout chasers, because
no. This is before clout.
Okay.
This is before any of that. These measurements are based off my entire career. So, 17.8%.
Sorry, I just had to send a message to Corbin.
Well, have you thought about why though? Because like,
no, of course I have, Naomi. Please. Yes, I have. I have augmented behaviors. I have done experiments to determine why. I have tried to pick different ethnicities. I've tried to do different.
Why was that his first variable? Why was the first variable that he picked ethnicities? How fucking random. What?
Gender counts. I've done everything that was within my power to experiment, and that number has remained depressingly the same. So that's the way it is. It could just be because it's me, but change isn't very easy, especially if someone of my age. So bearing a complete and utter personal overhaul, that's the way it's going to be. So that's why, to protect myself from disappointment, I have to keep this wall up. And one of those walls is determining whether or not I can speak frankly around someone in a non-professional manner. And after a year of our interaction, I thought that I was ready to be comfortable around you. I was wrong.
I mean, in that sense, we've had a lot more personal conversations than.
I will say for the few of you out there that are as autistic or cold or whatever as I am, something that took me a long time to learn, now I learned this before I was 30, is that when you evaluate how other people act, it's really easy to blame them when they have emotional reactions for things. But like, that's a very naive and dumb view of the world. Different people process things differently. You can't blame people because they don't have the same responses or reactions that you do to things. That idea of like, oh, I thought I could be this way with you, and I see that you're inferior to me. I see that you're not on that level. You're not processing emotions at the heightened state that I do, right? That's dumb. Like, people process things differently for a whole variety of reasons. You should respect that, understand that people are different, and don't make your interactions with other people their problem. Don't do that.
Than the closeness and
Right,
comfort
which is why I'm not thinking that our friendship is over because of this. I just won't banter with you anymore. That's it. Like, you're the one who's blowing this way out of proportion than what it actually is. Probably because you've had an emotional day. I've had one too, but I'm used to having those because I'm not saying that I'm used to having those like other people don't have those every day.
Right.
I'm saying those that I am in a specific situation in which my training prevents me from being, I don't have the luxury of being emotional. I don't get to message people in the middle of the night.
Dude, this guy is actually so badass. He thinks he's the ultimate badass. He thinks he is the ultimate badass. I don't have luxuries like you do of talking to other people. Nobody understands who I am. You wouldn't get what it's like to be me, to be completely alone from the world, isolated from all human contact. You don't know what it's like. Like, oh my God. I'm a lone wolf.
With, something they said to me hurt my feelings. I don't get to do
and
that.
as far as that goes, if you've got alerts on, it wasn't my intention to get you out of bed or anything.
No.
Our
It didn't wake
sleep
me up.
schedules are
I was already
all
there.
out of whack.
I said in the middle of the night because it's accurate, not because it's an intention that you woke me up.
Yeah, I have no fucking semblance of sleep right now. Everything got fucked up.
But my point is that that's the reality I live with.
Right.
You're taking this way out of proportion to think that because I'm not going to banter with you anymore that I'm going to stop being your friend. You won't even notice the difference. I mean, you might. I don't want to speak in absolutes, but
Oh my God. Do you know who he is? Wait, do you know who he is?
All about me. Because guess what? That's what's gonna happen. He's not gonna let me be your friend. He's not gonna let us do something together. And there's no way it's gonna be able to work. And you're gonna have to come to a point where you're gonna choose him or me. You're gonna choose him. You will. Because that's what everyone does. Like what always happens. It's never me. I'm never good enough. What happened?
Okay, sorry.
my prediction rate on that's pretty high. You won't notice a difference. So it won't matter. It's just another adjustment that I have to do in my constant state of service that I live in.
Dude, hold on. Oh my God.
I mean, you might. I don't want to speak in absolutes, but my prediction rate on that's pretty high. You won't notice a difference. So it won't matter. It's just another adjustment that I have to do in my constant state of service that I live in. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if my sympathy had been higher, because it would have taken more levels of pulling for you to get to that statement that I knew was going to be polarizing.
Right.
You only got 2 layers of sympathy this time, not the normal 6 that I give to you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if that sounds aloof or cold, but that's literally all this is to me, is just numbers. Each person has a different level of sympathy that I give them, and I allot that as much as my mind can take.
Man, maybe that 17% exists because
She's gaslighting him. He didn't say 17%. He said 17.8, to be fair.
people are numbers to you. Like I know that people are way more than numbers to you.
Whoa,
But like all of this like testing stuff and like trying to like dive so deep into people.
It's what I do. That's why I'm good at my job. That's why I can make connections. That's why I can make friends with almost anyone.
Dude, where's Mr. Moonnet? Koibu doesn't do any of this shit. This is why Devin was right. This is why Koibu's a dog shit DM. I bet Koibu's not even trying to juggle 15 girls.
He's not
in
even
the
playing
background.
mind games.
Yeah, he's not even trying to do this stuff. I don't even think he's close to this level of DMing.
No.
Please, but on a serious note, Koibu, please don't. Please don't have any dumb shit. Dude, we had the opportunity to do so many DMs, and we landed on the right one, Mooten. Holy shit. Can you imagine if we were this many episodes into Tombs of Scoria and we had to drop it because our
I would
DM?
be fucking pissed, dude.
Do you think we would drop it, or would we say, okay,
I would
listen,
fucking
guys.
Because we put like 50 episodes. That's like 50 times 4.
200 hours at
fucking
least,
200
plus like
hours.
out of
Yeah,
game
it's fucking
time.
Wild.
We would have to be like, listen, we know that he's made some mistakes, okay? He's gonna
We
put
gotta
on.
finish it out,
Yeah.
boys.
We're not gonna associate with him ever again. As soon as we finish this campaign.
We just gotta kill Scoria, guys. Sorry.
It's like a blessing and a curse.
Okay.
Well, yeah. But I mean, look, I was a soldier. I know how to pay the dirt price.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What? I don't want to like. I'm not gonna text him. He's a military group. Was he like active duty, like fucking shooting like Al Qaeda and Afghan? Like what the fuck? Chill.
I know how to eat shit and keep going. I'm tough.
Well,
If I wasn't tough, I would have died long ago. So
yeah. Well,
this is how it's resolved.
I think there might be a few more people that would want to stick around even if you didn't do D&D, but thanks for the conversation.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, aside from the fact that like I still think you're a really cool guy, and I think that like you beat yourself up too much.
I mean, I don't really view this as beating myself up. I mean, it's
You definitely beat yourself up about other things, though.
Well, yes, because I know myself.
Yeah.
People think that, oh, you're way too hard on yourself. I'm hard on myself in the way that I'm hard on myself because once, many years ago, I allowed myself to become arrogant, and I became the most evil version of myself that I have ever witnessed. Mm-hmm. It disgusted me. Because imagine, you know me enough now that you know what my abilities are. Uh-huh. Imagine if they had no temperance.
Right.
And I was selfish. Uh-huh. Imagine the destruction that I could wreak. And get away with it.
Oh no.
The problem is that in the military I was not a good person.
Right.
I wasn't. And it was only because of my self-realization that thankfully my love for D&D outpaced my selfishness, and I was able to retemper myself. Mm-hmm. These are the things that I put in place specifically to control who I am.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to meet my my dark passenger. Wait, is this true? This feels so mean. According to this thread, he was an Air Force supply organizer. Is that actually true? I'm sorry. That's not relevant, okay?
So, when I'm talking about what it's like to not be able to say the things that I really want to say, that part of that, which everybody shows restraint. Everybody who wants to.
Yeah, if people didn't, people would be canceled left and right. Like.
Yeah. But the thing is that I know that my influence is palpable and is naturally more destructive.
God, now this is my fucked up brain talking. I'm sorry. I understand maybe other people think this. If I was in her position, I would just be so happy right now that I'm getting all of this on recording. All I would be thinking is, this is going up on my fucking Destiny.gg blog site, and I'm throwing 4 ads to the page because this is some fucking premium content, okay? Oh, she has an OnlyFans. This is going up on the OnlyFans, okay? If you want this, it's a $5 DM, okay? Because this is some primo Kino fucking audio, okay? Holy shit. And I would put it up in 4 parts too, like August did with the Prime Kai stuff. This is part 1.
Than most other people. Now, granted, recently I've been exposed to other people who also have that power at differing degrees and specializations. But from what I've noticed, with the exception of probably 2, mine is stronger than theirs. And I keep it in check. Because if I don't, I could really hurt someone. And that person has an audience.
Right.
So,
Now there's the risk of insane backlash.
no, it's not even that. I don't care what happens to me. I care about what I just did to that person. And because their pain is then magnified because of their audience. So, anyway, I normally don't talk about this kind of stuff because it makes people treat me differently. That's why I don't talk about it. They either don't believe me at all, and they think I'm a liar, I'm delusional, or even worse, they believe me and then they watch everything that they say around me. That's why I don't tell people it. That's also why I don't play Among Us.
She laughed. Oh no. That's got to be a new Dono sound because he's gonna leave Twitch. He's probably done after this. Somebody remind me to clip that as Dono sound. That's why I don't play Among Us. The very first stream Arcadum followed is yours. Yeah, apparently he said I was his favorite streamer, so I feel kind of bad, but god damn, this is just some shit. All right. Back to the Dark Passenger.
You ever want to know what it's like to play Among Us with me? Ask Momo.
I mean,
That's why I don't play. That's why I don't play it.
The first tier group, where we all play together, you joined us. It was pretty funny.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, anyway. Anyway,
Are you serious?
I am sorry that I hurt your feelings.
Thank you for saying that.
Of the percentage that I believe it is my fault, I certainly believe that I hold enough of a percentage of it being my fault that it deems an apology.
I'm sorry for blowing it up a little more than I should and not being not thinking about my words more before saying them, because I wasn't trying to turn it into a lecture, but the way I perceived some of your responses was well, it wasn't clear to me, so I wasn't sure if you were like really apologizing or dodging the question, but it's all good now. Or not dodging the question, sorry, it's fucking late.
Well,
but
it's text.
Yeah.
Text loses all humanity.
Yeah, for sure.
And therefore you're going to view everything as the most
possible.
negative that it can be, because once you divide humanity, then you have only the devil. So
it felt like one of those that was like
Sorry.
well, I'm sorry that you took it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, which of course I specifically didn't place the your in there.
Right.
I placed the your in the place that I did with the hopes that you wouldn't read it that way.
Yeah.
Because I could have said, I'm sorry you feel that way, and it would have meant the same thing, but of course you would have taken that into the whole PC outlook, chomping at the bit, fucking foaming at the mouth, fucking my feelings are valid, kind of shit. So that we avoid that by using proper placement of words. And I'm not saying that you act that way. I've just had to recently deal with that to an extreme degree, and it's fresh in my head.
Dude, it's fucking weird when
if
people
you're
have
interested,
rabies.
I had an entire document written about my shortcomings and sent to me today.
Wait, that was I thought that was like a couple of days or like yesterday.
No, that happened today.
Dude, days are fucking flowing together. So yeah, no, I was there for bits of that stream. What a shit show.
There it is. If you ever want to peruse it, that's what I had to deal with today.
Wow.
Oh
Hence,
dear.
why my sympathy was short. These people said the day that I streamed Lost Odyssey, because I was depressed and I needed the break that everybody kept saying that I should take, was a dereliction of my duty.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Coming
kinda
from
ridiculous.
people that did not serve in the military and therefore do not have a fucking idea of what duty is. Now, I know they probably didn't mean it that way, but when you use a word like when you use a phrase like dereliction of duty, which is a military term, then I'm going to rip your fucking head off.
Right.
And it just gets kind of worse from there.
Yeah,
but the point is that that's where my sympathy went today, was not destroying the people that sent that to me.
Do you know who sent it? Because it was anonymous, right?
Oh, it's anonymous, but I can find them.
Right.
It's not difficult. If I wanted to know who they were, I would have falsified my intention to speak with them in good faith. I would have found out who they were and then removed them from the community.
Right.
That would have been the best solution. I didn't do it because it's dishonest. Instead, I stood on stream and I said, if you have a problem with what I'm doing to the point that you don't believe I care about this, then you need to leave.
How much
That's
do
what I
people
told them.
like pay to participate in the living world? Like I know they
don't
submit applications. It's like subscription, right?
Yeah, it's if you're subbed, you get to be a part of the living world,
Right.
but it's a reward for the subs.
Yeah.
It was never designed to be
Like a paid
system
service,
that you paid for. Yeah, that's not what it is. And there's this whole thing where they try to like break down what the money cost of the item they paid for was. Oh man, it gets pretty bad. But yeah, essentially it's absolute nonsense. And
Nonsense.
yeah, it gets pretty bad.
Nonsense.
So I had
That
to
DSP
stomach all that.
language.
I also had to listen to a doctor in psychology, a person with a doctorate in human psychiatry, who is my community admin, nearly burst into tears delivering this to me because of all this shit that she got put through putting it together, so that she would be forced to, by being kind, and basically she's trapped by her ideals because of the
Right.
malignation of them, because she believes everybody gets a voice. We specifically have protocols in place for that voice to be expressed, so on and so forth. See, that's the problem with too much PC thinking. You get trapped by it and then you can't do anything.
Right.
Sometimes you need to draw the line in the sand and say, and soldier the fuck up. That person is wrong.
Yeah.
Period. It doesn't matter that they're a POC, a woman, or gay.
Oh, dude,
They're
I
wrong,
am
you
all
know?
for like
So-
kicking toxic people out of communities, like full
But anyway,
stop.
the
Yeah.
point is I had to basically listen to her try not to cry in front of me,
Wow.
and it pissed me the fuck off.
Wow.
Because people can take all the shots they want to at me. I have enough soldier in me that I can be a little sociopathic if I need to protect myself.
Wow.
As dark as that might seem, but I have to, or else I'd break. She doesn't.
Right.
She is in fact designed to be the opposite. So therefore,
Right.
you know.
Yeah.
And I wasn't gonna let that happen, so I stood up in front of stream and told them, "You need to leave."
Right.
Period.
Period.
Simple as that. Stop attacking my mod team. Stop attacking my community admin.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's the stance I took.
Have you considered
But-
getting like a person who's like a personal assistant and PR manager that's like your like second in command, kind of like?
Yep. We already have those.
All right.
Yeah. I have an entire team. I mean, I'm pretty well delegated, but the problem with it is that, you know, it's just people, man. That's what it is. There are people that want to see me fail because the ideals that I represent are not the ones they agree with.
Right.
True.
It's incredibly political.
Oh yeah.
And I don't mean like political, like, you know, our government,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
political as in he believes that you have to have permadeath in order to have the game have any meaning. I don't agree with that. This is going to fail. He should fail because I disagree with that. Continues to become the #1 watched D&D stream. That's
Right.
see what I mean?
Yeah.
That people can't handle that
I
shit.
think there's probably a solid mix of like people who want to see anybody that's successful fail. Then there's probably also the
Oh, that
people that
too.
like they
Yeah.
have criticisms that they word poorly, but they want to see you succeed, but like they can't see that happening unless certain things are changed. So it's not
Right.
just people that
Oh, I know that, but
Yeah.
here's the problem. A poorly worded criticism is useless to me.
right.
I mean, like, your intention doesn't matter if it's not conveyed properly.
Uh-huh.
Now, that is an unfortunate fact. So if somebody has a really good, valid point, but they can't tell me, then it doesn't exist to me
Right.
because I don't know it exists. And we have protocols in place for them to the best ability that I could do with volunteers. I mean, I have a fucking person with a PhD in this shit
Right.
helping me with it. Like, I don't know anybody whose credentials are higher than that would do it for free.
Right.
Hello? You know? And so it's like, so we are at maximum capacity of caring for them to handle it, but that isn't enough for people because guess what? Some people lose.
Right.
That can't be avoided, you know. And it's just like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But I just detest the presumption that I don't care.
Yeah, for sure.
That is the biggest thing that I protest, because anybody who watches what I do with any reasonable level of interest and retention knows that it's not true.
True.
Yeah, you do a ton of work. You just need like
I-
a clone of yourself.
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying, but I don't know.
If only there were two
Yeah.
of me.
My work is almost done. I got about 2 months left before the main storyline comes to its ending, and then I can run out the ending, and then I'll finally have my break. So
Have you given any thought to what you're doing after? Like,
yeah, more D&D.
hell yeah.
And my passion for D&D hasn't tapered in any way.
But I mean, like, if Virm like makes it, is it going to be in the same like universe?
Yeah, they'll just be a time skip, and there'll be new things to do.
It's awesome. So, well, I hope we all succeed and that nothing blows up in game or out of game before that time comes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Oh, thanks for chatting and thanks for talking about your other
I
stuff
will
too.
banter with you one more time. But I need you to understand something and take this as I mean it.
Okay.
Read the room next time. And if it's not something you think you're in a position to handle, then don't.
Yeah, I won't join like on a 2-second whim. If I hear Neve next time, I'll
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Take a
I mean,
minute.
I'm just saying, take a moment to see what's happening.
right.
Because while I do take the responsibility for what I did in it, there is some of it that is yours.
For sure.
Jesus.
And the fact of the matter is that when you start the banter, because I let you engage first. And it was with like a correction, which was the running gag joke, and I was okay with that.
Yeah.
But once you move the piece, we're playing chess. And that was something that I thought was understood.
Yeah. I will take the
And
time
if they
to read
see-
the room, and I won't. Like I
And the reason I believe that, Naomi, is because I have respect for. I use opponent because I can't think of a better word, but I respect my opponents. That if they're playing, then I'm going to treat them. I'm not going to take it easy on them.
yeah.
If we enter the ring together, it's with mutual respect. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna toss the shot. Because especially if you throw it first, I always let people throw it first because I know I'm witty.
Yeah.
So
Man, the amount of times I have to correct people's misspelling, though, like, to me, it's just like a chore at this point. It's not even banter to anybody. I'm just like, all right,
I'm
how many
spelling on
different
purpose
ways?
just to piss Chad off.
No! So many people actually don't know how to spell it right. I'm trying to fix this.
Clap.
But all right. Yeah, sounds good.
Anyway, feel better.
Thank you. You too. I really hope that no more shit like this gets pulled on you because yeah, that whole fucking document's pretty fucked up, and I'm sorry to you and your staff for having to deal with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get through it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, see you tomorrow. I mean, today.
Yep, I'll see you later.
All right. Bye. Good night.
Farewell.
Jesus Christ. Man. Okay, I'm significantly less scared about Fed Pokemoning this situation up. I feel like we've heard a lot. I don't really know how Arcadum saves himself from this one. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys, okay? So back to her twit longer, recording 1. Wait, does this imply another recording? That's January 11th, 2021. August 20th, 2021. Oh, fuck. Does anybody have the second recording? Oh, no. Has there ever been a cancellation where someone completely ignored everything and just kept doing stuff and managed to go through it? I can't think of any off the top of my head. I think it's crazy that there are some people that like pancakes more than waffles. Anybody else agree? I don't know. Sorry, that was kind of random. Hold on, let me check.
Hey Naomi, sorry about messaging you and deleting it. I realized I was messaging a lot of people to talk to.
Oh, and like you didn't want to overlap stuff. I mean, we can always talk another time if you want.
No,
I saw the notification on my
here,
phone.
I might as well take it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so you may have noticed I left Calistro.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of stuff's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany's mom and my mom are sick. I'm going to be traveling out to my mom to spend time with her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be handling a bunch of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably going to hear it through the grapevine. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I unfortunately had to treat some of my very good friends very badly.
Mm-hmm.
Things between Tiffany and I are not going well. And part of the consolidation is I had to cut contact with people.
I saw that a few people were kicked out of the CR Discord and a few others without any due process, so I am aware.
Yeah. That's why I left the Calus Road Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Let other people take control of it so that those people can still participate.
They are not coming back.
Oh. All right, then. Well, I still did that for them.
Okay.
And, yeah, I had to do some things for love and to handle something I lost.
Mm-hmm.
And now I feel like the whole world is going to be against me and my whole world's going to be ripped apart. You always been a straight shooter with me. Do you hate me? Does everyone hate me?
I don't hate you, and I don't think everybody hates you.
To be clear, the date for this recording is August 20th, 2021, so that's 10 days ago.
But I think you handled this terribly.
Yeah, I agree.
I think you've basically ruined some people's careers, and you've hurt a lot of people that did nothing but look out for you and try to stick by your side as best as possible. And still to this day, despite those things, do not wish to see you suffer and do not wish to see you canceled or shut down. So you've seriously hurt people that, despite everything that they've gone through because of you, still don't want to see you fail.
I know. And I do not deserve that. I felt like, I mean, my excuses don't matter, but I felt like I had no choice. I had to do it to get back when I realized I didn't want to lose. And I hurt a lot of people, which is why I've done the only thing I can do. I've given them Calus Row. I've removed myself from it, sworn off VR chat. For Kelli, I've sent her a severance package, and I've talked to Brett to give her some music work to help her.
The severance package or the hush money? Oh, damn, he is so manipulative. Bro, I sent you a severance package, right? We're cool, right? Like, oh my God. Damn.
Career continue. I am not going to come out and say anything to them. I will only say bright and wonderful things about them. I didn't want to do any of this, as little as that might matter, but I didn't want to. And I hope that in time that they'll forgive me, even though I don't deserve it.
Well, you know better than most people that all actions have consequences. As a person who creates stories for hundreds of people, you know that all actions have consequences. So, obviously you didn't want these things to happen, but these are the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, I know. I know. I feel like my world's ending, but I deserve it. All I can think about is what I'm gonna lose, and I'm worried about my mom, and it's all coming at me at the same time, but I know I don't deserve anyone's sympathy.
I think there's something really important that you need to think about. And, you know, I know you've told me that you don't want to hear me preaching at you before, so I'm not going to do that. But there's been so much.
She said this was recorded on the 27th. Destiny, August 27th, the 20th. I haven't slept in 3 days. File number is hard. Please make sure that's clear. Oh, this recording is from the 27th. This was from 4 days ago. Not then from the 20th. Sorry. Apparently she misnumbered it.
Much that's happened that's been absolutely incredible around your career over these past couple of years.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important if you can take this time to step back and evaluate what really, really matters to you. Because you're spreading yourself very thin, and it's leaving you unable to handle the things that are important. So you have to figure out what's important. And I also remember one time you saying that things weren't going well with Tiffany, but you needed to stay with her for appearance's sake. I don't know if that's all that you wanted to stay with her with.
No, it was...
I'm so curious. The dynamic here is very interesting. Because, like, Arcadum fancies himself to be like an ultra-intelligent, like, Yagami Light-esque character. This Naomi person is very, very, very smart. Like, her lines almost sound written. Like, all of her advice is on point. She seems to be, like, incredibly emotionally mature. She seems to have, like, a good handle on, like, awkward confrontations. Like, it's funny that he fancies himself the superior in this conversation, but she's, like, outclassed him in, like, every way. It's like, really interesting, the dynamic of somebody thinking that they're, like, so much above somebody else when they're the child.
It was me not being honest with myself.
Yeah, imagine how good she would be at Among Us. I'm sorry.
And I am scheduled to go into therapy now because I realize I need it. I guess when the chips were down, I wanted to be with her more than anything else.
Guys, your life is not that dramatic. Stop using fucking poker analogies for everything. Like, I put my cards on the table. I showed everybody my hand. And it looks like... stop! Jesus.
And still very well might lose that, and all of this would have been for nothing. And that would be a cruel irony. But it's what I deserve, I guess. All I can do now is, I guess, promise to be better. Go into therapy, figure out what I did wrong, why I did it, how I can avoid ever to do it again. And just try to create more joy than the pain I've caused. I don't really know what else I can do.
Yeah. I think stepping back from Callous Row is the right thing.
Yeah. It was a problem for me.
Okay, what is Callous Row? Can somebody tell me? VR chat RP. Oh. Okay.
Fuck VR chat.
No, it's stop. Okay.
On that side of things, there's a lot of talk, especially from Cypher, about like, this is only temporary, only a couple of months kinds of things. But
I'm probably not coming back, but
your
I've
name,
got to.
your name will always be tied to the project, but based on absolutely everything that's gone on, this situation and also the previous ones, I think that, and based on the reactions, like the reactions from the Calistro team have, because there was an announcement made to players, the reactions were all just like, well, I hope he does fine, but nobody has any concerns because this project has been in very capable hands of the entire staff team. And
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I know you've said before that you wanted to fix things and you were working on improving things with Tiff, but I just really hope that this time you actually make it happen, because you have the privilege that many people don't of having yet another chance.
Yeah. And I know I don't deserve it, but I am grateful for it. And I will try my damnedest not to waste it.
Oh my god. I've got a thing in my mind. Who can guess this? What does this conversation sound like? Does anybody can think of what I'm... Nobody? I'm trying to look at all three chats. I'm gonna say it and all of you are gonna be like, oh yeah, 100%. Okay, nobody's guessing it. Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like when the guys get caught going to the house by Chris Hansen and they're like, yeah, I know this is a mistake. I'm never doing this again. Like, yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, I know. Yeah, man. Yeah. And they don't know the cops are waiting like right outside for them. And they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go to therapy for this. Like, oh yeah, dude, 100%. Like, I'm never doing this again. That's exactly what this conversation sounds like. Oh no. Sorry, okay.
And if you know now that the one thing that you don't want to lose is Tiff, then don't fuck around.
I won't. Ever again.
So
That's the best I can.
yeah.
Well, I can understand if you don't want to talk to me anymore. Or however you feel about it. I just wanted to say that I have been grateful to the friendship that you've given me and the counseling and just being there.
Mm-hmm.
And that if you ever want to, if a cameo appearance is available, you're welcome back. If not, you don't want it. I understand completely.
What? Bruh. What am I listening to?
All I can say is that I'm sorry and try to make everything better.
Well,
That's all.
yeah. For me, I have empathy for you. I appreciate a lot of what we've been through together. I'm also incredibly disappointed in the way you've treated some people that I hold extremely dear.
I know.
So I'm not sure overall how I feel. I think overwhelmingly it's just disappointed, but also hopeful.
Yeah. I am disgusted with myself that I put myself in that position. You know,
It really does sound like it, right? Like, come on, dude. This totally sounds like a Chris Hansen thing. It does sound like it, right? Like everything, like, oh yeah, I'm never making this mistake again. I don't know what I was thinking. It totally does.
yeah, I am disgusted with myself that I put myself in that position. You know, I lament a lot about, you know, I didn't have a choice, but I put myself in that impossible choice. I did that.
Yeah.
And I have done everything I can to make it up. And I will continue to do so. That's the best I can do. That's why I left Callus Row, so that those people could stay in and they could participate in it if they wanted.
This is like a random aside. If you ever really want to know, like, what is the hallmark of like a true and good apology, and this is coming from somebody who hates apologies. An apology is like true and good when you've acknowledged what you've done wrong, when you don't make excuses for it. But there's also a third part to it that's really important that a lot of people overlook. It's when you have absolutely nothing to gain from it. So we've watched how manipulative this guy has been up to this point. Right now, everything he's doing is still self-serving, right? I left Callus Rosa, but he's trying to present it as though he's martyring himself. I left so that they could stay. No, you left because you're really worried about getting canceled, right? I'm in therapy now to fix my problems. No, you're trying to make it look like you're working on yourself so that you don't get canceled, right? Like everything he's doing right now, like, oh, I don't deserve another chance, like blah, 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 is trying to make it so that he gets another chance, right? Like that's what he's trying to do. He left after kicking them all from California. Yeah. Sending apologies to people, there are ways to send apologies to people that are like sincere, and usually at the end they have like a conclusion, like, hey, like, you don't have to talk to me or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to let you know like this, and this. I hope you're doing well, like, goodbye. But when you make an apology and then you hang an offer out there to like still be friends or to still do something or whatever, it comes off as less sincere and more like manipulative. Let's say, for instance, we'll be non-specific. Say you got into a big tiff with somebody, like a few months ago. There's a huge difference between shooting them like an email or writing them a letter or something like that. First of all, if you try to reach out to them, it should be in a way that doesn't impose on their time, because maybe they don't want to talk to you. So I think that like an email or a letter, if you really want to write something, is good. Not a phone call, because you don't want to have to force them to talk to you if they don't need to. But like saying something like, hey, we had an interaction, like some months ago. I think I acted like a total dipshit. I'm sorry. I was a piece of shit for what I did. You didn't deserve that. I hope that you're doing well. Like that type of apology is good. It comes off as sincere, and it doesn't look like you're trying to gain anything. But if you were to write like that same apology, like, hey, we got into a tiff, like 6 months ago. It was like really bad. I fucked up. I didn't mean it. I'm really sorry. If you ever want to hang out and get drinks again, let me know. Like all of a sudden it's like, okay, wait, what? You're not apologizing for shit. You're just trying to like smooth the fucking gravel so that you can get back in, right? That's how you're doing, that's just like a thing to keep in mind when it comes to like, I guess like sincere versus insincere apologies. It's like, do they still have anything to gain by their behavior?
That's the best I can do. That's why I left Callus Row, so that those people could stay in and they could participate in it if they wanted. And I wouldn't have to, be all like that. And then I basically sworn off VR chat completely, because I've just done so much damage there. And I'm just going to focus on
How do you guys...
Tiffany and...
How do you guys... When you guys are ERPing in voice chat, are you making your avatars like kneel and stand up and like bob their heads around and shit? What does this actually look like? I'm sorry, that's mean. This is like kink shaming. My bad. Never mind. But god damn it. They have full body tracking. Didn't you used to do it with MUDs or some shit? Yeah, but in MUDs, you have like a full range of like, you're literally, it's like advanced erotica. It's hardcore sexting when you're talking about MUDs, okay? That's different. You're typing shit out, you're writing shit, it works, it's in text format. I would much rather sex with somebody than do like VR chat ERP, because I think I would just get pulled out of it too much. Like when they're trying to thrust their elven hips in my face and then they go through and I like see like the inner pixels of like the fucking connective bone, like it would just fuck with my mind. I was like, I can't get off to this. I'm sorry. Like this is just some funny fucking shit. Like, yeah, the uncanny shit would be too much for me. But yeah, maybe some people like it. I don't know. Destiny was a MUD ERPer? Hell yeah. Also, and I guess in retrospect, also, everybody that ever ERP'd with me when I was on a MUD, I always lied and said I was 18. You're all pedophiles. So if you ever ERP'd with somebody named Destiny on any MUD, you might be a pedophile. So I'm coming for you, okay? You should ask for an ID, motherfuckers. Disgusting. You guys disgust me. Fucking groomers.
If she doesn't accept me back, then D&D. Do the thing I know that I'm good at, that makes people happy, and that can inspire others to make others and hope.
He has such a high opinion of himself. Oh my god, this guy is... I don't know how much more. There's like 5 more minutes of this call. This guy is a piece of work.
That I'm good at, that makes people happy, and that can inspire others to make others and hope that I can throw some good out in the world.
You've always said that your heart has room for two things, for Tiffany and for D&D.
Yeah.
So keep working for those things.
Thanks for listening, Naomi. I don't want to take up more of your time.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know what was going on.
Mm-hmm. We can talk again.
I want to be clear. You said I have another chance and that people aren't going to attack me, and I am very grateful for that. But
He's so transparent. He's so transparent. Thank you. I'm so sorry. That's right. Just checking, though. Y'all motherfucking bitches are keeping your mouth shut, right? I'm not going to see some of this shit on my fucking Twitter timeline when I wake up tomorrow, right? Because God help me, okay? You don't want to unleash the soldier. You don't know what I can do. My dark passenger.
No.
Talk again.
I want to be clear. You said I have another chance and that people aren't going to attack me, and I am very grateful for that. But I want you to know that I don't think I deserve it. But I don't want to stop doing D&D.
I mean, at the end of the day, look,
Oh my god, this guy is a master. Okay, something I said about an hour and a half ago. It is very rare that people act with intentional, like malintent, intentional, like manipulation or mindfuckery. This guy does 100%. Every trick in the book, this guy is employing. Every single possible thing that he can do to mindfuck somebody, he lays it all out there. It wouldn't surprise me if this guy actually like looks up to or reads up on like shit like this. Like, how can I like mindfuck people even more? Because god damn, he's like every little fucking thing. The showing tears at the end, like you said you were gonna give me another chance because I don't know if I can handle my life, blah, 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 blah. Right? Like, I'm gonna kill myself if you guys come out, blah, blah, blah. I just want to do D&D, right? I'm not gonna do anything bad anymore, please. Like, oh my god, it's like everything is here, like all the pieces, right? This type of manipulation from somebody that's really cold, by the way, is also really powerful when you get them to cry, because now you feel like you're seeing there's like so many reasons why it works as like manipulation. Now you feel like you're seeing a special side of them. They're being vulnerable, which they never are. There's like so much that, oh my god, this guy is he's working another level.
At the moment, it doesn't sound like people absolutely despise you. There aren't that many rumors flying around. Like, to be completely straight with you, if someone who you have harmed decides to speak out against you, then I don't know if or when that will happen. That's not something that I have heard.
Yeah, it's fine. It's yeah.
Overwhelmingly, because people don't know what's going on, they are concerned for you and your family. People have so much trust in you. And if they knew what was going on, they would be absolutely heartbroken. So what you need to do is do your damn best to make sure you don't do any more things that will hurt the people who you are now partially responsible for.
Yeah. I'll do my best. I hope it's good enough.
The great thing about this is that you have less things to focus on. If you're pulling out from a lot of projects and you're cut.
On a more serious note, hold on, because I think that there are a lot of Arcadum fans in here, a lot of D&D watchers in here. Okay, I just want to say this like really, really, really important when it comes to like DMs and D&D and this kind of stuff. Okay. Every Thursday at 1 p.m. PST, I do a D&D campaign with Koibu. It's called Tombs of Scoria. Make sure that you tune in. We're really deep into it. It's 2nd edition, hardcore, okay? 1300 PST, 1 p.m. PST every Thursday. It's a 4-hour campaign. Check it out. It's on the YouTube channel. You can sign up for Patreon for it. It's a really good campaign, okay? Make sure you check it out. Koibu is one of the only DMs left who is spotless. No rapes, no sexual assaults, no horrible accusations, okay? He doesn't robot orgasm people. He doesn't fuck around, okay? Koibu, great guy, okay? He's got a cute cat, a cute wife, and he runs a cute D&D campaign, okay? I think they're married. But anyway, okay. Sorry, back to this.
Cutting off contact with a lot of people that make you want to do things that aren't right or that you shouldn't be doing.
I hope that doesn't age poorly. God damn it, please. Please.
Then you have the space and the energy to focus on doing good in these few avenues of your life and cleaning up those messes and not making any new ones.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yes, you have a massive chance to make things right and keep things right. And if you don't take it, and if things go wrong again, then I don't think there would be any coming back from that, because how many times, you know, you're rolling the dice with fate right now.
Yeah, I hope that I can just continue to do D&D and I just won't hurt anyone ever again.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just need to go to therapy and figure out why I did those things in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And that way I won't do them again.
And going forward, one of the things that's helped me, and I've seen help a lot of people, is always keeping this in consideration. If you're doing something that you feel you'll have to hide in any way, shape, or form, stop doing that thing.
Unironically, god damn, I don't know, this fucking girl, holy shit. Unironically, this is a really, really good piece of advice. Oftentimes when I do keep this in the back of my mind sometimes, like when I'm messaging people or I'm engaging with people, like how would this look like if it was leaked? Like how would I feel if like this thing like got out and the whole internet had to read it, right? Now, like obviously there are going to be some conversations that might be like a little bit, you know, like cringy, especially if you're flirting or whatever. But like if this got leaked, would people think I'm like a rapist? Right? It's something you should always keep in mind. This doesn't really apply to any of you guys, or maybe it kind of does. But as a public figure, it's always something you should kind of be keeping in mind. That's why. Never mind. Yeah, you should always be keeping that in mind. Yeah.
That's good advice.
Very simple.
That's good advice.
And if you don't want someone to see you doing it, then just don't do it. Because someone's going to see it.
Yeah.
Whether it's now or 5 years down the line. Things never disappear. So, you got to keep yourself on the straight and narrow.
I will.
Yeah. All right. Well, my aunt passed, and I'm very sympathetic to your family issues.
Sorry.
So, no, it's she passed a week ago, but I'm going to see extended family for that, and I know that you need to take care of your mother, and I hope that she will be in good health, because it's always a devastating loss.
Oh man, like I have surgery soon. I don't want to I don't want to bog you down. You gotta go. I get
Yeah,
it. Thank you.
no. I hope her surgery goes well. I mean,
Yeah.
healthcare these days is absolutely incredible, so I'm wishing her all the best. You
I
do
hope
what you
so.
gotta do to take care of her.
Yeah. Das vidanya.
До свидания. I'll talk to you again.
Boom. Well. A marked difference from the lone wolf soldier we listened to in the first recording. But where are we? Hold on, I'm trying to find which. Oh, people in 4chan. I don't know what this is. Hold on. Calisar said he did fuck all anyway, yeah. He RP'd his way into a relationship with Kelly in his VR chat RP thing. Oh my god, this is really old mud shit. Maybe it annoyed me because I was too young at the time to care about like relationships or sex or whatever. Whenever you're doing like RP, I don't know what RP looks like outside of mods, I guess. I've never done it. Well, I guess I do a little in D&D. Whenever you're doing RP and there are people that are role-playing like relationship shit, oh my god. Nobody else except for those two people give a fuck. Nobody else cares. Nobody wants to see that shit. Maybe it's different in like other servers or like in modern day RP, but I remember back in mods, like nobody gives a fuck because you have like, because generally like roleplay is like this collaborative thing where you've got like all these people participating, but when two people are in like a relationship, it like, they're like off doing their own thing, like shitting up all the chat and nobody cares. Like just take it to DMs, go fuck there. Like who cares, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's the same in like WoW or whatever bullshit happens, you know, today. But like, God, it was so fucking annoying back in the day. What are the fuck muds? They were like text-based games I used to play when I was like fucking 12. Oh my god, this was posted in December. Part of me thought for a long time that he's cheating on his wife with Kelly because of how close they act together, but despite his inadvertent dickishness with some things, I don't think he's the type. It's just small things that gather over time that you notice. You're all laughing now, but in a few... This was on December 28th of 2020. You're all laughing now, but in a few years' time, when a Google Doc or something comes out about Arcadum and Kelly flirting and meeting in secret and shit, it'll be me who has the last laugh. Oh, no. Were you actually ERPing with girls on those mods or just other dudes? I think it was an unspoken thing that we understood that it was always dudes. Girl, G-R-I-L, just stands for guy in real life. The internet was a different place back then, okay? There were no girls on the internet. It was all guys. Every person was a guy. And if there was a girl on the internet, she never said it because she either didn't say it because you'd get a ton of people hitting on you, or you would say it and then you would be like a queen of the chat because you were like a confirmed female, and it was like you were like a goddess in the online world with hundreds of men trying to win curry favor with you. Would you lie when people asked you ASL? Back in the day? Yeah, dude, I must have talked to so many pedophiles. I remember going on like Yahoo Chess and shit, and because Yahoo had a whole list of games back in the day, and I would be like a 10-year-old kid, like boy, and I'd be like, oh yeah, like 16F California or whatever, like from Nebraska, just like random, like, oh, 16, I'm so old, like, oh my God. And I talked to so many guys who were like, oh yeah, I'm 30, like I can do so much here. I'm like, oh yeah. It was just funny shit to me. But like I started doing that before. It's so weird to think about it because when I was doing this, it was before I even like knew how to like masturbate or anything. So it wasn't like sexual. It was just like this weird shit of like, you guys don't understand how this feels because you guys have had the internet your whole life. But like when I was growing up, the idea that you could be like an anonymous person on the internet and I could type in some random shit and somebody would believe it, that was mind-blowing back then. It was a crazy feeling. Nowadays, you all have the internet. You all are used to like catfishing and fake accounts. But like back then, it was like, dude, I could be like 27 male. I could be like 72 female. I could be anybody I want. In the Yahoo fucking chess and checkers and backgammon and whatever other crazy games, all those old AOL chat rooms and shit, like, that was some crazy shit. But then also, looking back on it, those rooms must have been honeypots for pedophiles. Because I remember, like, on Yahoo and AOL, I'm pretty sure they would have, like, teen chat rooms. I swear to God, they had ages. Because I think back then, I think that they were, like, the internet was, like, more welcoming to, like, under 18s. I'm almost positive they had chat rooms that was like 13 to 15, 16 to 18, that like we didn't think back then like, yo, like you're not supposed to like be on the internet under 18. There would just be like rooms for like teens and preteens and shit. Like, yeah, it was crazy. But AIM chat rooms are popping. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It must. But then looking back on it, that must have been like a pedophile paradise. But the sad thing for pedophiles is that it probably wasn't a pedophile paradise because if you were old enough to be a pedophile, you probably weren't internet savvy enough generally to be in those chat rooms. So there's like a whole world of pedophilia that's just like blocked beyond technology because you can't figure out how to like pop in the AOL disk and get the dial-up modem configured to actually get online. Jesus. Okay, sorry. We're way off topic. Oh yeah, remember, go to AOL.com, keyword, Cartoon Network. If you had a webcam, people would ask you to turn it on in those chat rooms. Oh, I don't even know. Did cameras, some kind of camera must have existed back then, I guess. But they would have been really rare and really expensive, I would have imagined. Webcams back then? I'm trying to think of what the earliest webcam I remember seeing was. Or they must have been fucking horrible. I had a webcam in 2002? Damn. What year are you talking about? I'm talking about like late 90s, early 2000s. I had like one of my biggest boomer moments I had is somebody in I was talking about this the other day on Twitter. People were talking about how like I don't understand what you mean by buying lunch cards. Like we did all of that stuff online. And then I was like doing lunch cards online, and then I was like, I guess that makes sense because that's how we do Nathan's lunch card. We just pay for it all online. I was like, well, why didn't we just do that back when I was in school? I don't remember. And then it's like, oh, because like the internet really wasn't that big of a thing in like the mid and late 90s. Like nobody was really on the internet in like 1996. Like why would your school have a website or whatever? Or why would you have like using like you just nobody really like used the internet that much like that, you know? Like even in the even in high school from 2004, 5, 6, and 7 for me, like when we would do like research projects, man, I don't know how many of you guys ever live these lives. When we would do research projects for every single class, our teachers hated the internet. So it would always be like, you need to have 6 sources for this project. Only 2 can be from the internet. 2 have to be news articles, 1 has to be from an encyclopedia, and another one has to be from a textbook. Only 2 of these can come from the internet. You can't have more than that, right? They were always like so anal about like internet resources. It was so dumb. Did you read the one where he dry humped the girls? No, we'll do that one next. I was born in 2000. We still have these rules in school? Oh, damn. Well, sorry. Just to remind these Zoomers, only 50% of households even had a computer in the year 2000. Damn, is that true? 50%. I remember when we got that bad boy. Oh my God, that black powerful tower. It was gray, really. The 1 gigahertz Pentium 4 Hewlett-Packard family desktop. Oh my God. That thing sat there with its 1 gigahertz fucking, oof. That was just the HP, the Windows Millennium Edition. Oh my God, you were just ready to go back then. You were balling on your family computer. And then any fucking time anything went wrong with the computer, the family's always like, oh, it's your games. My face when fucking mom comes up to me and she's like opening her browser and there's half the page is taken up with browser extensions, fucking WeatherBug, fucking like 20 different search bars, and she's like, I think that you installing Cement on this computer is what's making it lag. Like, are you serious? Like, show me, mom. And then she'll like have to click through like 30 fucking pop-ups that are happening on the screen just to get to the fucking desktop. Oh my God. Fuck that shit. Bonsai Buddy, yeah. Back when installing programs, you'd have to pop in the floppy disk and you'd have to do like you'd have to open the command bar, you'd have got to go to like the run, and then you'd have to like type in the path to like the fucking disk drive and all that shit. Dude, you had to be like a hacker to do. There were like two things. Is that one, you had to be like a hacker to fucking do anything on a computer. But also two, things were also simultaneously really hard, but really easy. Like cracking games back then was like, you would go to program files and you'd open like a notepad and you'd change a value from like false to true. Or you would just like copy paste like the same CD key for every single fucking game. Like that's how you would crack games like in the mid late 90s. Like, yeah, I don't know, everything. The fucking noise the family computer made. Oh yeah, that's how you knew it's loading. Yeah. All the loading noise. Jesus Christ. What were those noises actually? That must have been the seeker on the hard disk. It must have been data being read from the drive on the hard disk, right? That should be the only moving part in the computer. Or bad fans. No, not bad fans. There was a noise associated with the computer was loading. When it was loading, you could hear these little like blips or whatever. Downloading low orbit ion cannon and LOIC and blasting your friends offline. Yeah, more like downloading it and then DDoS or like fucking your own internet connection up because you didn't have the fucking bandwidth to do what you wanted to do. Dude, I remember I talked about this a long time ago. There's a program called AIM Invader that you could use to like flood people's AOL. Dude, shit on computers was fucked back then. If you sent somebody enough messages on AOL Instant Messenger, it would like fucking crash the whole computer. Holy shit. Yeah, all the AIM booters. I wonder why that shit was free. That shit was available for free because I downloaded it. I used it so much and like I didn't pay for shit. Oh yeah, the drop hacks on Broodwood that would crash people's PCs. Okay, let's continue. You guys are... Okay, we just got through the second recording. Recording 2. My ass? 2 question marks. What is this? Hold on.
All right.
In the bed chamber.
I'm back here and everyone's miserable again.
Okay, at 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 55 seconds. Oh no. We're gonna back up a little bit to get some context, so 1 hour and 9 minutes. It's just, all it is a D&D screen right now.
Yeah, it's like,
Please take 12 points of piercing damage. Alright, and then...
Yikes. Yeah, that's gonna keep hitting us every time we don't break it.
Right. Well, that's from the pain one, right? Promise attacks, painful bloom is dealing the 5 damage, or...
we don't know yet. Every time we attack...
I can tell you that comes from the painful bloom, the 5 damage. As the damage type is different, it is psychic.
Okay.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Just one final meme. The old games that crashed when you exited them, wasn't there... I read this on bash.org. I don't know if it was true or not. there was an old game called like a Microsoft Flight Sim game, and for some reason, every time it like closed, there would be like an error message, and they were like hitting the shipment date, and they didn't know how to fix it. So then they went in, and I think they changed the error message to say thanks for playing. So every time you would close the game, that message would pop up in an error box, but it would just say thank you for playing. Based. Was it? Oh, it might have been Wing Commander. Yeah.
Marshal check.
Go ahead.
Fuck, man, our checks have been so bad.
Insufficient.
We succeeded 1 or 2.
Anything else?
I think that's me.
You got it. Mork, at the start of your turn.
Ooh.
We're just listening for a little bit.
Was that a camera click?
I hear it. Who screenshot it? It wasn't me.
Sounds like 100. I was taking a screenshot of my doc.
Of your what?
Of her document for the we have we're doing a Google Doc for the Violet fight that we're all in.
Hell yeah, share X.
I misheard that.
That hurt my ears so much.
Am I taking 7?
No.
Oh, okay.
My wolves, no.
That reminds me, I was scrolling past and I was like, hey guys, I told you I'd do it on my birthday. I'm like, okay, Naomi, I'm just gonna scroll past that. Jeez. I wonder what picture. Oh, well, I'm just gonna. I felt like that guy from like one of those old TV shows that like Barney walks in like, hey, what are you doing in here, Bucko? Like,
Gosh.
like, oh, jeez. Go back out again.
Birthday butts for Biden.
So it's okay. Chains and whips incite you, I guess. Go ahead, Madmore.
Can I learn anything from a Marshal Check 19?
No.
You sure can. What do you want to?
Yikes. Okay, and then apparently something else happens at 2 hours, 43 seconds, and 40 seconds.
That's exactly what I imagined when
Cow
I came
contest
to here
news.
instead
Local
for-
goat druid plummets wolf population. Not stonks. What is my purpose in life? To die to some plants. Oh my god, that's not poggers at all.
Oh, sorry. Wait, I missed it. Oh, just like him making random comments, I guess, about like scrolling past her butt on Twitter when they're like in the middle of a D&D game. Now they're just chatting, I guess, at the end of the stream. It's just like random comments he's made. I don't know if these mean that much on their own. It's just interesting to see. Sorry.
I thought about that. They're just running up and eating plants.
People, yeah.
Sad. No. Sad.
Oh shit.
They're just going through fan art at the end
Got
of the
some
stream.
doodles.
Cute. I'm vibrating.
We're so cute, and then the other party's just.
Yeah, this is in fact what it was like. I'm just scrolling through my Twitter, Naomi.
There's like a picture of like a guy looking at something called like Naomi's birthday butt, and that's like what is happening right now. That's like the picture.
Birthday butt, the VTubers doing shit. Yeah. Yep. Seriously, I was just like, oh, I'll go on Twitter today. Let's see what's happening. Okay. I'm just gonna walk. I don't know. I felt awkward. I felt like I did something wrong. I ran. I actually, like, when I first saw it, I just closed my phone immediately and put it down. Felt like I did something wrong. I don't know.
I can't believe Arcadum would do this.
I can't believe Arcadum did this.
Like, I know that it's out there and that's whatever. I just feel
trembling.
I don't know. I feel like I did something wrong. Oh, here we go.
Ladies, no.
Okay, that's just. I don't think that's like the biggest deal. It's just kind of cringe, but whatever. Okay. In support of Kelli Siren, this is back in the Twit longer. I was there alongside a lot of what Kelli was going through with Arcadum. We had a lot of girl talk hangouts to support one another. We shared a lot of things with one another. I was there when he was spam calling her, when he kept sending her DMs, when he would flood her with invites on VR chat while she and I were hanging out because he thought she was with a guy. Her story is long and painful as well. Seeing firsthand the distress he caused her, I can't imagine how bad it was for all the other girls as well. In support of Folkona. Folkona is an interesting woman. I've had one biting disagreement with her, but I never thought that she was a bad person until the following events. This is my recollection. Arcadum called me multiple times and was basically talking trash about Folkona, saying she was a liar, abuser, and that she was trying to ruin his life for no reason. If you read her story, this is absolutely not true. But he was trying to get my support for me to fight for him if she ever went public with her story, trying to paint her in a terrible light. Other women who are posting about Arcadum have either evidence of DMs with this exact behavior or recollections of very similar calls about Folkona. I recommend you read all of their testaments. Folkona has been through a lot. A lot of her career was impacted by Arcadum as well. I don't know her full story, and I can't speak to her personality beyond the few days I've been in close contact with her, but a lot of her reputation was tarnished by Arcadum and situations he put her in with Callous Row. If you know of her, and your view of her was also impacted by similar dialogues, I would gently advise that you look at whether your perspective of her is tainted by rumors about her, and to try to look past those rumors. If so, let her personality and actions now rule your decision, rather than what you may have heard of her before. Closing statement, I had his back, I defended him in the past. Before I knew all that I know now, I stayed silent for so long. I encouraged him, I tried to be a good friend with him. So did every other woman that is speaking out now, and every other woman that is too afraid of him to speak her truth. We made so much great content together, he's inspired so much love for roleplay, and yet he actively made that incredible and creative space extremely unsafe for so many women for so long. Posting this now, I feel a deep sadness and disappointment, but I also want to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else like this. I'm going to link their tweets under this thread. I don't know what more to say or do. The truth needed to be heard. Damn. All right. Where's the? I'll do one more of these because I think I already know. If Arcadum is listening, here's like free debate advice or whatever. Like basically, the only path forward is, hey, I fucked up. I know that I fucked up. I'm in therapy right now. I couldn't control myself through all of my actions because of all the sad things in my life. My mom is dying. That's easy brownie points. Say you attempted suicide or I'm suicidal, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to take a step back from my stream for like 6 months while I reevaluate my life. I'm really sorry to everybody involved. I truly don't deserve another chance. And none of the people deserve any of what I put them through. Hopefully I come back a better Arcadum in like a year. Like that's like lit. I don't see like any path. I don't see any other path forward for this guy than that type of apology. However, it's going to come down to how intelligent he is versus how big his ego is. Because he might just have a big enough ego that he's going to try to come back and like, this is my story. All these girls lied. But like, there are so many people. I would be shocked if he actually tried to like come back and like fight against the allegations or something. Or try to say that he didn't act like that improperly. Because Jesus. All right, we're checking out the Folkona stuff. It's so hard to come back with D&D being a collaborative process. Who's going to join his game? If he was a big 10,000 view streamer, you can always find people that will join your game. Absolutely. There will be people that are hungry for that attention. All right. We have a 5-page. All right, Glorious Arcadum. I wouldn't be surprised also if he postpones, because he said he was going to try to stream today, but I don't know. Well, oh no. He has a tweet that says, well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. From May 22nd, 2021. How has nobody else responded to this tweet yet? The 7 thing is a meme thing, part of it? Yeah, sure, I understand, but his whole Discord server turned against him. It's 100% over for him. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here. My story. I believe I was forced and groomed into silence about my experience up until this point. Recently, there's been a lot of drama circulating around one Jeremy Black, aka Glorious Arcadum. I'm going to be briefly and concisely describing my experiences involving this person. On the night of October, November, September, December. September, November, December. November is the 11th, right? Fuck. On the night of November 25th, 2019, I was sexually assaulted by Arcadum in my own home. I invited Arcadum to my home in the hopes to help him escape his supposed abusive household setting with his significant other, and simply wanted him to have a fun weekend with my old roommate and I. He took advantage of me on the night of the 25th and used my emotional vulnerability to attempt and perform sexual acts with me. The night began pretty normal, and all 3 of us were watching movies. Once my roommate went to bed, Arcadum asked to scratch my back and play with my hair. I was obviously okay with this because he hadn't been intimate with me before this point, and I'm super friendly in the sense with others. Oh man, fuck. How old is this girl posting this? Does anybody know how old the folklore girl is? I think 20s. That doesn't tell me anything because there's a huge difference between like 21 and 29. Regardless, just as an aside, I would never believe in my life anybody that tells me that they have like casual physical interactions with other people. Physically touching somebody is like one of the biggest like amp ups to some type of intimate relationship. Even if you do that with some casual friends, don't ever invite others into that because people can get really weird really quickly about that. Don't ever do stuff like that. If this girl's really young, maybe she doesn't realize or whatever, but like, yeah, that, because people that are trying to make like physical advances on you like that are trying to like gauge your comfort level with more to see how far they can push it. Yeah. She was 19 at the time. Yeah. It was only when his hands started wandering where they shouldn't when it became something more. I finally got the courage to get up from the seat I was in. He also stood up and attempted to embrace me very close. I allowed it because I assumed it was a hug, only to feel his erection against my leg. I remained motionless and did not touch Arcadum back in any way, shape, or form. This weird, dry, humpy embrace lasted several minutes, and he cried into my neck. I could feel him gripping at my shirt and pants and holding me violently and just crying into my neck. Once the first hug finally ended, I pulled away and verbally tried to console him, which I am terrible at in general, about his relationship and home life issues. After a bit of talking and him venting to me, I told him I should go to sleep because it was extremely late in the night. We had plans the next day that we did not get to because I was petrified from this night. He complied, and I walked him to his room, which is across the house from my door. I checked to make sure his sleeping arrangements are good and they need water, food, and toilet paper, etc. When I went to leave the room, he asked for another hug in the frame of the door. For reference, I'm about 5 foot 3 inches tall, and I weigh around 145 pounds / 65.7709 kilograms in weight. Thank you for that conversion. Arcadum is a larger man, both in size and height. I agreed out of submission to his emotional distress, which led to him forcing me up against the wall and proceeding with his version of a hug. Again, my body was touched and grabbed at, purposely avoiding my genitals and breasts to a degree. It felt like hours, but most likely it went on for minutes, but the line was crossed when he started kissing my neck and trying to hide it behind crying. I pushed him away as gently as I could and disengaged politely to my room. That was the first night staying in this home, and I locked my door before I went to sleep. Jesus Christ. My mistake in all of these encounters was remaining silent and not telling him to stop. But years of sexual and emotional abuse from older men has taught me to just let it happen and move on. So that is exactly what I did. I was terrified not only for my physical safety, as he easily could overpower me if I retaliated, but I also feared for my career that was so deeply intertwined in his community. Again, like for the 20 millionth time to reiterate, people are not inherently confrontational, and people that seek to manipulate other people will prey on that non-confrontational kind of acquiescing behavior of most people. So one, it's very rare that somebody will outright tell you, no, stop. And then two, there is something, man, the thing is that like, if you're a man, you will probably never know what the experience is like of having somebody, unless you like fight people, like of having somebody in very close proximity, like manipulating your body that is way, 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 way bigger than you, that can kill you. It's a weird feeling, and it is very alien to most guys. You just don't know what that's like. Like maybe the closest you can get is like hugging a parent when you're a kid, but like your parents aren't like threatening to you, right? But typically by the time you're an adult male, you will just never have a reference for what it feels like to be like 5 foot nothing, you know, barely 100 pounds, and then like some person that you have to like look up to see is like towering over you, like with their arms around you. It's just, yeah, it's a very, 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 very weird thing. Hold on, gay people? I don't know why you're like putting this as like some kind of owner exception. You're permabanned. You're a fucking moron. Obviously, there are some exceptions to this. If you fight, if you're gay, sure. But you're a fucking moron. But anyway. Destiny, it seems like you tried to come on to her normally on the couch. So something that I talked about earlier, sorry, I'm reiterating a little because new people might be here. Something that is also incredibly abusive is to pair a tragedy with an ask, right? Hey, my mom died. Will you please suck my dick? Whenever you take something that is sufficiently tragic and then you give it to a person, you're putting them in a state where naturally they want to help you, they want to make you feel better, they want to do what they can to ease like whatever burden you have. And if you pair that with a really big ask, it can be easier to get them to agree to something they wouldn't otherwise, right? Like, hey, like, can you please let me touch your boobs? No, what the fuck? Hey, my sister died yesterday. I'm so torn up. Can I please touch your boobs? Like now it feels like if you say no, you're like, well, fuck you and your sister dying. Like, I don't care, right? That type of like pairing of like is a big form of like manipulation. It's like really fucked up. Yeah. So when she says here, my mistake in all of these encounters was remaining silent and not telling him to stop. So this is one of the reasons why, and maybe it sounds like I'm hypocritical because of what I've done in the past. Let me explain the difference here too. Oh God, if you're a guy, you just don't understand this. I get really frustrated when girls are being like hornied at on Discord and they won't just tell the guy to fuck off. Like, it's so easy to do that. Bro, stop being horny. Fuck off. It is so easy to do that on Discord. It is so unbelievably easy to do that on Discord. It is so unbelievably impossible to do that in real life. It is a totally different experience to have somebody that is pushing for something, to get something from your body, who could kill you, who is so much larger than you. To be confrontational to that person is such a challenge. I don't think I would expect most people, especially in the privacy of a home, to be able to do that. This is one of the reasons why, like, taking this conversation in a way different direction, this is one of the reasons why, like, if I'm going to hook up with somebody, I really like to figure out, like, what are you into, what are you not into, before we ever actually have sex, because trying to negotiate things in the moment can, like, leave people in a really weird state. Like, especially, like, if somebody's on top of you, fucking you, and they make an ass, like, I want to fuck your ass. Are you down? Like, sometimes that person will say yes just because the position that they're in makes it really difficult to say no, because like for a variety of reasons. Like, one is just like empathy. Like, well, fuck, this person's happy with me right now. I don't really want to do something to like make them sad. It can be a fear thing. Like I don't know this person 100%. If I say no, is there going to be like a problem? There might be like further retaliation down the line. Like, what if I say no and they don't want to be like friends with me anymore? They hate me. They should, like, right? This is why, like, I think that like negotiating these types of things in advance is usually so much better than like trying to do it in the moment, because like in the moment people will agree to things that they wouldn't otherwise. And this is true of almost anything. And people actually don't get, like, people will talk about like, oh, like rapists use this, but really anybody could. Like, there's a lot of women that will say like, I will only fuck with a condom. I won't fuck without a condom. Then in the heat of the moment, yeah, they'll agree to it. They're fucking horny. You're horny. Like, yeah, fuck me raw, dog. I want it. Come at me. Fuck it. Like, they'll do it because they're just like, because in the moment you don't think as clearly. Negotiating things outside of those really heated environments where your like emotions are high, your libidos are high, where you're not thinking as much, I think is like a way more responsible way to approach those encounters. And then same thing with like flirty stuff like this. Like, now that I've seen more of Arcadum, I'm going to start making a few more assumptions, and I'm going to be a little bit more charitable to the folk girl than I normally would be for these, because I've seen how he acts so much more now. I totally believe that he was like crying and trying to like come on to her at the same time, because he seems to have that MO. That seems to be the pattern of behavior that he exhibits. You expose some vulnerability, you be really emotional to get the person to feel sympathetic towards you, and then you follow that up. You give him the 1-2. You bring the Coomer right after the tragedy, right? Like, fuck, I'm so sad. Like, and then you bring it like right up afterwards. And this is like how he's functioned a lot. This is a really, really, really mindfucky thing to do. To Folklore's credit, the fact that she was even able to separate herself from him and leave that situation, even without explicitly telling him no or fuck off, like, that was already probably really, really, really hard to do, and probably a really fucking scary thing to do. That you've walked somebody to their room, and now they're making a second come on, they've got you like between a wall, and you know what they want, and you're like, okay, fuck. Like, there are a lot of people that would probably be in that situation that would just say, okay, I guess we're fucking, like, fuck it, like, we'll get it over with. And they would go through from start to finish just because they would be so scared to like remove themselves from that situation. So yeah, sorry, just Okay, so moving back. So props to her for actually like getting out because holy fuck. So yeah, so I mean, because we read this sentence. My mistake in all of these encounters was remaining silent and not telling him to stop. Like, are there better ways that, like, more optimal ways she could have acted? Yeah, probably, but doing that is really, really hard. Like, the fact that she was able to remove herself at all is like really, really, really positive for her. So that is exactly what I did. I was terrified not only for my physical safety, as it could easily overpower me if I retaliated, but I also feared for my career that was so deeply intertwined in his community. I feared he would spread rumors and lies about me and use my mental illness and past struggles as ammunition. And for all of you reading, you now know that my fears were justified. Unlike a lot of the other women that have suffered due to this man, whether it was emotionally, financially, verbally, and or physically, my experiences do not have screenshots or recordings. I do not have receipts for the marks sealed to my skin with his negligence. I tried to tell my story in the past but got silenced by his ability to crush anyone and everyone he'd want to, and now I finally get to tell my truth. This section will be heavily describing and citing the onslaught of emotional and verbal abuse I was put through by Glorious Arcadum. These occurred in 2020 and 2021 and during a certain conflict involving the project known as Callous Row. I will provide further context on it if people really need to ask and want to see, but to save the document and not make it all about that matter, I am leaving out those details. Arcadum had little to no regard for my emotional well-being during and after this conflict, and I was left to pick up the pieces of a good portion of my roleplay career. The only response I got was an LOL. I have receipts from consenting parties showing Arcadum blatantly demonizing me to several of his other victims in an attempt to keep my voice from being heard. Those will be linked below. To conclude this document, that was honestly traumatizing to relive and write, I believe I was abused in several aspects by Glorious Arcadum, and I believe he is continuing to get away with these actions without proper consequence. I hope my voice and the onslaught of evidence and information all of you are seeing shows you exactly what kind of person he has been to myself and the other individuals involved. Again, any screenshots posted that are not mine were given with consent and permission to be used in this statement. Thank you, Folkona. Screenshot number 1, Arcadum demonizing and slandering Folkona to Momo. I'm just reading this. Arcadum. Folkona left Callous Row because I maintained a ruling that her character is dead, and when she told me she was taking her priest character with her, and when I said, LOL, good luck, she took that personal, like I was making fun of her pain. Then she told someone in a DM that she was going to try to ruin my career and that I was a sexual assailant. Obviously, I did not do anything of the sort, but I am super stressed out that in this environment, it may not matter what the truth is. A twit longer, even if false, could sully or destroy what I built, even when I have done nothing wrong. This is coming from the girl I've talked out of suicide, helped pay for her move and bills on hard times, and have tried to help at every occasion. I'm honestly a little heartbroken that she would threaten me like this. Momo, what the actual fuck, man? I'm so sorry you're going through this. I don't know Folkona that well. Arcadum, yeah, it's awful, so anyway I'm trying to relax and not be terrified of what one unstable person is going to try and do. Damn. And this is Arcadum demonizing and slandering Folkona to Red, another girl. We might be a while before I get back. A bunch of things happen. I'll have to tell you later. Red. Like what? Arcadum. Just letting you know in case you were waiting on me. I had a panic attack. I've never had one of those before. Sorry to bother you with it. Dude, this guy's pattern of talking. Oh my god, it would drive me so fucking crazy. Get to the point. Stop, like, oh my god. Stop trying to, like, bait people so hard. Red. Why did you have a panic attack? For magic? Arcadum. Outside the store. I got a message that Folkona is planning to come forward soon, and I got so mad from all the lies that she will most likely tell. And then I thought how I might lose everything, how people will see me differently. Red. Oh, she's trying that? Arcadum. All because her character died. Arcadum is shown blatantly deleting/editing past messages to cover his original intention. The first screenshot was a conversation about him assaulting me. I was terrified and brushed it off, and even had gotten to a point where I blamed myself for it ever happening. The second screenshot has been heavily edited by Arcadum and has a lot of messages deleted in between my own. He went back just in the last few days, it seems, not just for myself, and edited several sexual or romantic messages. If videos of these exact DMs are needed to prove authenticity, you can ask me for them. Oh, so this is where we saw, he did this with Kelli too, where there were DMs that were a year old, and he went back and he edited the things like a year later. So like in August, August of 21, he's editing DMs from August of 2020. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Is this him deleting messages? So she's saying, I care about you too. You're one of the only older men I feel safe around. One blocked message. Just showing a bunch of blocked messages. Oh, this was the message that he wrote, but it says edited at the end. Oh, he's gunning hard. He was trying to save. I can tell by his edits, because remember in the last edits at the end, he's like, "Oh, I really like you, blah blah blah, but I really love Tiff." He was trying really hard to hold on to Tiffany through everything. And now, so I'm reading one message that says it's edited at the end. At Stelts, I did feel a draw to you, but I didn't follow through because I love Tiffany and it would have been a mistake. I hope that you can continue to feel safe around me. Oh man. This is like a personal rule of mine. Yeah, this is a personal rule of mine. I firmly believe that people have like a spectrum of things that they're capable of doing. If somebody shows you that they're capable of doing something that's unacceptable, I think you just have to leave. So for example, I feel pretty strongly about this. If you're a woman and you're with a guy and he like hits you, and I don't necessarily mean like a like get off me kind of thing, but if he ever like open or close hand, like slap or punch, anything like that, like even one time, the problem isn't that he hit you. That's actually the minorest part of that. The problem is that he has the propensity to hit you. Once somebody has shown that they're capable of something like that, I think that you can only leave. I think you have to just walk out. Like, if that's something that you're even capable of doing, you're not a person that I want to fuck with, right? I think that you just leave. It's not a matter of like how bad is what they did. It's a matter of this is the thing they can do, right? Like, yeah, I feel pretty strongly about that. Fuck, I should be charging. No, I feel like that's really irresponsible. That feels really dirty. Dan wants me to plug, but I feel like that's really fucked up to do in this environment. I'm with a girl that has hit me. Does the same advice apply? I think so. I think it should be the exact same level of tolerance for both. Girls that like hit guys because they think it's cute or because they think that they have girl armor and they can't get, smacked back. Fuck that shit. I usually just leave. Fuck that bullshit. Walk away. Let's see. So Folkona's response to that was, "It's okay. It's better that we didn't. Sex is very scary for me. Thank you for respecting me as a woman. I'm not disgusted. I'm just damaged. I can't be with a man without literally getting sick and throwing up because of what has happened to me." I wish that when you're trying to like fuck somebody, I think that it's better like the term is cringy, but like you should look for like some level of enthusiastic engagement. Like, this needs to be like somebody that really wants to do something, not somebody that you're like trying to get to a point to where they won't say no. Because that's sometimes how it feels like when you read like how some people act or how some people flirt. They're not really trying to get like an enthusiastic, "Oh yeah, like I really want to fuck with you." It's more just like, how can I navigate this and avoid all the potential pitfalls of getting a no till I've got them in a position where they can't really say no. Yeah, that kind of shit is really annoying. Oh, that was the whole twit longer. Her thing was pretty short, I guess, but I have to do the debate.
Is that the last one you're reading?
I think so. I mean, I don't know what more. Like this guy's fucked. Like that allegation, it could be fake, but like based on everything else we've seen, like it lines up like pretty well. It's not really that surprising. And even without the actual like in-person assault allegation, I think all the other manipulative weird shit is probably enough to sink him completely. Yeah, but I mean, like on top of with that as well, which most people will probably believe, and I
do you think forever? Or do you think he can get help and like reform, like actually?
The problem is
like, is there a path to figuring it out?
Like for it to rehabilitate his image? I mean, like maybe it comes back like in a few years, but like, will his audience still be there? Like, will I don't know. Like, he can't use age as an excuse, right? Maybe if he was 20.
He's 32.
But this guy's like 30 years old. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Please listen to... Oh, Folkona is here. What's up? Please listen to Naomi's audio and Kree's. We already listened through all of Naomi's thing. That was the biggest one that we did. Kree's audio is pretty weird. Okay, if somebody wants to link me... Is it Kree? Am I pronouncing that name right? If somebody wants to link me Kree, I can do that one for the last one, yeah. Do you think Twitch will take any action towards him? Probably. Twitch is... They probably will. They'll probably ban him, actually. Actually, that is probably the case. But we'll see. If and when he streams his response, will he make a video about it? Yeah, I'll probably watch it, but honestly, like, his response has to be backing away. Like, there's no way that he can try to salvage this. I don't believe it. There's no way, dude. Destiny, why do people behave like this after so many others have been canceled already? Well, I think this is good insight into punishment in general. This is one of the reasons why punishment doesn't work. Usually when people perform a bad act, they don't think they're going to get caught. So they're not really thinking of like, man, if I get caught doing this, you know, people don't like intelligently weigh cost benefit in their head. That's a very inhuman thing to do. That's why like expected value is something you have to learn in poker because it's not intuitive. Or like evaluating if you played good or bad, that's not an intuitive thing because people will go like, well, did I win or did I lose, right? Did I get caught? Nope, must have been a good thing, right? If you drive home drunk and you get away with it 3 or 4 or 5 times, well, fuck it, it wasn't that big a deal because I didn't crash that time, right? People don't like evaluate probabilities in their head. Yeah. Do you think he truly viewed his actions as bad? Based on how much we've watched so far, I would put him in like the 1% of like, he is an incredibly manipulative person. He employs a lot of manipulative tactics. He seems to be pretty narcissistic. He has a very high opinion of himself. He fancies himself as being quite intelligent. And I think he has employed so many different tactics that like, it would make it hard for me to believe that all of it is by accident. I think he's pretty intentional with his manipulation. Yeah. That first call with Naomi was holy yikes. Okay, Kree's. Do you think this was a good way to come out? Definitely better than the Prime Cat situation. Yeah, I mean, like I think that the girls like coordinating all of their stuff and like the write-ups we've seen so far, Naomi's is really, that Naomi girl is really smart. Like having like all the screenshots like that to lay out a pattern of behavior, having the audio call so that we could listen to everything was like, yeah, I think this is probably laid out like pretty well. Like it's very effective in terms of like a takedown. If we're looking at this like rhetorically or optically speaking, like it'll be effective in accomplishing what it wants. But that's probably because the content is there as well. It's not just the optics war. Like the actual content is here to say like, this is a pretty horrible person. Like, you know, beware, you know? Okay, Kree 45. My experience with Arcadum was in simple terms, vulnerable from the start. I was hoping to help grow my RP experience while I was at rock bottom, living in a spare room with the goal to volunteer somewhere I was passionate about. I reached out to Arcadum after meeting him in a different lobby where I explained a bit of my circumstance by asking if he needed free work. Open. Kree, hey, this is going to be a kind of weird message, but first off, thanks for giving me advice back then on Twitch. I said, oh my god, this is a huge message. This is just her explaining her life situation. Oh god, I'll just read the end of her message here. I'm offering free work. I don't want money. I have a full-time job getting back on my feet. I just need a distraction, and your content helped me get through really rough parts of my life, so I'd love to be able to give back if there's any way that I can. Arcadum. Aw, jeez. I'm sorry that happened to you. I can try to find something for you. Hell, I wouldn't mind just someone to hang out with. Already off to a big yikes. I'm always free after 4. If you ever just want to talk and play games, you just chill. I don't mind at all if you need a favor by any means, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This was in July of 2020. From the start, he knew I was in a vulnerable state, and his first request was to be a friend. As I was dealing with a lot of hardships, I assumed he had no ill intentions, so I opened up a bit and I told him about my life. After some time, he started hitting on me, and I recall having that sense of obligation since he bought me my first VR headset. Yeah, okay. After some time, I switched to helping Callus Row. I was passionate about helping the talented team and making the project grow. I played a character without a soul since he underestimated how insecure I was at the time. I played a character without a soul since he underestimated how insecure I was at the time due to life events, but I tried to prevail. I ended up retiring the character and just learned how to film in order to make season 3 have decent videos. So is Callus Row like a series on YouTube of like VR chat stuff? Is that? Remember when Arcadum wanted to play D&D with Destiny? Yeah. Damn. It's like a D&D campaign in VR. Okay, gotcha. Throughout this, he would flirt with me quite a bit, and he kept promising grandiose ideas. After some time, the relationship became strictly professional, but there was one night that completely ruined my summer. There was a valid concern brought up by a staff member, and Arcadum went off on them. It was uncalled for, so as his friend, I tried to talk to him in private to tell him how messed up and how to fix it since the event was unacceptable. He ended up hitting on me hard and trying to distance himself instead of trying to address the situation at hand. I recall saying something along the lines of, "You wanted professional boundaries," to highlight this hypocrisy, as well as just asking him to stop, but he continued. I bit my tongue since he streamed shortly after while I was dealing with flashbacks of my PTSD from my assault. I ended up drinking like a sailor that night and blacked out on VR chat. What is this VR chat meme? Holy shit. Wondering what I could have done to improve the situation. I was trying to rationalize an irrational event. I ended up waking up covered in my own vomit, and I'm grateful I was sleeping sideways that night. And that's just a short call logs. I don't think these matter that much. Sai knows why, but I don't want to talk about it. He just knows that you crossed a moral line with me. He does not know about our relationship. I need to relax. And not worry about work for one night because you triggered a 3-year-old memory. I can't stop thinking about it from that night. And then Arcadum says, I apologize once more. If I can help in any way, please let me know. Okay, he started me on a spiral of PTSD. I didn't sleep for days. It got so bad I needed to be hospitalized. He manipulated me and used me like a pawn knowing I was vulnerable. I'm posting this not for sympathy, but for awareness of his tactics of abuse of power to gain a pity party of girls into gaining sympathy from them and then slowly pushing those boundaries when it's not good enough for him. I was groomed and I was naive, but as I see over 10 plus girls who have fallen victim to him, I know what he did was intentional. He is a predator. And then, in case you still have doubts, uh-oh. We have another audio. Oh no. Isn't groomed a pedophile thing? Generally, grooming refers to pedophilia. I think that grooming is being used the correct way in this case, though. So again, grooming is like when you create a friendship under false pretenses with the goal of flipping it sexually at some point without the other person really wanting to or realizing it. So for instance, if a girl comes to me and she's in a lot of trouble and it's like, yeah, you know, I can definitely, I can probably hire you on to work as a DGG admin, and then we like play some games and then hang out, and she thinks that like she's kind of made a friend and she thinks that like she's got like a good work opportunity, and then later on I try to flip that into something sexual. I've kind of like, by becoming her friend and hiring her, I'm like gaining her trust and I'm gaining a little bit of leverage over her, and then now I'm trying to bring it into a sexual arena. The other person is like very mind fucked. Like the biggest damage related to like grooming is that it undermines your ability to trust people, because you've got somebody that you thought was your friend, that you thought was a coworker, and now you realize that they've like the entire time they had a different goal. It like you can get mind fucked from stuff like that. Now, usually grooming is done with a big age gap because it's easy to take a child and like, oh yeah, we're just gonna play soccer together. Like, oh yeah, it's cool. I'm a cool adult. Everything is fine. And then later on, you're like, hey, like, can I see your ding-a-ling? Right? And then you like, oh shit, you groomed this person. You're basically trying to get somebody into a state where they trust you, where you have like a non-sexual relationship, where everything is cool, and then you all of a sudden turn it on to where like, okay, now we're gonna make this sexual. That's like what grooming is. Usually, this isn't what grooming is. Grooming usually involves shaping the person into a certain image in order to make them respect you so you can advance on... No. I don't know what you're talking about. But, okay. But yeah, so that's the problem. And then, so as I was saying before, the lasting impact on the person is that you feel really mind fucked, because now when people are trying to befriend you in the future, you don't know if it's all under false pretense where they're going to try to like turn it sexual later, and that's not something that you ever like you never thought would happen. And especially because generally for grooming, it's people that have positions of power over you that are doing it, which is like what makes it so fucked up. Wait, wasn't the last guy right as well? Do you not respect your friend? I mean, like, he's half right, but he's not like contradicting anything I'm saying. Basically, the idea is that like grooming works because you're taking somebody that because you're usually it's a less mature person or somebody that looks up to you that you're engaging in a non-romantic or non-sexual way, and then you make it romantic or sexual after you've like gotten that, I guess you could say, respect or trust or friendship or relationship built otherwise, right? I feel like it only applies to children by definition. It's most commonly children by definition, because when you're an adult, I think you recognize this a little bit better. But it could happen. It could happen to adults as well. Let's say, for instance, that you're a grad student and you're working on a project, and there's like a really famous, like a world famous researcher that like you approach or approaches you and like, oh, I can help you with this, you know, your thesis, I can help you with the research, I can give you resource, whatever, right? Let's say that you develop like some really cool, good working relationship for 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and everything is like really cool, everything's fine, and then eventually, for whatever reason, you go to a conference together, you go to some speech, you chill, and you're back at his apartment, and then all of a sudden he starts making like really big sexual advances on you, right? Like, arguably, you could say that like this is grooming, right? The person approached them, it seemed to be professional, it seemed to be work related, school related, everything was like very platonic, very chill, but then you find out the whole reason they did it. And if that person's, and I'm not saying like something develops romantically, like organically, I'm saying like their goal the whole time was, I'm gonna help this person with their projects, I'm gonna get really close in with them, and then eventually I know that I can fuck this person. Like, it's grooming, I think, is a pretty intentional thing. It doesn't just mean like you randomly develop feelings in the course of like something, right? Yeah.
And you're not okay with me talking to Tiffany.
You can try if you want, but she didn't want to talk to you. She's already told me that. She doesn't want to talk to any of you.
So you mean there's more?
Oh, no.
You can try if you want, but she didn't want to talk to you. She's already told me that. She doesn't want to talk to any of you.
So you mean there's more?
Yeah. I've told you that.
No, you haven't. I brought it up a couple times and you just said no.
Well, not when we were doing stuff, no.
Is it anyone I know?
No. I don't think so.
Wait. Oh, thank you, Naomi. I appreciate the message, my duder.
This was all before you anyway.
So it was just another person.
It's not
good
like
job,
that.
DDG chat. You guys didn't type the bad email. I was gonna throw out some harsh bans.
So
Proud of
then,
you.
what is it then?
What do you mean? When we were talking, I thought we were having fun. I didn't realize that you had feelings for me because
I didn't have feelings for you. Yeah, you literally, you said you were, the messages are there. Like you told me you were a friend and that you just needed help.
Yeah.
And I tried helping you. And now look where it's got me.
And now what?
Look where it's got me. An extreme emotional distress.
And I'm sorry. It's not like I wanted that to happen to you. I didn't engineer that to happen to you.
Yeah, but you were my boss and you crossed those boundaries.
I'm sorry. Oh, man.
Oh, no. I was going to say, wow, he's learning a little bit somehow. He's old, but he's learning. He said he was sorry without qualifying it. But now we just dropped the oh man. So now I wonder if he's about to like revert back to that self-pitying, self-fucking like, oh man, I fucked up. I'm in so much trouble, blah, blah, blah. I wonder if that's where we're going now. Well, let's see. I shouldn't say anything. We'll find out.
Oh man, my life is falling apart.
Dude, it's like clockwork. He's so predictable. Jesus Christ. And we're gonna repeat like all the same fucking tactics, man. Christ. I actually pre-watched every video today. I'm sorry, just so that I can. Yeah, it was on the morning call, guys.
I mean, you got yourself in a pickle, man. I don't know what else to tell you. That's...
Ooh, this girl is chill like Naomi, but way more bitchy. Like, hey, you fucked up, bro. What you want from me?
All I can do is do my best to make things right.
Hell
I
yeah.
remember I warned you. I remember I even warned you. I was like, just make sure you don't do this a lot, because this is how most streamers fall.
Yeah. Well, you were never an object to me. Ever.
Oh, God. I wonder how many... He's probably... I guess we've seen this, right? Like, the goal is to, like, you're the one, like, it's okay, right? Because you want to make them feel like there's still some attachment there. You need that relationship because, like, I guess, like, I probably actually view relationships similarly to this guy, as scary as that is. I think in his mind, he needs to feel like that person doesn't have a reason to, like, burn him publicly, and as long as there's still some friendship or relationship there, he knows that won't happen. So like you notice, and this has been consistent, and I guarantee you we're probably not gonna watch all of these because it's more or less the same stuff over and over again, but like in his mind, as long as there's still like a friendship there, they're not going to flip on him. They're not going to do something horrible. Destiny, rhetorical tip. Rather than bitchy, you mean assertive. Don't want the negative connotation of the word bitch. No, we're taking back the word bitch. I think more women should be bitchy. I like it. I think it's a positive attribute. I think you should own it. I think when a guy is being a dumb fuck, if you want to be a bitch to the guy as a woman, you should fucking do it. I think I own that word. I think it's a good ass word. Yeah, fuck it. I like it. But yeah, when I say, usually when I describe women, if I say like, oh, this person's being bitchy now, I mean like they're being like assertive, confident, a little bit snarky, right? Like, oh, looks like you're in a pickle, buddy. You fucked yourself. I mean it with a positive connotation. I should clarify that though. Oh yeah, so like when he's talking to all of these girls, notice he's always doing the pull with one hand and the push with the other, but he'll never actually let go of anybody because he always has to keep them on some kind of a string, because if he pushes them away completely, that's like somebody that's just floating on the ether that could expose him in the future, right? So my guess is like a lot of this conversation is going to be like a mixture of self-pity, a mixture of like kind of apology, a mixture of like I'm going to get help in the future, with a mixture of like we're still friends, right? It's okay, right? Like yeah, we're cool, right? Or some shit like that. Although this girl already sounds like she's done with it, so here we go.
And I will stand by that because it's me saying it. I know my heart. You were a friend, and I'm sorry that we fell out of touch due to various circumstances. But I hung out with you with Chandler. I wanted to make sure that happened. And we had a great time, and it was no problems at all. And I was very happy for it. And I'm sorry this is happening now. This is not what I wanted. This was not my intention. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to do the things in Kalispell that you want to do. And I will talk to her about that. But we can't talk directly anymore. Okay. That's the cost. And I'm very, very sorry. I really am.
Okay.
That causing you emotional distress, because it's causing me a lot too, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Are you doing okay? Like you said that you were really depressed, and I'm very sorry this is on you. Do you need help in any way?
How can you help me? My depression started because of like that spiral, or you remember my plans for the summer. Like I was having like pretty good plans, and then that started. You triggered my rape PTSD.
I'm sorry.
And it literally sent me down the spiral, and like look where I'm at now. It's not easy. I was already barely climbing up my confidence ladder. And after that, you just kind of like knocked me back all the way to square one. And it just feels like, okay.
Can I just say also, like, if you're a big streamer and you've got 10,000 viewers, okay, you can find girls that will fuck you just off your popularity. You can do it. You can actually find girls that will fuck you. Why do you have to do all this crazy, weird game playing shit? Make an Instagram, make a Snapchat, make a Twitter, and tell people, oh, never mind. He's cheating on his girlfriend the whole fucking time. That's why he's not doing it. Never mind. I just realized the mindfuckery. Break up with your girlfriend, okay? No, you don't even have to lose weight. Fucking break up with your girlfriend publicly, okay? And then just get out there and start putting yourself out there. Like, you're a big fucking streamer. You make a lot of money. You got a fuck ton of clout. There are girls that will fuck you for the clout that you have, okay? Christ. But, yeah, I guess he won't break up with his fiance the whole time, so rip.
Here I go again. Like, it just feels like I have to deal with it. And
Michaela in chat said, true, I did it. Jesus Christ.
And you just get to say, okay, I'm sorry, and then move on with life.
So, do you want me to suffer for it? Is that what you're implying?
This guy has this guy is like suffering. Dude, there should be like a new DSM-6. We need to add main character syndrome, okay? There's probably a bunch of like cluster B personality types, whatever, that like fit into this shit or whatever. But like, where you find a way to make every single thing about you, where it all comes back to you and every possible is like related to you. There's got to be like a name for this. Like, you're having PTSD because of it. Okay, but like, how does that affect me? Like, have you thought about how your triggers are gonna hurt my career? Like, there's gotta be like a name for this. Like, holy shit, this is like levels of narcissism I previously thought impossible, okay?
No.
Because is that what you're implying?
No.
Because you know what I get to move on to? I get to move on to being homeless and begging my wife to accept my forgiveness.
Oh no, being fucked in life? You know, that's like, you mean the situation that this girl was in when you first started talking to her, and then you pretended to hire her like you didn't have a romantic interest and you were just trying to fuck her the whole time. Like, you mean that situation? Like, okay.
Or accept her forgiveness and a bunch of other shit that is really stressing me out, while also juggling all the different... My life isn't going to be some cakewalk that I'm going to walk away from this unscathed. Cry. I'm not.
Yeah, but you're the one who decided to do those acts.
Who's playing like League in the background? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, but so did you. I didn't make you do anything.
You're the one who said you needed a friend.
You said okay. Are you saying it's my fault? Yes, I did ask you, but you said yes. I didn't make you do anything. I didn't take advantage of you. Is that what you feel like happened?
I was literally at the bottom of my life. You said you needed a friend. I tried to be your friend. And then you kept hitting on me. And then when I tried to like tell you to just find escorts or find someone else, that wasn't good enough for you. And then I told myself, you know what? If it's not me, it's probably some other girl. And at least I can keep my mouth shut.
I never treated you like that. In my mind, I never looked at it like that. And if that's how it happened, you know, to you, I am sorry. But that is not how I approached it at all. That is not how...
So are you denying the fact that, like, I repeatedly told you that, like, oh, hey, there's escorts, you can use them, and then you repeatedly still made advances, even though I tried to shoot you down several times?
You didn't...
Oh my god. No, I don't know if this is intentional on her part. Maybe it is, but, like, it's so interesting. It feels like, I'm bringing up a movie that I've never seen. Wasn't there a movie called like Fuck Todd or something, or Everybody Hates Todd? Am I making this up? Where like three girls find out that Tucker. Three girls basically find out that one guy's playing all three of them, so they get together to like fuck this guy. Oh, John Tucker Must Die. Maybe that's it. I haven't actually seen the movie, but I imagine it's like this, like asking questions like that to get them on a recording. It's kind of like the JCS videos, like the FBI interrogation. Like, so then like, would you say that you did that, or like, so were you involved in this thing? Like getting them to clarify that on recording. That's it's an intelligent like tool to use while you're recording somebody. But obviously this guy doesn't want to own up to anything, but he also doesn't directly deny it.
Treated you like that. In my mind, I never looked at it like that. And if that's how it happened, you know, to you, I am sorry, but that is not how I approached it at all. That is not how.
So are you denying the fact that, like, I repeatedly told you that, like, oh, hey, there's escorts, you can use them, and then you repeatedly still made advances, even though I tried to shoot you down several times?
You didn't tell me no. You said, hey, you could try escorts and stuff like that. I'm like, okay. And then you, like, cry. There was never a... If I didn't pick up those hints, I'm sorry. But I did not force myself on you. I did not take advantage of you, and I will fight for that because I didn't do that.
I think even he realizes how bad that sounds. Like, there was never a direct no. Like, even he realized, like, I think halfway through that sentence, he's like, fuck. It feels like I chose the accidental rape thing on the Choose Your Own Adventure book. Let's back up a few pages. Like, okay, like, oh my God.
I'm not that kind of person. If I crossed any lines by hitting on you when it was inappropriate, I'm sorry, and I have done dividends to make up for that, and I have tried to help you and make sure, and all of that wasn't like out of guilt or anything. That was because I really honestly wanted to help you.
He realizes halfway through too. So remember what I said earlier, all of the quote unquote atonement that he's been doing, I'm going to therapy, it's not really atonement. He's trying to keep people from coming out, and he knows that. And I bet he wonders how transparent that is, because he's even saying, like, I even tried to help you afterwards. I even tried to do things for you. Not because I'm like guilty, not because I think you guys are gonna fucking cancel me. Just I don't think it is my heart, right? Like he even like can tell, you know.
Right now, those things have come to light to Tiffany, and I need to do this to fix my relationship with her.
Okay.
And I am very sorry.
I wish you the best of luck then.
Thank you, Cry. Okay, so couple of logistics things here.
All right, now that we're done with the fucking bullshit, this is the shit I'm gonna need you to do for me, motherfucker, okay?
I'm going to message Simon to let him know that you need to go through him. I won't tell him why. I'll just tell him he's a pretty cool guy. I know he'll understand. And do you still want to be on the marketing team? Like, what's your plan? I know you're in a depressive state right now.
I have been filming.
You have? Okay. Okay. Then I'll know you.
Did she just say she's been filming?
And
oh my God.
Do you still want to be on the marketing team? Like, what's your plan? I know you're in a depressive state right now.
I have been filming.
Oh, she does filming in VR chat. That's what she does. Sorry, I thought this was like a Giga Chat move. Yeah. But
you have? Okay. Okay. Then I'll let him.
Destiny, why does it seem like a lot of rapists / predators have the "you didn't say no" leeway? Is it really hard to say a verbal no in the moment? Just trying to understand. So the reason why it's so complicated is because sometimes when people are trying to get sex from somebody, the goal is to avoid any potential no by never making a direct ask until you have them past a certain threshold where you know they won't say no. So like, the classic example that I've given like a million times is you make a friend with somebody and you go to a convention with them and you share a hotel room. No sex is on the table. You haven't mentioned it. You even say you get 2 beds, okay? Everything's going to be fine. You'll pay for everything. It'll be okay, right? So you go to the convention, you have fun. Then you're back at the hotel room. Maybe you do a little bit of drinking. Then maybe you like a little bit cuddly with them. Then it comes time to go to bed, and it's like, oh, like there's a whole bunch of stuff on the other bed. Like, can I sleep with you? Like, I won't do anything bad or whatever. The important thing is that every single advance that you make as the predator in this situation, if the other person says, whoa, you're getting like way too like no, then the person that's aggressing can always be like, whoa, I was just asking to like cuddle a little. Like I wasn't trying to do anything sexual at all. Like, why are you doing that? Like, I don't understand why you're like freaking out. Like I never, right? You always have that plausible deniability. And the idea is that you want plausible deniability up until the point to where they won't say no anymore. That's the goal. So maybe you cuddle them a little bit and you can even hit that point where they're like, yo, nothing sexual. And like, yeah, no, I'm just cuddling right now. And you get to that point and then maybe you go to sleep and you're like, I normally sleep with just my boxers. Is that okay? I'll be on this side. It's like, okay, fine. And then you're on that side of the bed and then, okay, you roll over in your sleep and you're like, okay. And then you actually get your hands on them and you start like touching them. And at some point, it's starting to get sexual. But if you've moved them past this threshold where now they're no longer comfortable saying no, now you can go for it and you get your rape sex, like essentially is what's happening. You do your thing and then you're done. And now at the end, you can be like, they never said no ever. There was never a direct no. The reason why there was never a direct no was because there was never a direct ask. All of it was done on this 50-50, like it could be cuddly and cute, or it could be sexual. It might just be harmless flirting, or it could be sexual. They might just be like offering me some friendship, or they're offering me dick. They might just be rolling over in bed. Now they're trying to fuck, right? It's all of it has like this air of plausible deniability until now they're in a position to where they're too compromised to actually say no. Yeah, this is why I think you should like just be upfront with everything, because otherwise, yeah. But walking this line too, another thing that you have to be careful of is that like as a woman, you don't want to like you don't usually want like a reputation of being like a bitch or a bad person or whatever too. And you can feel a little bit crazy if somebody has like made a pass at you and you think they have, and you're like, yo, bro, what are you doing? And they're like, no, I haven't done this at all. Like, what's wrong with you? And then it starts to make you like second guess yourself as well, where it's like, okay, it felt like he was making passes at me, but he says he's not, and X, Y, and Z say that that person's a good person, and like, maybe not, fuck, right? You start to doubt yourself too, and it becomes harder as another person that gets advanced on a lot to like start to figure out, like, I can't tell when people are making passes at me or not, because every time it feels like they are, and I tell them no, they tell me, what do you mean no? Like, I'm not doing anything to you, like, what the fuck? And then you start to feel like a little bit mind-fucked. Yeah, it's a really shitty situation, but sometimes it feels like when people are making these like advances, all they're trying to do, we saw this again in like the Folkona thing, where it's like, oh, I'm just crying a little bit, and then like I'm kissing your neck, I wasn't kissing you, I'm just crying, like, oh, I just need a hug, right? And the thing is that like, you know, it's like, why didn't you say no? Why didn't you say, well, technically there wasn't anything to say no to. The guy never said, can we fuck? The guy never said like, can we do anything, right? There was never that direct ask, so it's hard to have like the direct denial, right? Yeah, it's hard. It's shitty, but like this is kind of like how people negotiate or manipulate people into like sexual situations that they wouldn't otherwise agree to. Yeah.
Know that as well. I guess the last thing I'll say is,
hold on. I will say this: if you want to be like a meta rapist, here is your goal to be a meta rapist. This sounds really weird to say this, right? I have never in my life had a girl say, wow, you were really forward with what you wanted and like making sure that I was cool with everything. I'm not turned on and I don't want to fuck anymore, okay? However, if you make people comfortable, they are more likely to want to have sex with you. Now, theoretically, I guess that can be abused in weird ways, in like some weird meta fucking fucked up way. But like there's this really weird pervasive idea out there that like if you're ever like with a girl and you're like, hey, like, how you feeling? I want to fuck. If you ever do some shit like, they're gonna be like, oh, that was way too forward. Like, get out of here. My pussy is the Sahara now. Get the fuck out, you fucking loser, fuck boy. Right? That will never, ever, 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 ever happen. If it does, you can email me and we'll go to bars, and I'll tweet out, and I'll get you somebody to fuck. I'll make up for it. I'll buy you an escort. I'll blow you myself, okay? We'll figure it out. You will never, ever, ever lose a person. The vast majority of people, if you are hooking up with them and you feel like, and you are like relatively forward and you try to be cognizant of like their comfort levels, in my experience, most people are highly, 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 highly receptive and ultra sensitive to that. Most girls can tell if you're trying to be considerate, and like there is like an internal like breath of like relief or a sigh of relief when you can tell that the guy is being somewhat cognizant of like your comfort levels and your safety levels. As somebody that is bisexual, I will tell you that, and this has happened with, I've only had like 5 experiences with men, so it's not a lot, but in every single experience I have had with a guy, and I'm direct, okay? If I don't want to do some shit, I'll be like, no, fuck no. I don't play games. I don't give a fuck, right? You're gonna kill me, fuck off, kill me. Even when you say no to a guy, they will still push. They will still push. You like, when I hook up with guys, I like oral sex. That's all I want. I'm not gonna get my ass fucked. I'm not gonna fuck anybody's ass. This is all I want to do, okay? But despite that, every single guy I've been with is like, oh, let me touch your ass. Like, oh, you want to do this? But it's like, no, get the fuck off me. No. But if you say no, 5 minutes later, they'll do the same fucking shit again. You'll feel their fucking hands creep, and you're like, bro, hey, it's still me. I didn't forget what I said 5 fucking minutes ago. Are you fucking deaf? Do you have memory problems? Do I need to call fucking, welfare or some shit? Are you having an Alzheimer's attack? What the fuck is wrong? Are you sundowning right now? Guys do this thing where they will push and push and push and push and push until you're like, I don't know, until what? I guess like some girls probably just give up. It's like, okay, fuck it, fuck me, fuck it, fuck you, fuck me, whatever. Don't be that person. Like, if you just be chill, and again, this is, I guess you could like meta abuse this, but if you just be like chill, and you make the person like feel comfortable and safe and secure when they're with you, chances are they'll be more open to doing things anyway, because they'll feel like, because sometimes if you're like 1 to 10 on like how far a girl is willing to go, she might want to go to like 6 or 7 on like the whatever scale, but she's only going to go to 1 or 2 because she doesn't know if she says stop at 6 or 7 that you're not going to try to push it to a 10, right? Oftentimes people are willing to experiment or go farther, but they want to know that if they're not comfortable or they tell you to stop, that you will stop. Right? That's the issue. And because a lot of guys will push and push and push and take, and it's like this game where they're trying to get as much out of you as possible. Nobody wants to be with a person that feels like if they give a little, they give an inch, the other person's going to take a mile. That's all I'm saying. Jesus Christ. But to reiterate, for like the 50 millionth time, I have never in my life been in a situation where I'm very close to getting laid, and I can tell the girl is like a little bit uncomfortable, and I've been like, hey, let's fucking chill. We can watch a movie, we can get a drink, we can go get coffee. Like, if you want to chill, like, this doesn't have to happen right now. That's fine. I have never been in a situation where the girl's like, oh, ew, oh my God, like, I really just wanted you to rape me. Like, I'm totally turned off now. That has never happened. That's like some bullshit red pill. Or you know what? Maybe there are some girls like that, but you don't fuck with them anyway. To quote Louis C.K., don't like rape someone on the off chance that they're into it. Okay? It's like it's such a stupid misconception when it comes to like sexual encounters. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry. I feel like I've given this speech like 20 times. All right.
You are not an object. And for whatever my words may be worth for you to hear, you are a valuable individual. You are. And you can do whatever it is that you put your mind to, and that I believe in you. Okay?
Okay.
Do you believe me when I tell you that? Because it is the truth. I believe that.
His whole goal is to salvage the friendship so that she doesn't publicly burn him, right? That's all he's trying to do right now. She just doesn't give a fuck.
I just want to heal, man.
I hope that you can. Thanks for talking to me. I'm sorry about the ambush after you woke up. I didn't really have a lot of options, though. But I am sorry. I'll let you go, and I'll tell Simon, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Pry.
Bye.
Oh, it's cry, not
bye.
Fuck. I think you're giving him too much credit, to be honest. I think a lot of this is learned coping and him convincing himself he's not that guy. No, the thing is that like he's playing so many different people at the same time, and he's like pretty intentionally engaged in like, because the goal is that you have like 8 or 9 girls. You make sure that they're isolated sufficiently such that they don't talk to each other. That's why he gets really concerned when they go off into rooms with each other. if you feel like you're losing control of one girl, then the goal is to taint her reputation among the others. Like, oh shit. I think he did that with the Folkona girl, right? When he realized that like he'd lost her and she wasn't in his control anymore. Okay, well, if I don't have control of that, I need to go to every other girl and destroy her character so that if she comes out and does anything, I have like the rest of the people to defend me, right? All of it is like, I think that the way that he kind of maneuvers through these situations requires some level of intentionality. Such that I don't think it's just like this is like a coping learned behavior. Oh, Folkona, sorry, I don't know what I said. Full KK Kona. KK Kona. No, K Kona. Sorry, fuck. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. That's why I said that. Like, I think that he is like he is one of those like 1%ers that actually is engaging in like a form of conscious manipulation, not just kind of like the, oh no, like I do this because it's a learned behavior. Like, I think there's a lot of intentionality and even like some like methodical planning behind how he does what he does. I mean, like, look at him going back and trying to edit logs like a year earlier. Dude, Discord adding that feature, oh man. I was a secret investigator on a case that we cracked like a year ago. I don't know if it ever came out. I'm like, I can't talk about it, but some girl was trying to edit messages on another streamer guy, and Discord had just added the time feature, and we were able to figure out that she was like fucking around with the logs because of like going back and like looking at that timestamp thing. I'm really glad that Discord added that. When you see that, this is nothing to do with Bob 7, it's something totally different. But that feature had just been added like a year ago or 2 years, actually it might be 2 years ago now because of the pandemic. Yeah, I can't. Arcadum trying to go back and edit those messages also shows like a level of intentionality, and it also shows that like he knows that he did wrong. He fucked up. So like he's like intentionally like playing these games and doing stuff, and he knows that what he's doing is probably wrong. Yeah. The day after he had the final talk with Naomi, yeah. On a scale of Kelli Siren to Bob 7, how good of a manipulator was Arcadum here? I mean, like, I guess he's good at what he does, like, in terms of, like, it's all, like, the same textbook stuff, but, again, this is why people do this in TV shows and movies, but it doesn't work out in real life. You cannot keep this type of extended manipulation up for long periods of time, especially with multiple people, because, like, your shit is going to fall apart. Nobody can keep that many plates spinning at one time. Like, you're going to lose control of the situation, and it is going to come crashing down around you, and you are going to get completely fucked. Unless he has, like, some master fucking ace in the hole that even we couldn't see. If this is, like, the Prestige, and he, like, comes online, and he's like, listen up, guys. I have an announcement I need to make. There's been a lot of fucked up shit happening recently, and I want to come clean. I've been in a coma for 1 year, and my twin brother has actually been online pretending to be me the entire time. Here's proof. Here's my twin brother. And if that was a thing, then if he had like that ace in the hole or some crazy shit like that, then maybe he could talk his way out of it. But like past that, I don't see what the fuck he can do. Yeah.